Arthur Koestler. Spanish Testament. 2. Sir Peter Chalmers Mitchell. Introduction. This is a book which illustrates better than any that I know the difficulty of getting at the facts in days of dictatorships and of war. For propaganda and press censorships are inseparable from both, and the strictness of the censorship on the insurgent side in Spain was revealed a year ago when the correspondent of two well-known British conservative newspapers telegraphed that he was leaving the insurgent headquarters on account of the intolerable limitations that were being imposed on his work. Other correspondents of the right have since experienced similar difficulties. Mr. Hewitt Day. Koestler, in his opening chapter, makes clear the dangers to which French correspondents who had reported the massacre at Badajoz had been exposed, and the recantations which they had been driven to make. His own hands happily were more free. As representative of a well-known newspaper of the left, only a fortunate chance had enabled him to enter General Franco's territory, for journalists of the right alone were being admitted. An equally unfortunate chance led to an early encounter with a former German colleague of the Ulstein press, in which he had held important posts before the advent of the Nazi regime in Germany. The encounter could not be agreeable to the insurgent authorities, and Mr. Koestler was no doubt well advised to end his visit to Seville. But though the visit was a brief one, the author, on account of the political orientation of his newspaper, could write freely without fear of prejudicing its chances of further permits. This fact explains the frankness of his opening chapter and his subsequent publication in a book, L'Espagne, passages from which are incorporated in the present work, of statements regarding brutalities committed on the insurgent side. These will come as a shock to many who, through insistent propaganda, have been brought to believe that atrocities have been limited to the Republican side and that the insurrection was due to General Franco's desire to save Spain from a communist rising. Mr. Koestler gives us a much more circumstantial review of the causes underlying the present troubles. His belief that agrarian conditions are the root of the evil is confirmed by Señor Salvador de Madariaga, who, as is well known, has taken no side in the Civil War. A year before the fall of the monarchy, he wrote that there was little in the general situation of the Spanish countryside which was not already known and denounced more than a century ago. "We are here," he said, touching one of the key facts of Spanish history. Need there then be surprise that after the advent of the Republic had brought a measure of land settlement, limitation of terribly long hours of work, and fixing of minimum wages for men whose earnings were often only a shilling a day? Bitter feelings were aroused when, under a so-called radical government, reinforced later by members of Señor Robles' fascist party, much of the protective legislation was repealed and wages sank to an even lower level than before. Señor Fernando de los Rios, the well-known writer and now ambassador to the United States, described in a broadcast on December 30th, 1936, how terrible it had been when addressing meetings at Granada during the general election of the previous February to be confronted by starving audiences crying out for bread. And still, Mr. Koestler tells us 10,000 Spanish peasant families continued to live in caves and sandpits. Still, the statistical yearbook showed that out of every 1,000 deaths, 500 were those of children under the age of 5. Still, only 44 out of every 100 adult Spaniards were able to read or write. Yet even such conditions did not complete the tale of misery. The rising in the Asturias in 1934, due to the entry of the fascists into the government, had been suppressed with terrible cruelty by Moors and foreign legionaries. The testimony of 561 eyewitnesses, quoted in Chapter 2, seems conclusive on this point. It was this which led to the formation of the Popular Front. Is it surprising that, the victory won, There were pent-up feelings which outran the measures of a government pledged to moderation. Starving peasants could not be restrained from seizing land, and many such seizures had perforce to be legalized. And as Mr. Koestler shows, much provocation came from the right. Fascist groups openly derided the election. Their numbers increased, and there were powerful influences at work to encourage them in the violence described in Chapter 3 and to help to prepare for an armed rising. Nothing in connection with the so-called Civil War seems to me of greater importance than the activities of the Nazi organization described in Chapter 4. In the light of the facts revealed by the documents seized, German aid to an insurrection of Spanish fascists was a foregone conclusion. Under all these circumstances, there may well have been much unrest and violence between February and July 1936. Unhappily, much of it from the left was directed against a church which had been mainly responsible for the backward state of education, and which was closely connected with the Robles Party. Undoubtedly, moreover, many terrible things happened on that side after news of the military rising came. But Englishmen in the best position to procure reliable information are clear that none were due to official orders, but solely to the inability of the government, faced with a revolt not only of the army, but also of most of the police, to restrain men maddened by the knowledge of past suffering and by the news that Italian aeroplanes were bringing over Moors and foreign legionaries to help to conquer Spain for fascism. But it is good to know that there were Republican political organizations in some centers which condemned murder daily on the wireless and by poster. On the other hand, mass executions such as are vouched for in the statement of the governing body of the Madrid Faculty of Law as taking place on the insurgent side, portions of which are reproduced in Chapter 4, could only be the result of official policy. Those at Granada and Seville have been confirmed to me by an Englishman long resident in southern Spain. Even the atrocities on a smaller scale recorded in this chapter could have been prevented by authorities who commanded disciplined troops. But indeed, General Queipo Delano in his daily wireless gave definite encouragement to brutality, and Mr. Koestler reproduces orders taken on July 28, 1936, on a rebel officer, which definitely enjoined the instilling of a certain salutary terror in the civilian population by means both spectacular and impressive, in order to weaken enemy morale. The orders further require the creation of panic among civilians behind enemy lines, with the same purpose. Hints are even given that firing on ambulances or wounded in transport are useful means to this end. The machine gunning of fugitive non-combatants from Malaga and Guernica, which Posh Benenton described to me by the fugitives from these places, and the frequent attacks on their ambulances experienced both by the Spanish Medical ID Committee and the Scottish Ambulance Unit conform so closely to the second and third injunctions in these orders as to justify belief in their authenticity. This is confirmed by the fact that as they appeared in L'Espagne Ensanglante last January, there has been ample time to expose them, if not genuine. Finally, the brutalities which Mr. Koestler himself both saw and heard when taken prisoner fully confirm the terrible statements he prints. His own graphic and moving account of the midnight hours in the prison of Seville bring more vividly before us than anything else I have read the horror Spain is enduring. His account of the nightly executions is confirmed by Mr. Rupert Belville, who, having joined the Spanish fascists, has stated publicly that he was for 10 days a member, though an unwilling one, of a firing squad. Finally, Mr. Koestler shows how unreliable are the official insurgent statements in regard to the proposed communist rising, which has been generally given as the justification for General Franco's insurrection. I am equally unimpressed by the only other pieces of documentary evidence I know of for the existence of this plot. One appeared in the Echo de Paris of January 14, 1937. It purported to be instructions for a rising sent to Spanish communists early in 1936 by technical experts of the French Communist Party, collaborating with the Comintern and its delegates in France. Extracts from it were published by The Patriot in a leaflet in March last. The full text contains references to chiefs and officers of the army who were to lead the supposed rising. But where, one may ask, were the communist chiefs and officers in the army? Evidently, doubts of their existence have been felt elsewhere. For now, reliance appears to be placed on another document, also purporting to come from French communists, but giving an entirely different set of instructions, and speaking of the Spanish communists as possessing a force of 150 frontline militia and 100 of a second line. If this were so, why, after the army had risen, were the government obliged to give out rifles to any untrained men they believed to be loyal, and to enroll not only men but women to defend the Republic? And the whole strength of the Communist Party at that time was only 50,000. Mr. Koestler's account of Malaga before its fall gives an idea of the terrible handicap under which the government suffered, owing to the complete lack of any organized military second line. The proposed communist rising therefore appears to be as much a myth as that the Republican government is exclusively composed of communists. Mr. Koestler reminds us that they were not admitted to the government until some time after the insurrection broke out, and that they have never had more than 2 members in a coalition government representing 5 or 6 parties. And as individualism is one of the strongest of Spanish characteristics, it is hard to believe that Spain could ever submit to the rigid control which communism implies. If this book can be read with the sole desire to get at the facts, it will, I think, help us to a truer understanding of a struggle that is not only of deep human interest, but I believe, of vital importance to our country. Catherine Athol, Author's Foreword. A word of explanation as to the scheme of this book may be in place. In the first chapter I describe how, wishing to see the war from the rebel side, I went, in the first month of the outbreak, to Seville, by way of Portugal. I tell what I saw in Lisbon, giving an account of my interview with Coipo Delano, and try to convey the atmosphere at rebel headquarters. From the 6th chapter onwards, I take up this personal narrative again, describing successively the siege of the Alcazar, the bombardment of Madrid, the last days of Republican Malaga, and my arrest when this town fell into rebel hands. There the first part ends. The entire second part is devoted to my experiences in the prisons of Malaga and Seville, when, under sentence of death, I witnessed the executions of my fellow prisoners and waited for my own. Some readers may wish that I had left it at that, and had not interposed between chapters 1 and 7. Of Part I, the 5 chapters which deal with the historical roots of the struggle, its outbreak and background, as well as with the complicated problem of the Spanish Church. Nevertheless, I believe these chapters to be necessary. Without them, the subjective experiences described in the second part would lack their background. In that second part, I describe what I felt, but an essential, in some ways the essential, part of this dialogue with death was my knowledge of the objective meaning of this war. That knowledge is the background of Part 2, but I do not speak of it there. I take it for granted. And the public, after reading chapters 2 to 6, may be able to take it for granted also. AK Part 1 Chapter 1 Journey to Rebel Headquarters. On July 18, 1936, when the Franco Revolt broke out, I was staying at a little seaside resort on the Belgian coast, engaged in writing a pacifist novel. It looked at first as though the revolt had proved abortive, and that the government was master of the situation throughout Spain. Then the news grew more and more alarming. By the end of a week, it was clear that there was to be a civil war of long duration, with possible European complications. We greedily devoured a preposterous number of newspapers. The pacifist novel came to a standstill and found its way into a drawer, there to molder away forgotten. Requiescat in pace. The part played by the press in the Spanish affair was from the outset a most peculiar one. The rebels refused to allow a single correspondent of any left-wing or even liberal newspaper into their territory, while correspondents of newspapers with pronouncedly right-wing views were equally unwelcome on the government side. Thus, a state of affairs was rapidly created whereby, roughly speaking, the right-wing newspapers had correspondents only on the Franco side, and the liberal and left press only on the government side. The communiques from the respective headquarters were grossly contradictory, and almost as great were the discrepancies between the telegrams sent by the correspondents on both sides, for whom a drastic censorship, furthermore, made it impossible to send out unbiased messages. The Spanish Civil War had, as it were, infected the press of Europe. In these circumstances, as a journalist of liberal convictions and author of fragments of pacifist novels, the first was brought to an untimely end by the outbreak of the Abyssinian War, and the third I shall never dare to embark upon. I was bound to be tempted by the idea of getting into rebel territory. I arranged with the News Chronicle to try my luck at getting into Seville. I fancied I stood a better chance of success than many of my colleagues, since as occasional theater and film critic of the official organ of a Central European government, I was able to exploit certain connections. At this time, the first month of the Civil War, Seville was still the headquarters of the rebels, and likewise the central clearing station for the men and arms dispatched from Germany and Italy. I felt some uneasiness, but I calculated that the worst that could happen to me was that I should be expelled. Man proposes. On August 20th, I went to Cook's and bought a ticket to Lisbon. 2 days later, I embarked at Southampton. From the moment of leaving Cherbourg, an oppressive atmosphere hung over the ship. The steamer was called the Almanzora. It had left Southampton on August 22nd and was due to arrive at Lisbon on the 25th. It was full of Spaniards traveling to rebel territory. That is to say, they were either adherents of the rebel side or were behaving as though they were, since they had no desire to be arrested and denounced immediately on their arrival. Everyone was mistrustful of everyone else. We all sat in silence, reading the wireless news from the war zone posted up on the notice board, scrutinized our fellow passengers, and gave them a wide berth. The general tension was noticeable even in the first-class saloon, penetrating even that armor plate of icy boredom in which the Englishman on a sea voyage is so supremely able to encase himself. The Englishmen in the first class were almost all in sympathy with the rebels. Having read their Daily Mail thoroughly, they were firmly convinced that the rebellion was a crusade to save civilization. They took Quaipo Delano to be a kind of Richard Coeur de Lion at the microphone. Azania an anarchist. Any attempt to disabuse their minds of at least this last misconception only invited mistrust. A knowledge of the facts was in itself sufficient to bring one under suspicion of being a red. In the third class, opinions were divided. There was a 16-year-old Spanish boy who played around with a little Portuguese girl of about 15, sang charmingly to the guitar, and was given to making cheeky remarks. 5 days later, I saw him in Seville, being taken out of a van with a number of other prisoners and escorted through a line of gaping spectators into the headquarters of the Phalange Española. His face was bruised black and blue, and tears were running down his grimy cheeks. He did not recognize me, and I avoided making myself known to him. The next day, he was shot in accordance with the usual custom. On August 24th, we touched at the rebel port of Corunna. A Portuguese destroyer and a French cruiser, Le Triomphant, lay ill at ease in the utterly silent harbor. A motor sloop flying the flag of the Spanish monarchy, a yellow stripe on a red ground, surmounted by the Bourbon crown, brought on board the port officials, a commissioner of police and a representative of the Phalanx. The Phalangist, who was obviously acting as an auxiliary policeman, a fat, bespectacled youth of the type who has failed in his university examinations, planted himself down in the middle of the promenade deck so that he could be admired, raised his arm frequently in the fascist salute, announced that Madrid had fallen the day before, that all Freemasons, Jews and communists were going to be exterminated, that then, and then only, would life, in the true sense, begin it, and politely accepted the foreign cigarettes that were offered him. Vigo, the second rebel port that we touched at, presented a similar picture. Side by side, with an English destroyer, lay two Portuguese torpedo boats, and a little distance away, a German Dornier Wall flying boat rocked peacefully back and forth in the water. Otherwise, the harbor was utterly lifeless, and glowed a sullen red under the grilling rays of the sun, as though under a silent evil spell. And in peacetime, Vigo is the largest seaport for transatlantic shipping in the whole of Spain. Today the town, situated as it is only 20 miles from the Portuguese frontier, is the center of operations for the smuggling of German and Italian arms to the rebels. In Vigo itself, there was nothing to betray this fact. The harbor was cordoned off by a double row of sentries, who looked as though they would not hesitate to shoot at sight. Strolling through the town is for the foreigner for all the world like running the gauntlet. Every 100 paces or so, he is stopped by a patrol, and made to hold up his hands, turn out his pockets, and protest his complete innocence and his profound sympathy with the rebel cause, whereupon he is given a friendly pat on the shoulder and, with an Arriba, España, allowed to go on his way, only to run into the arms of the next patrol, when the whole business begins all over again. He notes, during his hour's walk through the town, that it is chock full of troop, legionaries, Carlists, Phalangists, but no Moors, that all taxis and private cars are labeled requisition, that all the young people wear a yellow armlet with the letter M, mobilizado, that the civilians slink timidly along by the walls, and that scarcely a single woman is to be seen out in the streets. He sees two suspects, one with a bleeding nose, being escorted into the Palace of Justice, and notices that the passers-by anxiously look the other way, to avoid hearing or seeing anything. He reads the notices posted up in the cafes. You are requested not to talk politics, and hears people talking in hushed whispers, for there are spies everywhere. He sees them tremble at the approach of every phalangist, for one never knows what is going to happen. He sees them buy newspapers announcing the fall of Madrid, the destruction of government cruisers, and the burning of Barcelona, and throw them aside unread, for they know that it is all lies. He even sees a funeral procession. The black motor hearse too bears the label requisitioned, and below this, the words, Viva España. The labels are stuck on securely and cannot be scratched off. Behind the hearse walked dignified gentlemen carrying top hats and wearing above the black mourning flower in their buttonholes the brightly colored royalist cockade. He sees the gaily beflagged houses, and behind the decorations, the windows with closed shutters, and all the time he is unable to shake off a dreamlike feeling that he's had this nightmare before, a feeling that the psychologists term déjà vu. He knows all this only too well. This picture of a provincial town under a dictatorship, The trembling townsfolk, the military let loose, the fear of spies, the whispered rumors, the constriction in the throat that affects a whole town, a whole population, like an epidemic. And when, an hour later, he is back on board the steamer and is questioned by the Englishman in the first class as to his impressions, he replies, in the words used by certain friends of Lord Lothian's to convey their enthusiastic impressions of Berlin, "The city is quiet, the trams are running, and there are no corpses lying about on the pavements." The Englishmen in the first class nod contentedly. They'd known it all along, of course. Where Franco rules, order and security prevail. The conspiracy in Lisbon. No sixth sense was needed to discover what game was being played in Portugal. It was played with the cards on the table. The facts that the diplomatic chancelleries of Europe obstinately and successfully refused to admit were to be seen in the streets of Lisbon in broad daylight. One's nose was positively rubbed into them. It all began while we were still on the steamer, during the passport examination before we disembarked. As a journalist, I was put through a special cross-examination, during which I noticed that one of the 3 Portuguese police officials present was not speaking Portuguese, but Spanish. I did not attach much importance to this circumstance at the time, and only discovered its significance the next morning in Lisbon, when I learned that the man in the uniform of the Portuguese political police, the International Police it is called, was in fact a Spaniard, a representative of the Burgos Junta. It was in his power to decide who should land in Lisbon, the capital of Portugal, and who should not. A few days before my arrival, Albia, the ex-president of the Argentine Republic and leader of the Argentinian Moderate Radical Party, had arrived in Lisbon. We shall first have to ask the representative of the Burgos government whether you may land, the police officials on the steamer had said to him. I was later informed that the Burgos Junta's liaison officer in Lisbon, Senor Gil, was one of the heads of the Portuguese International Police. I had anticipated having some difficulty in getting into rebel territory, and I therefore applied to a Central European consul in Lisbon, whom I knew, for advice. You will, of course, have to get a visa, said the consul. A visa? From whom? Why, said the consul, from Senor Gil Robles, of course. Where am I to find Gil Robles? Why, at the embassy. It transpired that there were 2 Spanish embassies in Lisbon. In the one was the legal representative of the Madrid government, Sanchez Albornoz, a sick man, entirely isolated, deserted by his staff, spied upon by the civil police, to all intents and purposes a prisoner of the Portuguese government. The other, the Black Embassy, calling itself the agency of the Burgos Junta, had its offices at that time in the Hotel Avis, and was run by 2 people who detested each other. One was Gil Robles, the other, who went under the alias of Hernandez de Villa, was Nicolas Franco, General Franco's youngest brother. The Central European consul of whom I have already spoken took me on the evening of my arrival to Estoril, the Lituque of Portugal, an hour's journey out of Lisbon. The consul was a very nice fellow, married to a Portuguese aristocrat, and therefore on friendly terms with the rebel leaders. At the Estoril casino we came across a great number of them, some sitting at the bar, some playing back, others training a Koran. It was altogether a curious company that was gathered here in this casino, behind the front lines of the little Iberian World War. The ambassador of a Balkan state, heaven knows why this state maintains an embassy in Portugal, was reeling about, obviously the worse for drink, among the dancing couples on the terrace. A Japanese and a Hungarian attaché were whispering at the bar, evidently thinking themselves terribly important, while ladies of the Portuguese aristocracy, my friend's wife among them, went to and fro among the company with collecting sheets for Franco's hospitals, as they said with a flutter of their eyelids. The atmosphere was just such as one might find in Shanghai or Harbin. Most of the ladies and gentlemen were slightly tipsy, and all were filled with a great sense of their own importance. It obviously gave them great satisfaction to be able to point out to a foreign journalist that so-and-so was a spy, or an arms smuggler, or a foreign agent. If one had taken them seriously, one might have imagined that half Astoril consisted of super spies, all playing the part of the man who was Thursday. This visit to the casino as an introduction to the Civil War was to prove useful after all, for I got to know one or two leading figures of the rebel aristocracy socially, as it were, and I even gained permission to put up at the Hotel Aviz. There I made the acquaintance of some more leading officials at the Lisbon rebel headquarters. Amongst them, Franco's brother, Gil Robles, the Marqués de Quintanar, and the Marqués de la Vega de Anzo, both of the Falange Española, and Señor Mariano Diamadeo y Galarmenti, who posed as Spanish ambassador to Ideo. The atmosphere at rebel headquarters was completely unlike that at the casino. In the Hotel Aviz, there prevailed a bizarre mixture of conspiratorial secrecy and court ceremonial. One had a feeling that all these black-coated gentlemen, as they discussed, in hushed whispers and in tones of exquisite courtesy, running, plans for the offensive, exchange transactions, and, last but not least, the commission accruing therefrom, imagined their necks to be still encased in the starched ruffles of the court of Philip II. The only exception was Gil Robles. When the Marqués de la Vega de Anzo presented me to him as an English newspaper correspondent, he flatly and abruptly turned his back on us, to the silent consternation of his assembled staff. This was a piece of luck for me, for the Marqués, his former secretary, proceeded to reproach him at such length for his undiplomatic handling of the press that he finally gave me, in addition to my rebel passport, a letter of recommendation in his own handwriting to General Queipo de Llano in Seville, which in its turn produced the unexpected result that the latter, who was on terms of open hostility with Gil Robles, kept me waiting for 4 hours for an interview. During my stay in the Hotel Aviz, I had ample opportunity of collecting evidence with regard to the activities of the Portuguese rebel headquarters. Later on, I had occasion to give evidence in London with regard to these activities before the Committee of Inquiry into breaches of international law relating to intervention in Spain. Since that time, the fact that the Portuguese government is virtually in a state of war with Madrid has gradually become common knowledge in Europe, so that there is no longer any point in recapitulating these things. I stayed in Lisbon only 36 hours. On the night of August 26th, armed with my salvo-conducto from Gil Robles and Franco's brother, I left for Seville. Our journey as far as Ayamonte, the Spanish frontier station, was made by the regular train service. The frontier is formed by a river, the Guadiana. We were taken across by ferry, for there is no bridge at this spot. It was here that 3 days before fugitives from rebel territory had thrown themselves in the river, in order to swim to the frontier of a country which they took to be neutral. Phalangists had fired after them with their rifles, and Portuguese on the opposite bank, finding this entertaining sport, had done the same. Not one of the fugitives had reached the bank alive. Even had they done so, they would have been sent back again. From Ayamonte to Seville there is a bus service. The road runs through Huelva and La Palma del Condado, that is to say, through a district that has been more or less from the outset in rebel hands. Nevertheless, the villages on the route gave an impression of disorder. At every little stopping place a group of men who had up till then been sitting chatting outside the town hall threw away their cigarettes and, seizing their rifles, surrounded the bus. Their appearance was hardly such as to arouse confidence. Had one not known them to be the guardians of law and order, one would have taken them for bandits. Spain, arise, everybody get out. There followed a strict examination of passports and luggage, effectively backed up by the muzzles of the loaded rifles. We were mostly well-dressed people in the bus. The only suspect was a young man in a blue fitter's overall, and he was the only one to be subjected to a personal search. As we were about to leave Huelva, and he had been searched for the 6th or 7th time, he let fall a protest, which was met by a blow in the face. He turned pale and lapsed into silence. The official behaved as though nothing had happened. We drove on. Round about 1 o'clock we arrived in Seville. We drew up in a large square where workmen were engaged in changing the street nameplate on a corner house. They took down the old plate on which was written Square of the Republic and nailed up a new one which read Primo de Rivera I Square. The rusty Republic plate they packed away carefully in brown paper. I wonder if they will ever unpack it again. The first native of Seville that I spoke to after my arrival was the porter of the Hotel Madrid, who carried my suitcase from the bus stop to the hotel. He spoke a little French and was pleased at an opportunity of showing off his knowledge. "You'll be all right at our hotel. You needn't be afraid there," he informed me confidentially. "We've only had 2 arrests in the last few days. One was a French journalist. The Seguridad fetched him from the hotel at 3 o'clock this morning to examine his passport. Probably they'll let him go again quite soon. The other was an Englishman from Gibraltar, who registered at the hotel as General Belt. He came the day before yesterday and was arrested straight away. For 2 days we sent food in to him in prison, but yesterday it was sent back. Either they shot him or let him go. Either he is a spy or it was a mistake. With us, as I said, you'll be all right. If you'd gone to the Hotel Christina, you wouldn't be so well off, for the Christina is full of German officers, and they take everyone for a spy, especially anyone who speaks French." All this was hardly calculated to cheer me up. In the vestibule of the Hotel Madrid, I found several French journalists sitting drinking aperitifs. They too did not appear to be exactly cheerful. Grand of the Havas agency was there, René Brou, the Pathé Gazette man, and 1 or 2 others. Antoine of L'Intransigeant was not amongst them. It was he whom the police had fetched out of bed at 3 o'clock that morning. I should have liked to join them at the table, but they gave me no invitation to do so. They were a dejected, timid little company, and most of them sat about in the hotel vestibule more or less all day long without putting their noses outside. On the day of my departure, I learned that the Frenchmen were under a sort of collective house arrest, as it were. The rebel press chief, Captain Boleyn, we shall come across his name frequently in the course of this book, was in a towering rage with them because news had trickled through into the French press of the horrible massacre at Badajoz. He had declared on the morning of my arrival, and after Antoine's arrest, that they might not visit the front in future, except in organized parties under military supervision. The next expedition was not to take place for some days. Until then, he privately advised them, if possible, not to leave their hotel. And so there sat the Frenchmen sipping their aperitifs, as though at a funeral feast. They were worried to death about Antoine. He was released that evening, and was in such a hurry to leave that he scuttled off by taxi to Gibraltar at 5 o'clock in the morning. In his paper, however, he said no word of this. Newspapers do not publish accounts of such adventures. They are afraid that if they do so, the rebels will refuse to allow any more of their correspondence into rebel territory. 3 days later, Brou was arrested. He was kept in prison for 3 weeks. Boleyn personally threatened to shoot him because he had filmed the bloodbath of Badajoz. Jean Desmais too was arrested. I do not know for how long he was kept in prison. The story appeared in the French press. Brou and Desmais were forced to deny it for the sake of their colleagues, who were still in Boleyn's hands, the delicate hands of a rebel propaganda chief. There were no other English correspondents in Seville besides myself, and I was lucky. Just before I was to be arrested, I escaped to Gibraltar and was not arrested until 5 months later. I imagine that foreign correspondents in Spain will have a lot of tales to tell when the war is over, and there is no more need for caution. My first step was to go straight to Boleyn. He was very pleasant and told me that the rebels hoped soon to win the war. It was impossible to get anything more out of him. Then I went on foot to Quaipo Delano's headquarters to present my letters of introduction and to secure an interview with the general himself. At rebel headquarters, the headquarters of the 2nd Division of the rebel army, under the command of General Quaipo Delano, is in the Cala de las Palmas, in the heart of Seville. It is a typical Spanish building with doors and windows opening on sunny, cloistered courtyards. Day and night, these courtyards are filled with a motley and confused throng of men in the most varied uniforms. Foreign legionaries of the Tercio, adventurous figures straight from the films, elegant Carlists with red Basque beret, young merchants' sons in the uniform of the Falange Española, airmen in white uniforms who, curiously enough, speak broken Spanish and while away the time of waiting in reading the Volkischer Beobachter. All these people jostle and elbow each other languidly in the courtyards, roll cigarettes, and wait. For what? The sergeant major next to me has been waiting 36 hours to be received by Colonel Koestler, Quaipo Delano's chief of staff. He has spent the night in the courtyard, has had his food brought to him from the canteen, and takes it all as a matter of course. The airmen are waiting for orders. The non-commissioned officers are waiting for mess vouchers. The quartermaster's sergeants are waiting for the pay for their troops. No one is in a hurry. Everything proceeds at a leisurely pace. In amongst this crowd come and go priests and chaplains, important-looking gentlemen in civilian clothes, couriers whom I saw in Lisbon, women in black veils inquiring after the whereabouts of their husbands, newsboys, shoe blacks, ice vendors, all in the courtyard of the general staff, in the holy of holies of the Civil War. Only a few steps from General Quaipo Delano's sanctum. This room too opens directly onto the court, and the door, hidden only by a screen, it is left open because of the heat. If you stand on tiptoe, you can see the gaunt figure of the general within, bending over a flag, bedecked map with Colonel Koestler and a German airman. It is difficult to believe that in this nonchalant, languid, leisured atmosphere, decisions are being taken as to the plan of campaign for the following day, decisions affecting the life and death of people and cities. And yet, the whole scene is in perfect keeping with the general picture presented by the first few weeks of the war, about which, for all the ferocity and dogged resolution displayed by both sides, there is a curious note of improvisation, of unorganized, hectic activity. I waited 4 hours for my promised interview with Quaipo Delano, but when the council of war was over, the general had to repair to the studio to give his famous daily talk over the wireless. The studio was just across the courtyard, opposite his room. Its furniture, likewise improvised, consisted of a microphone, a desk, and a recess, where a radio engineer with earphones clamped over his head was testing the acoustics. The general's talk lasts an hour, during which time the door of the studio is left open. By evening, the crowd in the courtyard has thinned out somewhat. Officers and soldiers sit down informally on the paving stones of the courtyard and listen to the general, cigarettes in their mouths. The general stands at the microphone, his notes in his hand. He gesticulates violently as he talks, but keeps an eye the whole time on the engineer, who, like the conductor of an orchestra, gives him a silent signal whenever his diction is either too loud or too soft. After about an hour he concludes, somewhat abruptly, with his usual buenas noches. The whole courtyard grins and applauds, and the general acknowledges their approval with a courteous little bow, just as though he were on the stage. A very odd glimpse, this, of the general staff of an army, but the observer has long since ceased to be astonished. Did he not know the bestial reality behind all this, he would imagine that he was either dreaming or was present at an opera. Portrait of a rebel general. At this time, General Quaipo Delano was one of the most famous broadcasters in the world. Every evening, millions of adherents and opponents listened into his talk from Seville with mixed feelings, but with rapt attention. Never, probably, in the whole history of wars and civil wars has a general made speeches to the world. And such picturesque speeches, too. And even if his accounts of the strategic situation are frequently contradicted by the facts on the very next day, they have never been lacking in a certain artistic charm. Here are some samples taken at random. July 23, 1936. Our brave legionaries and regulars have shown the red cowards what it means to be a man. And, incidentally, the wives of the Reds, too. These communist and anarchist women, after all, have made themselves fair game by their doctrine of free love. And now they have at least made the acquaintance of real men, and not milksops of militiamen. Kicking their legs about and struggling once saved them. Now, August 12th, died. The Marxists are ravening beasts, but we are gentlemen. Senor Campanis deserves to be stuck like a pig. August 18th. I have to inform you that I have in my power, as hostages, a large number of the relatives of the Madrid criminals, who are answerable with their lives for our friends in the capital. I likewise repeat what I have already said, namely, that we have a number of the miners from the Rio Tinto mines in our prisons. I don't know why we are called rebels. After all, we have 9/10 of Spain behind us. And since we have 9/10 of Spain behind us, I fancy that those on the other side are rebels, and that we should be treated as the legal government by the rest of the world. Yeah. August 19th. 80% of the families of Andalusia are already in mourning, and we shall not hesitate either to adopt even more rigorous measures to assure our ultimate victory. We shall go on to the bitter end and continue our good work until not a single Marxist is left in Spain. September 3rd. If the bombardment of La Linea or one of the other coastal towns is repeated, we shall have 3 members of the families of each of the Red sailors executed. We don't like doing this, but war is war. September 8th. I have given it orders for 3 members of the families of each of the day, the Waidana sailors of the Loyalist cruiser that bombarded La Linea to be shot. To conclude my talk, I should like and didn't to tell my daughter in Paris that we are all in excellent health and that we should pinionate like onye to hear from my nanya her. Now, Barayona J. I had heard a few of these gems before my departure from Paris, and had pictured the speaker as a kind of Spanish Falstaff or Gargantua. Coarse, jovial, red-nosed, fat, and apoplectic. And now he was actually standing 5 paces away from me, in front of the microphone, on a lanky, gaunt, almost ascetic frame was poised ahead with expressionless, sullen features. A thin-lipped mouth covered by a short, scanty mustache, and gray cold eyes in which a smile was seldom, a peculiar and disconcerting flicker frequently visible. The contrast between the extremely grave and restrained, if crabbed personality of the general and his spicy, burlesque way of expressing himself at the microphone was not merely staggering, it was positively uncanny. His talk had now come to an end. While it was being translated into Portuguese, the general led me across the courtyard to his room. His first question was whether reception of Seville was good in Paris and London, and whether his talks came over well. On my answering in the affirmative, he continued ruminatively. I am told that I can scarcely be heard anywhere in Central Europe. Atmospherics are supposed to be responsible, but I am rather inclined to think there is deliberate interference from other stations. A somewhat painful pause ensued. Then, before I had time to put my first question, Quipo Delano asked me rather brusquely, "How is it that you've come to Seville?" I reminded the general that I had received a salvo conducto signed by Gil Robles in Lisbon. "Don't talk to me about Gil Robles," interrupted His Excellency ill-humoredly. "When we are victorious, Spain will be governed by a military cabinet. We shall sweep away all the parties and their representatives. None of these gentlemen will be members of the government. Yes, only. Not even Senor Gil Robles. I can assure you that Senor Gil Robles will not be a member of the new government." I turned the conversation round to foreign affairs. What would happen in the event of a victory of the military party? The answer was short and succinct. Spain will maintain the closest friendly relations with Germany, Italy, and Portugal, all of which states support us in our struggle and whose corporate constitution we intend to imitate. To my next question, what would be the relations of the new Spain to those countries which adhered strictly to the non-intervention agreement? His Excellency's answer was no less precise. It consisted of 2 words: less friendly. Finally, I questioned him as to the origin of the German and Italian planes, the activities of which on the nationalist side had aroused such lively comments abroad. "We bought those machines in Tetuan," replied Quipo Delano with a smile. "It's nobody's business." "Whom did you buy them from in Tetuan?" "From a private trader who buys and sells aeroplanes off his own bat." I failed to discover from His Excellency the name of this curious private individual in Tetuan, who apparently was in a position to deal in dozens of the most up-to-date foreign warplanes. I also failed to get in any further questions, for the general broke off abruptly and proceeded immediately to a description of the atrocities committed by the government troops. For some 10 minutes he described in a steady flood of words, which now and then became extremely racy, how the Marxists slit open the stomachs of pregnant women and speared the foetuses, how they had tied 2-year-old girls onto their fathers' knees, violated them, poured petrol on them, and set them on fire. This went on and on, unceasingly, one story following another, a perfect clinical demonstration in sexual psychopathology. Spittle oozed from the corners of the general's mouth, and there was the same flickering glow in his eyes which I had remarked in them during some passages of his broadcast. I interrupted again and again to ask him where these things had happened, and was given the names of 2 places, Puente Genil and Lora del Rio. When I asked whether His Excellency had in his possession documentary evidence with regard to these excesses, he replied in the negative. He had special couriers, he said, who brought him verbal information with regard to incidents of this kind from all sectors of the front. Unexpectedly, the flood ceased, and I was given my congé. Some days later, the Spanish consul in Gibraltar told me that, on the occasion of an officers' banquet in Tetuan in the year 1926, he had seen Quipo Delano in an epileptic fit. Although Seville swarms with soldiers, it is not the army that chiefly impresses its character on the town. The dominant element is the phalanx. The headquarters of the phalanx in Seville is in the Cala Trajano. On the afternoon of August 28th, I myself saw a lorry load of prisoners from the Rio Tinto mines being taken there. The scene was terrible. About half the prisoners were wearing bandages soaked through with fresh blood, and they were bundled out of the lorry like sacks. The street was cordoned off by a double file of civil guards. Behind them, the crowd stood looking on in silence. Speechless, grim, it lingered outside the building for another half-hour, staring at the walls and the pale sentries. Then it dispersed. It had been waiting for the sound of shots from within, but it had waited in vain. Executions are carried out at night. In the cafes in Seville, 2 notices hang side by side. The first forbids anyone to talk politics. The other makes an appeal for volunteers for the national militia, the pay offered being 3 pesetas a day. In Portugal, volunteers for Spain are promised 12 to 15 pesetas. I had an opportunity of watching a recruiting commission at work for about an hour. About 30 candidates had queued up, no more. The first question that was put to each of them was whether he could read and write. The illiterates, of whom there were about 10, were lined up in a special file, and about half of them were accepted. They were nearly all laborers and agricultural workers. Of the literates, only one, a peasant lad, was accepted, all the rest being rejected. The recruiting commission had orders to turn down any suspicious character. By suspicious characters are understood industrial workers, unemployed, anyone wearing spectacles, and agricultural laborers with that indefinable something in their appearance that betrays contact with revolutionary ideas. The recruiting officers, and still more so the sergeant majors, knew how to detect this something. I saw how this procedure worked out in practice during the hour I spent there. Out of what was in itself, for a whole morning, a ridiculously small number of 30 candidates, only 5 were accepted. Andalusia is a poverty-stricken province with social contrasts of medieval intensity, and every second person has that something in his gaze. And here we touch upon the chief problem of the rebels, their chronic lack of manpower. Franco and his generals were unable to introduce conscription on any considerable scale. They knew that they had the masses against them. They knew that every bayonet that they forced into the hands of the peasants of Andalusia and Estremadura might be turned against them at a suitable moment. The Spanish army never has been a people's army. As we shall see in a later chapter, there has always been a disproportionately large number of officers in it, a characteristic which has been still further intensified during the course of the Civil War. At the end of a year's fighting, the Moors, estimated at about 80,000, the Italians, estimated at about 100,000, and the picked troops of the Foreign Legion constitute the backbone of the infantry in Franco's army. Then come, in the order of their numerical strength, the political formations, the Falange Española, and the Requetes. The actual Spanish regular infantry counts last in Franco's army. This chronic lack of manpower has been more than compensated for, from a strategic point of view, by supplies of the most up-to-date war material from abroad. On July 15, 1937, almost exactly a year after the outbreak of the Civil War, the Daily Telegraph wrote, General Franco continues to rely principally on relatively small forces supported by very heavy armaments. In some quarters it has been estimated that there was 1 machine gun to every 4 men. This is probably an exaggeration. Nevertheless, the insurgents used very large numbers of machine guns in proportion to their effectives. 1b. The situation on the government side was exactly the opposite. Madrid had at its command an infinite supply of men, and for a time was numerically 2 to 3 times as strong as the rebels. But these forces were without training, without discipline, without officers, and without arms. On the rebel side, there were companies with 1 machine gun to every 4 men. On the Republican side, there were companies where 4 men shared a single rifle. My stay in Seville was very instructive and very brief. My private hobby was tracking down the German airmen, that is to say, the secret imports of planes and pilots, which at that time was in full swing, but was not so generally known as it is today. It was the time when European diplomacy was just celebrating its honeymoon with the non-intervention pact. Hitler was denying having dispatched aircraft to Spain, and Franco was denying having received them, while there before my very eyes fat, blonde German pilots, living proof to the contrary, were consuming vast quantities of Spanish fish, andouille, barnage, bijou, monocles clamped into their eyes, reading the Volkischer Beobachter. There were 4 of these gentlemen in the Hotel Christina in Seville at about lunchtime on August 28, 1936. The Christina is the hotel of which the porter had told me that it was full of German officers, and that it was not advisable to go there because every foreigner was liable to be taken for a spy. I went there, nevertheless. It was, as I have said, about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. As I entered the lounge, the 4 pilots were sitting at a table, drinking sherry. The fish came later. Their uniforms consisted of the white overall worn by Spanish airmen. On their breasts were 2 embroidered wings with a small swastika in a circle. A swastika in a circle with wings is the so-called emblem of distinction of the German National Socialist Party. Die Col Latter Day. In addition to the 4 men in uniform, one other gentleman was sitting at the table. He was sitting with his back to me. I could not see his face. I took my place some tables further on. A new face in the lounge of a hotel occupied by officers always creates a stir in times of civil war. I could tell that the 5 men were discussing me. After some time, the 5th man, the one with his back to me, got up and strolled past my table with an air of affected indifference. He had obviously been sent out to reconnoiter. As he passed my table, I looked up quickly from my paper and hid my face even more quickly behind it again. But it was of no use. The man had recognized me, just as I had recognized him. It was Herr Strindberg, the undistinguished son of the great August Strindberg. He was a Nazi journalist and war correspondent in Spain for the Ullstein Group. This was the most disagreeable surprise imaginable. I had known the man years previously in Germany, at a time when Hitler had been still knocking at the door, and he himself had been a passionate Democrat. At that time, I had been on the editorial staff of the Ullstein Group, and his room had been only 3 doors from mine. Then Hitler came to power, and Strindberg became a Nazi. We had no further truck with one another, but he was perfectly aware of my views and political convictions. He knew me to be an incorrigible left-wing liberal, and this was quite enough to incriminate me. My appearance in this haunt of Nazi airmen must have appeared all the more suspect, inasmuch as he could not have known that I was in Seville for an English newspaper. He behaved as though he had not recognized me, and I did the same. He returned to his table. He began to report to his friends in an excited whisper. The 5 gentlemen put their heads together. Then followed a strategic maneuver. 2 of the airmen strolled towards the door, obviously to cut off my retreat. The 3rd went to the Potter's Lodge and telephoned obviously to the police. The 4th pilot and Strindberg paced up and down the room. I felt more and more uncomfortable, and every moment expected the Guardia Civil to turn up and arrest me. I thought the most sensible thing would be to put an innocent face on the whole thing. And getting up, I shouted across the 2 intervening tables with, badly, simulated astonishment. "Hello? Aren't you Strindberg?" He turned pale and became very embarrassed, for he had not expected such a piece of impudence. "I beg your pardon, I am talking to this gentleman," he said. Had I still had any doubts, this behavior on his part would, in itself, have made it patent to me that the fellow had denounced. Well, I thought, the only thing that's going to get me out of this is a little more impudence. I asked him in a very loud voice, and as arrogantly as possible, what reason he had for not shaking hands with me. He was completely bowled over at this, and literally gasped. At this point his friend, Airman Number 4, joined in the fray. With a stiff little bow he told me his name, von Bernhardt, and demanded to see my papers. The little scene was carried on entirely in German. I asked by what right Herr von Bernhardt, as a foreigner, demanded to see my papers. Herr von Bernhardt said that as an officer in the Spanish army, he had a right to ask every suspicious character for his papers. Had I not been so agitated, I should have pounced upon this statement as a toothsome morsel. That a man with a swastika on his breast should acknowledge himself in German to be an officer in Franco's army would have been a positive titbit for the non-intervention committee. I merely said, however, that I was not a suspicious character, but an accredited correspondent of the London News Chronicle, that Captain Boleyn would confirm this, and that I refused to show my papers. When Strindberg heard me mention the News Chronicle, he did something that was quite out of place. He began to scratch his head. Herr von Bernhardt, too, grew uncomfortable at the turn of events and sounded a retreat. We went on arguing for a while, until Captain Boleyn entered the hotel. I hastened up to him and demanded that the others should apologize to me, thinking to myself that attack was the best defense and that I must manage at all costs to prevent Strindberg from having his say. Boleyn was astonished at the scene and indignantly declared that he refused to have anything to do with the whole stupid business, and that in time of civil war he didn't give a damn whether two people shook hands or not. In the meantime, the civil guards had actually arrived on the scene, with fixed bayonets and pugnacious expressions, to arrest the suspicious character. Boleyn angrily told them to go to the devil, and to the devil they went. I decamped there and then from the confounded Christina. Arrived at my hotel, I began hurriedly to pack. I had hardly finished when a French colleague of mine came up to my room and privately advised me to leave for Gibraltar as quickly as possible. He was obviously acting as the mouthpiece of some higher authority, but he refused to say whom. He merely said that he had heard of the shindy and that the whole affair might turn out very seriously for me. 8 hours later, I was in Gibraltar. 24 hours later, I learned from private sources that a warrant for my arrest had been issued in Seville. So Strindberg Jr. had had his say after all. I don't care two hoots, I thought. Seville has seen the last of me. There I was wrong. Chapter 2. Historical Retrospect. In his recently published book on Australia, Egon Erwin Kish relates the following amusing anecdote. Sydney was celebrating Anniversary Day. Kish took part in the jubilations, the processions, and so forth, and thought it all marvelous until suddenly it occurred to him that he did not know in the least what was being celebrated. He looked through the papers and found page-long and flowery accounts of the program of festivities, but not a word as to what it was that was actually being celebrated. He made inquiries of 10 of his Australian friends and received 10 different answers. Finally, in desperation, he consulted the Encyclopedia Britannica, and there at last found the answer to the riddle. The Australians actually commemorate the arrival of the first convict ship, but they have long since forgotten or have tried to forget the historical event to which Anniversary Day owes its existence. I must leave to my friend Kish the responsibility for the accuracy of his anecdote. But even if a pure invention, it is a good story, and might very aptly be applied to Spain. Ask 10 different people what were the origins and causes of the Spanish Civil War, and you will be given 10 different answers. If you continue to play this little game long enough, you will find that the view on which there is most unanimity is the one that maintains that Spain is the battleground of a struggle between reds and whites, between communism and fascism. This is an entirely erroneous view. During the 12 months of the Civil War, the clamor of demagogues and the mutterings of the ignorant have so obscured and distorted the real facts of the situation that it is now scarcely possible for the onlooker to make head or tail of them. All that he can see are bloody arabesques traced on the facade of an historical process without being able to penetrate to its structural foundation. The roots of the Spanish question lie in the agrarian problem. In any discussion of the events now being played out in Spain, it is imperative to bear in mind the fact that it has remained to this day a country with a semi-feudal structure. The distribution of land in 1933 was as follows. Land owned. Category annual percentage in hectares, percentage of total. Large landowners 50-0, 123, 200-0, 51.5. Peasants owning large farms 700-0, 14-15, 800-0, 35.2. Peasants owning small farms 100, 25-0, 11.1. Poor peasants 1, 200, and 50-0, 25, 100.2. Agricultural laborers 2, 0, 40, 0, 0, 0. Total 500,145,104. These figures serve as a kind of compass by which to find one's bearings in the Spanish chaos. They show that the landed aristocracy, which constitutes barely 1% of the total rural population, controls more than half the total area of cultivable land. That is to say, 50,000 feudal magnates own more land than the remaining 99% of the population put together. The millions of small peasants and agricultural workers live in abject poverty and misery. About 3 million out of a total rural population of 5 million possessed in 1933 so little or such poor land that their standard of life scarcely differed from that of the agricultural laborers owning no land at all. The houses in the villages in the interior of Spain often consist of a single room. Anyone looking in at the door can see the whole household. An iron bedstead facing the door, 2 or 3 chairs and a bench, a few primitive cooking utensils hanging on the walls, and invariably a swarm of children and dogs, to say nothing of flies. The floor is often of dried clay. Many of these houses are completely devoid of the luxury of windows, a round hole in the wall taking their place. The single door serves to light the room, to provide entry and exit for men and beasts, and to carry away the smoke. In 1932, there were still rural areas in Andalusia, and for that matter, at the very gates of Madrid, where large numbers of agricultural laborers and their families lived like troglodytes in caves and pits dug out of the hillside. In 1929, the average daily wage of an agricultural laborer was 3 pesetas, worth at that time a shilling. Women's wages were half this amount, that is, 6 pence, and the working day lasted from sunrise to sunset. Agricultural laborers possessed neither rights nor means of protecting their interests. In the villages, the only law, the only authority was the despotic rule of the cacique, the local boss, backed up by the rifles of the civil guard. Moreover, work was available only on 100 to 200 days in the year. Spanish agricultural laborers have always lived under the threat of starvation. For centuries, their unspeakably wretched condition has been the most urgent social problem of the Iberian Peninsula. This is the first fundamental fact that must be constantly borne in mind. The second concerns the position of the Church. The Catholic Church is the largest landowner in Spain. This explains why the Spanish peasants' struggle for existence was bound at the same time to be a struggle against the secular power of the Church. The anti-clerical character of all Spanish mass movements since the 17th century is a direct and inevitable consequence of the temporal power exercised by the Spanish clergy ever since the expulsion of the Moors. With the dawn of the industrial era, the Spanish Church assumed as dominating a position in the commercial world as it had hitherto done in agriculture. It controlled banks and industrial concerns, owned urban house property, and had adopted the most up-to-date business methods of modern capitalism. Until 1936, the tramway system in Madrid belonged to the Church. A number of typical Spanish cabarets, with their, to English ideas, very risque programs, were controlled by holding companies with clerical capital. Among the big 5 banks of the Iberian Peninsula was the Banco Espiritu Santo, the Bank of the Holy Ghost, which largely helped to finance Franco's insurrection. It is essential to appreciate the peculiar position of the Spanish Church in order to realize that the struggle of Spanish democracy against the clergy is not an anti-religious struggle, but a purely secular political struggle waged against an extremely secular, extremely political opponent. A struggle which all the Western democracies waged successfully centuries ago when they set to work to lay the foundations of a liberal era. It is the struggle of Henry VIII against Rome, the struggle of France in the 18th century for the rights of man. The Spanish clergy, in whose traditions the stake and the torture chamber of the Inquisition live on unforgotten, still possessed to all intents and purposes until February 1936 that power and that mentality against which Rabelais, Voltaire, the encyclopedists, Tom Paine and Godwin all invade. The anti-clerical demands of the Spanish Popular Front in the year 1936 were not a whit more radical or red than those of the writers of the Age of Enlightenment. Separation of church and state, distribution of church lands amongst the landless peasants, secular education, freedom of religious worship, freedom of speech, and freedom of the pen. If this is anarchism, then John Stuart Mill was an anarchist. If it needed the inspiration of Moscow to raise these demands, then Cromwell was a hireling of Stalin. The truth is that the Spanish Popular Front was not striving towards a Soviet state or a Bakunian utopia, but towards one goal alone: the raising of the Spanish state, which had never yet succeeded in emerging from the clerical, feudal stage to the constitutional, material and spiritual level of the great European democracies. This is, moreover, not the first attempt of the kind to be made in Spain. For 200 years, the ruling caste of Spain, the grandees and the clergy, have successfully resisted all such attempts. No country experienced as many revolts, changes of government and revolutions in the course of the 18th and 19th centuries as did Spain. Again and again, the property of the church was confiscated, and the Jesuits were expelled, for example, in the years 1767, 1808, 1838, and 1852. But within a few years, the forces of reaction once more gained the upper hand and the status quo was restored. Feudal proprietors of vast latifundia, a tenacious church, a corrupt court, and parasitic military cliques once more ruled over the land. Again and again, a progressive middle class allowed its adversaries to wrest from it what it had gained in the course of bitter struggles. It almost looks as though the left in Spain has always suffered from a deep-seated, age-long inferiority complex. If ever it has come to power, it has apparently been to its own surprise, and it has never really known what to do with its power. The politicians of the left have always been, to use an expression of Upton Sinclair's, idealists and amateurs. This is a disease of all young democracies, and the more soberly the progressives have acted, the more brutal and bloody has been the reaction to follow. In some respects, the Carlist Wars of the 19th century were a prelude, providing many analogies, to the Civil War of 1936. On the one side, one finds the liberal government of Madrid, a government all too receptive to illusions. On the other, the coldly calculating feudal forces of reaction, in league with the church and the army, whose watchwords are inviolability of the clergy and absolute monarchy without parliamentary control. These high-sounding phrases merely serve as a screen to conceal the interest of the reaction in the maintenance of the status quo on the land. In both of the Carlist Wars, the Spanish feudal caste enjoyed the active support of the reactionary European powers, particularly that of Prussia, while the English and French democracies confined themselves largely to platonic expressions of sympathy with the other side, and always with the same melancholy result. Democracy bleeds to death, the Middle Ages triumph, and passive observers beyond the Pyrenees raise their hands in pious horror and protest against the atrocities. The triumph of barbarism bears fruit. Spain at the beginning of the 19th century loses its colonies and becomes the poorest nation in Western Europe, a sort of dim czarist state in the Mediterranean, the Iberian outside. There is a proverb that says, Africa begins at the Pyrenees. At the beginning of the 20th century, Spain gradually awoke from its charmed slumber. Catalonia, Asturias, the Basque Country were rapidly being industrialized. The liberal middle classes, which were too timid and too weak of themselves to wage a successful struggle for political emancipation, were joined by an ally, the workers' movement. In 1930, the number of miners, industrial workers, railway workers, dock workers, and subordinate employees was about 2 million. In addition, there were about 300,000 domestic servants. The urban workers' wages and conditions were not unlike those prevailing on the land, and were so low as to be comparable only with those obtaining in Tsarist Russia or the Balkans. A British consular report for the year 1924, describing the housing conditions of the Spanish workers, stated that rents were so high in relation to wages that in the workers' districts several families were obliged to occupy a flat scarcely large enough for one childless couple. Just as everything in this country, hermetically sealed and isolated by the barrier of the Pyrenees, is subject to laws of a markedly peculiar and individual nature, just as the Spanish Church still marches under the banner of Ignatius Loyola and Torquemada, and the Spanish landed proprietor under the banner of the medieval feudal lord, so too has the Spanish workers' movement, from the very outset, developed its own specific peculiarities. When in the 70s, at the time of the First International, the European workers' movement experienced its first split and Marx and Bakunin parted ways forever, the Spanish workers' movement split up into two sections: the adherents of Marx, who called themselves autoritarios, and the adherents of Bakunin, who called themselves anti-autoritarios, enemies of authority. The former group became the germ of the Spanish section of the Socialist International, with Madrid as its stronghold. Out of the latter there grew up the FA, the Iberian Anarchist Federation, with its stronghold in Barcelona. Spanish, or more correctly, Catalan anarchism is a national phenomenon, and there is nothing to correspond with it in the rest of the world. It is a complete fallacy to look upon Spanish anarchism as nihilism or as a purely negative movement. The anarchistic doctrines of Bakunin, Kropotkin, and company are, on the contrary, based on an incurable and fanatical optimism, namely on the theory that human beings are born good, and that only institutions and tyrants are to blame for the evils of social life. Hence, the naive conclusion that it is only necessary to shoot down these tyrants and abolish these institutions for all to be well with the world and for the golden age to be ushered in. The classical theory of socialism, according to which transitional, staged, of pedagogic, rule, on the part of the most highly developed section of the community must intervene after the downfall of the old system until all traces of the obsolete regime are obliterated from social life, and the consciousness of man, and until the transitory regime itself gradually withers away, when, as a result of the improvement in material and ideological standards, it has become superfluous, and the ultimate stage of ideal anarchy, that is, of absolute freedom, is reached. This theory of a roundabout way to human happiness the anarchists reject. As a logical consequence of their anti-authoritarian attitude, anarchists proclaim their belief in the policy of direct action. The extraordinary receptiveness of the Catalan workers to the teachings of Bakunin may have its roots in the infinitely easy-going, optimistic character of this Mediterranean people, and partly, too, in Catalan particularism and love of independence, which has always impelled the Catalans to adopt an antagonistic attitude towards Madrid. The Catalans, just like the hopelessly impoverished Andalusians with their predominantly illiterate population, must have been particularly receptive to a theory that spoke of the abolition of all authority as of some magic potion which would immediately put everything right. After all, They have always come across the worst side of every form of authority. There is a very old and very popular exclamation current among the Catalans. When a woman breaks a crock or loses a button, she always says, "That's the government's fault." This saying reveals perhaps part of the secret of Spanish anarchism. It is, on the other hand, clear that a party which is built up on the principle of the rejection of authority, even, indeed, the rejection of authority within that very party, provides a particularly happy hunting ground for agents provocateurs, spies, and other corrupt elements. This is one of the more shady aspects of the anarchist doctrine, and both the FAI and the CNT, the Party and Trades Union of the Anarchists and Anarcho-Syndicalists, have had to suffer seriously from it. And even more seriously, of course, has the Spanish Republic suffered from it during the Civil War. The savage street fighting in Barcelona in April 1937 was undoubtedly precipitated by agents provocateurs. But if it were not for the historical factors indicated above, the influence of individual provocateurs would never have sufficed to kindle a fratricidal war behind the lines of the Civil War. In the year 1929, Primo de Rivera's dictatorship collapsed. The monarchy survived it by only 1 year. The revolution that followed was a bloodless one. The dictatorship, and with it the monarchy, exposed to the twofold pressure of the economic crisis and the liberal tendencies of the masses, fell to pieces like a dilapidated building. When, on April 14, 1931, the Spanish Republic was proclaimed, the progressive parties in Spain found themselves saddled with a completely bankrupt country, which had only just shaken off the nightmare of the Middle Ages. The tasks which awaited the young republic were enormous, and it did not prove equal to them. It was with extreme timidity and hesitation that the Republican government tackled the burning problems that faced it, stirring up the embers of a smoldering crater, so to speak, with a drawing-room poker. The most urgent problem of all, the problem on which Spain's very existence depended, the question of agrarian reform, was for all practical purposes pigeonholed. In some districts, small collective farms under state control were established enough to rouse the reactionaries to fury, but not enough to ensure a livelihood for even 10,000 starving peasants. The technicians and officials of the Institute for Agrarian Reform carried out their task of parceling out the land at a snail's pace. And when the peasants clamored for greater speed, here and there simply taking possession of the land, the Minister of Agriculture responded to the outcry of the starving peasantry in the now classic sentence: "The law of agrarian reform lays down certain time limits within which the reforms must be carried out, and we have no option but to abide by these limits." The time limits laid down by the law of agrarian reform provided for the annual settlement of 50,000 peasants. It would have taken exactly 40 years to provide even the class of landless agricultural laborers with land. But the systematic sabotage practiced by the old bureaucracy and the adroitness of the landed gentry in pulling wires made it impossible for even this minimum program to remain anything but a utopian dream. From 1931 until the beginning of the reaction of 1933, out of a total of 45 million hectares of cultivable land, 40,000 hectares in all were divided up amongst the peasants. That is, exactly 9%. This was the state of affairs that was labeled by the reaction as communism and anarchy. On the other hand, the first government of the new republic carried out a certain number of reforms. The separation of church and state was decided upon, at least on paper. Secular schools were established, and the confiscation of the property of the Jesuits was contemplated. More concrete measures included improvements in the terms of leasehold contracts and laws for the protection of agricultural laborers. Thus, for example, the decree dealing with the terminos municipales laid it down that the landlord no longer had the right to hire non-local labor in order to bring down the wages of the laborers in his own village. An 8-hour day for agricultural laborers was introduced, and in Andalusia and Extremadura, the daily wage rose from 3 to 8 pesetas. The unspeakably wretched and illiterate masses learned, during this first period of the Republic, to enunciate once again a word that had been for centuries forgotten, the word hope. Our wives were able to return home at 5 o'clock in the evening, related a peasant who was in prison in Seville in October 1935, and prepare the meal, and also had time for sewing and seeing to the children's clothes. We were able to go to meetings of our organization and spend a little time gossiping in the street. A March wind of optimism swept through the tortured land. At a time when the preparations of the right to drench the young republic in blood were in full swing, the socialist leader Fabra Rivas declared with pride, "This is the real revolution. Let us see who will now dare to rob the peasants of the gains they have achieved." Well, someone did dare. The power of the reaction in Spain was unbroken. The Republic had not laid a finger on the conspiratorial officers' associations. It had not purged the state machinery of the old bureaucracy, or put an end to its sabotage. The army and the civil guard remained what they had always been. The key positions, both military and economic, remained in the hands of the enemy. Insignificant as were the reforms introduced by the government, the governing caste yet felt them to be a threat to its inherited privileges. It was not concerned with mere questions of detail. Its struggle was from the start aimed at the uprooting of all the seeds of a new liberal era in Spain and the restoration of the dictatorship. The offensive on the part of the reactionaries began with a highly organized plan of sabotage on the part of the big landowners in the spring of 1933. All of a sudden there was no more work to be had on the land. True, the agricultural laborer had the right to demand an 8-hour day and a wage of 8 pesetas. But work he could not find. The landowners persisted in this tacit lockout. They let their land lie fallow and turned it over to pasturage. Where formerly 200 laborers had been employed, 2 or 3 shepherds now sufficed. The position rapidly worsened. This policy of blackmail on the part of the governing caste succeeded in defeating almost every one of the government's paper reforms. Expectation turned to disappointment, and in the elections of the autumn of 1933, the right scored a victory. But the old, worn-out trimmings of the monarchy had vanished. The reaction in Spain had provided itself with a brand new modern facade. From now on, it was to imitate with remarkable adroitness the methods of totalitarian dictatorship. Antonio Primo de Rivera, son of the late dictator, founded, strictly after the pattern of the German stormtroops, and under the tutelage of German instructors, the Falange Española. Gil Robles, nurtured in the subtle traditions of the Jesuit seminary in Salamanca, created in the Acción Popular, a party thinly disguised as Republican, a sanctuary for all the big landowners, wealthy peasants, and upper-middle classes, who, as in so many other countries of Europe, were panic-stricken at the collapse of economic stability, and were seeking asylum and refuge in fascism. Society has one enemy alone, Marxism. It must be extirpated root and branch, and only if the conservative classes take advantage of the political opportunities of the moment will the glowing dawn of a better life break for them. The third leader of the reaction was Calvo Sotelo, monarchist, big landowner, and the strong man of the ancient regime. In the other camp, the first tendencies towards the formation of a common defensive bloc, composed of liberals, moderate socialists, and trades unionists, were discernible. Thus, even in the first few years of the Republic, the two fronts which were to face each other in the Civil War of 1936 were already taking shape. Immediately after the elections of November 1933, which put Alejandro Lerroux into the saddle, the great offensive against the Republic and its reforms began. Tension in the country increased. The economic crisis became more acute. Unemployment reached the record figure of 1,500,000. The price of bread rose by 60%, and the price of potatoes was doubled. The workers prepared to carry on a struggle against their starvation wages. Strikes broke out and were bloodily suppressed. The despairing peasant masses waited in vain for the promised distribution of land. Here and there, in Andalusia and Extremadura, they began to cultivate any land on the estates of the nobility which happened to be lying fallow, and paid for their precipitancy with torture and death. Gil Robles was openly demanding the immediate liquidation of the legacy of the April Republic. On June 5, 1934, 500,000 poor peasants and laborers went on strike throughout Spain. The government replied with a declaration of martial law and the introduction of a press censorship. The strike collapsed. Towards the end of August 1934, the sister of Primo de Rivera, the fascist leader, fired 6 fatal revolver shots at Juanita Rico, a young socialist girl, from her car. This assassination went unpunished, but 70,000 Madrid workmen attended the funeral of the victim. Revolution was in the air. 6 weeks later, on October 4, 1934, when the President of the Republic, Alcalá Zamora, invited 3 members of the Gil Robles party to join the government, it broke out. On that same night of October 4th, the workers' organizations issued a call for a general strike throughout Spain. The government gave its troops orders to shoot. On October 6th, clashes, provoked by officers of the army and the civil guard, occurred in the working-class districts of most of the large towns of Spain. Inadequately organized and without a unified leadership, the insurrectionaries succeeded only in isolated districts in gaining the upper hand. In Madrid, the movement collapsed. In Catalonia, an autonomous republic was proclaimed. But 24 hours later, its president, Companys, was forced to surrender. In the Basque Country, the struggle continued for a fortnight. But the greatest conflict of all flared up in Asturias. It proved to be the dress rehearsal for the Civil War of 1936. When Gil Robles' party attained power, the miners of Asturias knew what was in store for them. They remembered that in Germany, too, the dictatorship had begun with the formation of a government in which the party aiming at dictatorship was at first in a minority. They knew what was meant when Gil Robles heralded the glowing dawn of a better life for the conservative classes, the dissolution of their trades unions, the reintroduction of the 10, 12, and 14-hour day, the lowering of wages by a third to a half, starvation, misery, and humiliation. After 5 days of street fighting in Oviedo, the Asturian miners gained the upper hand. In 1934, just as in 1936, they were unarmed. They fought with axes and picks against machine guns. They clambered over walls, their pockets filled with dynamite, lit the fuses with their cigarettes, and were themselves blown to bits if they were too slow or a bomb exploded too near them. Mieres, Sama de Langreo, the entire mining district, were successfully held against the government troops. The garrison at Girona mutinied, took its officers prisoner, and went over to the miners. The Asturian People's Republic was proclaimed, and a militia of 15,000 men created. The first clause in the very first decree promulgated by the Asturian People's Republic laid it down that anyone caught looting would be summarily shot. All the money in the province was called in, and the revolutionary committees issued food tickets, which the shopkeepers were obliged to honor. Canteens and municipal kitchens were set up. The sale of alcohol was prohibited. Seldom before have revolutionaries been able to bring forward such incontestable testimony as to their discipline and humanity, as were the Asturian miners. General López Ochoa, the commander of the government troops, himself paid a positively staggering tribute to the good conduct of his opponents. The substance of his testimony was referred to by Fernández Castillejo, a conservative member of the Cortes and a captain on the general staff, a few weeks after the defeat of the Asturian Republic, in the following statement: "The stories of the atrocities committed by the Asturian revolutionaries are the fabrications of an exaggerated and base propaganda campaign. I condemn the events in Asturias with all my heart, but I must also condemn the exaggerated and base campaign of which they have become the object. Acts of cruelty, which I deplore as much as anyone else, were an exception and by no means the rule. General Lopez Ochoa has given me the most emphatic confirmation as to the correctness of this view. I have no hesitation in declaring that all the stories of the crucifixion of officers' sons and of the tearing out of children's eyes are a complete fabrication. The revolutionaries killed all those who resisted them with armed force, but as a rule they respected the lives of their prisoners. This astonishing declaration is supplemented by a whole string of evidence. The conservative Madrid newspaper Stampa, for example, published an interview with one of the former political prisoners of the Asturian miners, the secretary of the Oviedo Master Locksmiths Association. "We were not ill-treated," he declared. "Our guards did not speak to us except when bringing us food. Curiously enough, our fare consisted of ham and coffee with milk. Perhaps they had nothing else. There was a food shortage." Judain, a municipal employee, another prisoner of the miners, likewise declared to the representative of the Stampa, "We were decently treated. We were given bread and ham 3 times. "Is it true that the revolutionaries have a contempt for money?" asked the somewhat naive reporter. "Yes, it seems so. They had all the municipal funds in their possession, but they did not touch any of the money. The leaders in particular seemed to be curiously puritanical. Before I was arrested, I saw 2 miners come into an inn and begin to drink some wine. Shortly afterwards, one of the revolutionary leaders came in and shouted at them, 'Are you here to get drunk or to carry on the revolution?' And they crept away like 2 scolded children. The first government troops dispatched by Madrid against Asturias went over to the workers. The world began to sit up and take notice. Within a few days, the Leroux Gil-Robles government was in an extremely critical position. It could no longer depend on its troops. One of its leading officers, Lieutenant Colonel Lopez Bravo, openly declared, 'My men will never fire on their brothers.' At this point, Gil-Robles conceived a brilliant plan to save the situation. He sent for native troops from Morocco and for the Foreign Legion to crush the Asturian miners. 40,000 men in all were dispatched, under the command of General Lopez Ochoa, to destroy the Asturian People's Republic. 30,000 of these were barbarian African tribesmen. While this force was still on the march, one of its officers, Colonel Doval, 2 years later he was one of the rebel generals, declared that he was determined not to spare the life of a single revolutionary, and to wipe out the revolutionary brood, even in the mother's womb. Even the government in Madrid felt some qualms when they saw what was about to happen in Asturias. The Minister for War, Diego Hidalgo, declared, "The only argument against the use of African troops is that they are utterly lawless and unrestrained in war, and are therefore liable to offend against the laws of common humanity." On October 14th, shattered by air raids, blown to pieces by heavy artillery, Oviedo fell. On October 19th, Lopez Ochoa, the commander-in-chief of the government troops, marched into the mining towns of Miers and Sama de Langreo, in the heart of Asturias. The struggle was over. The bloodbath was just beginning. It assumed such terrible proportions that the whole of Europe turned its gaze in the direction of Asturias. Men, women, children, and old men were butchered indiscriminately, without trial, without any consideration of whether they had taken part in the fighting or not. They were thrown into rivers, shoveled into common graves. The wounded were finished off in the hospitals with bayonets and rifle butts. The number of those massacred in the White Terror in Asturias has never been established, but eyewitness accounts, photographs, and documents exist in plenty. One of these documents is a report, signed by 564 political prisoners, eyewitnesses, and observers, which was published by Del Valle in the spring of 1935. Among other things, it states, "Apart from the individual cases mentioned below, we wish to state that the following methods of torture were employed: burning of the genital organs and other parts of the body, crushing of the testicles, crushing of the hands and the lower extremities, blows with hammers on hands and knees, the forcing of needles under the finger, nails, the scalding of various parts of the body with boiling water, the forcing of victims to kneel down on sharp stones, and mock executions. Some victims were compelled to dig their own graves, others were buried up to the knees. Apart from these tortures, which present only a very incomplete picture of the appalling reality, the following were the methods of torture most frequently used. A prisoner's hands would be bound behind his back with a rope, and he would then be hoisted into the air by this rope and swung backwards and forwards. Sometimes tubs filled with water or sacks of sand were fastened to the victim's feet so that his limbs would be torn from their sockets. Another procedure was to beat the soles of the victim's feet with clubs or rifle butts, whilst at the same time he was prodded with bayonets or shots were ever fired off behind his back. Other prisoners were placed in ice baths until their skin became inflamed and peculiarly sensitive to the beatings which followed. Maria Lafuente, the sister of Aida Lafuente, who was shot by the troops, was forced to strip for her examination. No! This is merely a brief extract from one of many similar documents. After a 10 days massacre, the Gil Robles Leroux government considered that the time had come to apply the brakes. The African troops were withdrawn, but the courts were still busy turning out death sentences as though on a conveyor belt. In Madrid, Oviedo, Barcelona, Santander, Zamora, Leon, and Dijon, 40,000 prisoners were sentenced to a total of 300,000 years penal servitude. October 1934 is a date that should be remembered. For the first time in recent history, a European government used colored troops against its own subjects. Translated into terms of English conditions, this would be comparable to the Home Secretaries giving orders for native Indian or African troops to be brought to England to put down a miners' strike in South Wales. The Church, in the name of Christianity, drove the Moors out of Spain. A true son of the Spanish Church, in the name of Christianity, now called them back again. A decade earlier, such a thing would have been impossible in Europe. The Europe of the Locarno period, the Europe of Stresemann and of MacDonald in his heyday, would have reacted to this piece of barbarism with a storm of indignation, as it once did to the Armenian massacres. But the Europe of 1934 was apathetic. Its senses were blunted and stupefied. Who could still bother about what was happening in a remote country beyond the Pyrenees? The sentimental Europe of 1924 seemed to be as remote as the Europe through which Yorick wandered in his coach. The end justifies the means is the principle of modern dictatorship. The end justifies the means is the age-old maxim of the Jesuit fraternity. The synthesis has been consummated in the person of Gil Robles, alumnus of a Jesuit seminary and pioneer of the fascist movement in Spain. His development is a symbol of that ultra-modern form of reaction, which is bent on driving mankind back to the Middle Ages with the help of tanks and the radio. Anyone who has spent even a few days in the rebel camp during the Spanish Civil War is familiar with that curious aroma blended of poison gas and incense, which is so characteristic of Francisco Franco's modern crusade. Chapter 3. The Outbreak. After the events in Asturias, the need was more and more urgently felt for all liberal forces in Spain to unite in face of the persistent attempts on the part of the right to re-establish a dictatorship which would be far more drastic than the regime of the late Primo de Rivera had ever been. After laborious negotiations, a coalition between the progressive middle-class parties on the one hand and the workers' parties and trades unions on the other was formed under the name of the Frente Popular or People's Front. At the elections to the Cortes of February 16, 1936, this new political bloc gained a triumphant victory. It was the most backward country in Europe, Russia, which in 1917 was the first to carry through a socialist revolution. It was in the most backward country of Western Europe, Spain, that a progressive coalition of this new type first came to power. It may be to these facts that the tragedy of Europe and of the left movement in Europe can to a considerable extent be traced. The Spanish People's Front was made up of the three democratic parties: the left, Republicans, the Azaña Party, the Republican Union, Martinez Barrios Party, and the left, Republican Party of Catalonia, Company's Party, and, further, of the Socialist Party of Spain, the Communist Party of Spain, and the various small independent socialist parties. The anarchists took no part in the election campaign of the People's Front, and instructed their members to abstain from voting. Despite the vigorous campaign of terror launched during the elections and the efforts made to suppress the propaganda of the left parties, the People's Front won a clear victory. The parties of the Frente Popular, including the Basque nationalists, obtained 277 seats in the Cortes. In 1933, they had 121. They had gained thus 156 seats. The parties of the right and the right center, which later threw in its lot with the rebels, obtained 196 seats. In the previous Cortes, they had 352. They had thus lost 156 seats. The proportion of the total votes cast for the left was less favorable to it than the distribution of parliamentary seats. The left had gained a majority of the total votes, but this majority was not as great as the majority they gained in the Cortes. The old-fashioned and complicated Spanish electoral system was peculiar in that it increased the victory of the victorious party and intensified the defeat of the vanquished party. This electoral system dates from the time of the monarchy, when the ruling caste wished to keep the minority parties out of the Corte. For decades the right had profited from this electoral system. Now it suddenly turned out to the advantage of the left, who were able to quote the proverb, "He who digs a pit for another shall himself fall into it." The main point is that the Frente Popular won a majority of the total votes cast. It was this victory which enabled it to benefit from those advantages of the electoral system from which the right would have benefited had things gone the other way. Not only were the parties of the right beaten, but their most outstanding leaders suffered personal defeat. Gil Robles stood as a candidate in 3 constituencies, one of them Madrid, and was defeated in 2. Lerroux stood in 2, one of them Barcelona, and was defeated in both. Primo de Rivera, son of the former dictator and founder and leader of the Phalanx, stood in 8 constituencies and was defeated in all of them. 4 years after the proclamation of the Republic, the way at last seemed clear for the transformation of the semi-feudal, old Spain into a modern democratic state. Even the most extreme section of the People's Front, the Communist Party of Spain, repeatedly and emphatically insisted that the object in view was not the realization of socialist demands, but the introduction into Spain of bourgeois democracy. That is, the realization of those reforms which the middle classes of the democratic countries of Western Europe had succeeded in obtaining by the second half of the 19th century at the latest. And this fact is frequently overlooked when Spanish problems are under discussion. Spain was still, when the People's Front came into power in 1936, a semi-feudal country, with sharp social contrasts such as a Western European can scarcely conceive possible. In November 1935, after the events in Asturias, agricultural wages had fallen to a lower level than even under the monarchy. Agricultural laborers in Andalusia earned from 1.75 to 2 pesetas, 7 to 8d, per day. There were landowners in Extremadura who employed men for 12 hours a day and gave them 1 meal a day in lieu of wages. The landowners were taking their revenge for the fright that the first years of the Republic had given them. All the protective legislation introduced by previous governments was repealed by the Gil Robles regime. The law rendering illegal the importation of non-local labor was repealed. The law with regard to leasehold contracts was repealed, and more than 100,000 tenant farmers were given notice. The distribution of the land among the peasants was declared null and void. The new settlers were evicted, and the land was restored to its former owners, who let it lie fallow. Those feudal gentlemen who preferred to leave the land in the hands of the settlers were compensated by the government to the tune of 500 million pesetas, while the church received in compensation for the losses she had suffered 300 million pesetas. At the same time, all unemployment relief was abolished, and the 873 million pesetas allocated to public works by the budget of 1933 was reduced in 1935 to 628 million. The unrestrained tyranny of the feudal aristocracy was driving the Spanish economic system once more towards ruin. Whilst in most European countries a gradual recovery after the slump was discernible between 1933 and 1935, the curve of unemployment in Spain mounted steadily, reaching its peak in 1935. Meanwhile, Spain became the country with the highest duties on consumers' goods in Europe. The masses had returned to their old state of unspeakable misery and suffering. Still 10,000 Spanish peasant families continued to live in caves and sandpits, both in Andalusia and at the very gates of Madrid. Still, the statistical yearbook showed that out of every 1,000 deaths among the Spanish population, 500 were those of children under the age of 5. Still, only 44 out of every 100 adult Spaniards were able to read and write. This was the heritage which fell to the lot of the Spanish People's Front in February 1936. On February 19th, the new government was formed with Manuel Azaña as prime minister. It was a liberal government, composed exclusively of members of the liberal center parties, 9 members of the Republican left, 3 of the Republican Union, and a non-political general at the War Office. No socialists or communists were included. In the decisive period from the February elections until the outbreak of the insurrection, no socialist or communist was ever a member of the Spanish government. The first cabinet in which the socialists participated was formed by Largo Caballero on September 4th, 6 weeks after the beginning of the Civil War. This is a point which should be remembered, for, from the very beginning, the defeated Spanish reaction concentrated all its efforts on making the world believe that communism had come to power in Spain. It launched one of the most perfidious propaganda campaigns Europe has ever known, and one of the most successful. A few days after the elections, Azaña, the new prime minister and veteran of the Spanish liberals, gave an interview to the correspondent of the Paris Soir. Before the elections, he declared, we drafted a program of minimum reforms. We intend to adhere to this program. I wish to govern according to the law. No dangerous innovations. We want peace and order. We are moderates. The propagandists of the right, however, averred that Azaña was aiming at revolution and the disruption of society. The campaign went on, and the government did nothing to stop it. It looks indeed as though the Spanish Republic had learned nothing from the experiences of the past. Instead of once and for all sweeping away the economic foundations of feudalism in Spain, the idealists and amateurs strove to provide watertight evidence of their own innocuousness. Once more they surrendered to the fatal illusion that it was possible for the Middle Ages and the new era to live side by side in a state of idyllic harmony. The receipt for this tolerance was handed to them by General Franco on July 18th, on the point of a bayonet. For the moment, the reaction was engaged in rallying its forces. The more tender the Azaña government's soft cooings, the more furious were the roars of the reactionary press at home and abroad. During the Asturian insurrection, it had unearthed stories of the crucifixion of officers' sons, now vouchers issued by the revolutionary committees as rewards for the violation of women came to light. In April, the right passed from words to deeds. The pistoleros and assassins in the pay of the phalanx ambush local Republican leaders and shoot them down. Bombs explode, fires break out. In Toledo, the cadets of the military school break out of the Alcazar one night and invade the town, where they strike down the sellers of workers' papers and make the streets ring with the new battle, crying, "Arriba! España! Arise!" "Just mischievous boyish pranks," says the government, with a superior, paternal smile. This is one side of the situation. On the other, the peasant masses of Spain were moving. The local village pundits had drawn their attention to the declaration of the new president. No dangerous innovations. They could not make out what was happening. They had put this government in power precisely because they had been hoping for dangerous innovations. The dangerous innovation of being able to send their children to school. The dangerous innovation of having land distributed among them. Of taking possession of or leasing the land they had tilled. The peasants could not make out what was happening in Madrid, and since they could not make it out, they began to act of their own accord. At first in Andalusia and Extremadura, then in other provinces, spontaneous mass occupations of the large estates were carried out. The peasants had realized that they would only get the land if they took the law into their own hands. Descending in a body on the landlord's estates, they planted themselves down on their beloved land and refused to budge. Madrid began to feel that it would never get anywhere at the old bureaucratic jog-trot. Certain elements, it is true, within the government, in addition to the clerical reactionaries, were in favor of the immediate dispatch of troops against the peasants. And troops indeed were dispatched. 800 assault guards, together with the hated civil guard, penetrated into Caceres and Badajoz. But the peasants' movement was far too powerful, and it had the masses on its side. The government withdrew its troops and dispatched in their stead a staff of agricultural experts and officials of the Institute of Agrarian Reform, who proceeded rapidly to legalize these occupations of the landlord's estates. During March, about 150 peasants were settled on the land every day. By April, this daily figure had risen to 500. By May, to 1,000. At last, the Spanish agrarian reform seemed to have been launched in real earnest. In other respects, too, the government had already done a certain amount. After the elections, 30,000 political prisoners were set free. Workers who had been victimized by their employers were reinstated. Catalan autonomy was re-established. The Cortes forced Alcalá Zamora, unpopular because he had been president in 1934, to resign, and Manuel Azaña was appointed president of the Republic. This was something, but it was not enough. The people watched the preparations of the opposition and had no wish to be deceived a second time. It realized what danger lay in the government's vacillating, irresolute behavior. The government was temporizing on both fronts, both with the masses and with the enemy in their midst, a line of conduct that was soon to prove fatal to it. Excitement in the country reached fever pitch. On the one hand, strikes and occupations of estates were increasing. Infuriated crowds made attacks on churches and monasteries. They had not forgotten that in October 1934, the machine guns of Antichrist had been trained on them from the fortress, like sacred buildings of Spain, and they foresaw that on the next occasion things would be the same or even worse. On the other hand, the generals and their allies were already openly preparing for the counterattack. It was in vain that the clear-sighted demanded the disbandment of the reactionary para-military organizations. In vain that they demanded drastic action on the part of the government against the flight of capital systematically organized by high finance, which was bent on forcing the peseta down and driving Spain into bankruptcy. On May 28, in the small market town of Yesti, in the province of Albacete, an absurdly trivial incident, the felling of trees on the municipal high road, was made the excuse for an organized and bloody massacre on the part of the civil guard, at the instigation of phalangists. 23 peasants were killed and 100 wounded. A storm of protest swept through Spain. But the Minister of the Interior of the People's Front government telegraphed his congratulations to the Commandant of the Civil Guard in Yeste. Every child in Spain could tell that an insurrection on the part of the reactionaries was imminent. The very sparrows were crying it from the housetops. Ever since the spring, both rumors and authentic information had been disseminated in Spain concerning the conspiratorial activities of the generals. As early as March, General Sanjurjo had been negotiating with Hitler in Berlin. In May and June, in Alicante and Lisbon, the conspirators made their final arrangements with Italian and German agents. For 2 months, the workers' youth organizations had been holding themselves in readiness every night for an alarm, keeping an eye on the barracks, waiting for the decisive moment. On June 18th, Paul Nizan, a French writer, published an article ending with the following sentence: "The danger increases from day to day, because the forces on which the reactionaries depend have remained unassailed. Because nothing or very little has been done to destroy Primo de Rivera's phalanges, or Gil Robles' JAP. Because nothing has really been done to purge the army, the police, the civil guard, the assault guard, the courts, etc. Because the entire governmental machinery of the Republican state remains exactly what it was under the monarchy. A fascist insurrection can be seen looming on the horizon of the Republic, and the social unrest, which is rife in the country, and which is kept alive by the right, is paving the way for it." This was written, as has been said, on June 18, 1936. On July 13th, a popular leader of the anti-fascist assault guard, Castillo, was shot down in the streets of Madrid by fascists. A wave of tremendous indignation swept through the workers of Madrid, and they streamed into the center of the town. The assault guard troop which the murdered Castillo had commanded seized Calvo Sotelo, the monarchist leader and chief wire-puller of the reactionaries, carried him off in a lorry, and shot him on the outskirts of the city. This gave the conspirators the excuse they had been waiting for. 5 days later, the military insurrection of the generals, which had been expected for weeks, broke out. At 11 o'clock on the evening of July 17, 1936, a motor lorry filled with foreign legionaries drew up in front of the General Post Office at Larache, in Spanish Morocco. The officer in command ordered the astonished soldiers to occupy the building. At this time of night, all the cinemas are closed down for half an hour to give the cafes a chance of doing some business. A crowd therefore collected outside the General Post Office. In a few minutes, a second lorry load of soldiers drove up. The rumors soon spread among the crowd that a military insurrection was being planned. The soldiers in the second lorry, Moroccans, hesitated to enter the building, whereupon the young officer in command lost his head, and drawing his revolver, shot one of them dead there and then. A brief and chaotic street battle ensued, and by the time the cinema interval was over, 3 soldiers and 2 officers lay dead on the pavement. These were the first victims of the Spanish Civil War. By the morning of the next day, July 18th, all the public buildings in Larache, Tetuan, Ceuta, and the other cities of Spanish Morocco had been occupied by native troops and foreign legionaries. The divisional commander, General Francisco Franco, had arrived by aeroplane from the Canary Islands, disguised as an Arab. He issued a proclamation to the inhabitants, which was posted up in all the streets and also distributed as a leaflet. This proclamation announced that the army had decided to re-establish order in Spain, that General Franco had taken over the leadership of this movement, and that he appealed to the republican sentiment of all those Spaniards who were prepared to take their share in the task of restoring Spain. The first step towards this restoration was the declaration of a state of war, the abolition of the right to strike, and the shooting of 3,000 soldiers and civilians in Spanish Morocco who remained loyal to the government. The Spanish government immediately demanded the surrender of the rebel general. No reply was vouchsafed to their telegrams. On the evening of July 18th, a government plane flew over the mutinous garrison, dropping 6 bombs on the military headquarters at Tetuan and a 7th on the La Roche aerodrome. Whereupon Franco sent the following telegram to the Prime Minister in Madrid, copies of which were posted up throughout the town. Now that I have assumed my new responsibilities, I wish to protest vigorously against the unspeakable action of the government in instructing their pilots to shoot at the civil population, thus endangering the safety of innocent women and children. It will not be long before the movement for the restoration of Spain will be everywhere victorious, and we shall then call you to account for your action. The reprisals that we shall take will be in proportion to the resistance you offer. We explicitly demand an immediate cessation of this futile bloodshed on your part. Signed, Don Francisco Franco, Commander-in-Chief of the Fighting Forces in Africa. 9. This classic document supplied a foretaste of the propaganda technique employed by the rebels, a technique to which they were strictly to adhere during the months that followed. It was the old cry of "Stop, thief!" cunningly resorted to in order to shift responsibility from their own shoulders onto those of their opponents. On Sunday, July 19th, a passenger steamer and an armored cruiser sailed from Morocco through the Straits of Gibraltar. After a brief bombardment, a white flag was hoisted on the fort of Algeciras on the European side of the straits. The 2 vessels then docked in the harbor of Algeciras and unloaded their human freight, which consisted of Moorish tribesmen in green turbans, Berbers from the Rif, and African mercenaries from the Foreign Legion. The barbarians' crusade had begun. The Moors had returned to Spain. On that same day, July 19th, the military insurrection also broke out in Madrid and Barcelona, Seville and Toledo, Burgos and Valladolid, and a number of other large garrison towns. The mutinous officers went to work everywhere in the same way, with a few trifling variations. In the Montefia barracks in Madrid, they told their men that the anarchists and communists of Andalusia had risen and were burning the harvests, violating the women, and murdering the children of Andalusia. In Seville, the capital of Andalusia, the soldiers were told that the anarchists were looting Madrid, violating the women, and burning the children of Madrid. In Barcelona, where such atrocity stories about the anarchists would have had no effect, the rebel officers told their men that the Republic must be saved. Only in the Catholic province of Navarra, the traditional cradle of the Carlist Wars, the only district where the broad masses of the people had clerical and monarchist sympathies, where the people informed of the true reactionary character of the insurrection, typical of the confusion that the mutinous officers deliberately set out to create, is the following scene which took place during the street fighting in Barcelona, and was described by Claude Blanchard in the Paris Soir of July 22nd. A great crowd of people begins to collect in the square, soldiers from the rebel ranks fraternizing with and discussing the situation with the government troops. Only by telling them that the Republic must be saved have the rebel officers been able to persuade their men to take action. From the other side of the square, loyalist soldiers approached the rebel troops, tying white handkerchiefs round their sleeves to signify their peaceful intention. It is impossible any longer to tell to which camp the various soldiers belong. I talked to a soldier from the Guardia de Asalto who had changed his views 3 times 41 in the course of this one day. It was undoubtedly owing to this confusion and the general obscurity of the situation that the rebels succeeded in occupying the Hotel Colon. The conspirators had counted on a surprise victory, but they had reckoned without their host. For the first time in their existence, the workers' organizations, the trades unions, the anti-fascist citizens' defense units took the initiative, and within a few hours, the People's Front had mobilized its masses. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people poured into the streets, armed themselves as best they could, and besieged the mutinous troops in their barracks. In Madrid it took them 24 hours, in Barcelona 2 days, and in Toledo 3 days, to get the upper hand of the rebels. The peasants organized defense committees in the villages, built barricades, and took up axes and scythes in defense of the Republic. Apart from Morocco, the insurrection was only successful in those towns where there were staff officers of high rank and strong garrisons. In Seville, where the strongest military units of the south were stationed. In Saragossa, where the most important military academies, and hence the greatest number of officers, were to be found. And in the garrison towns of Burgos, Valladolid, Vigo, and Corunna. These were the towns in which the General Staff had taken care to concentrate the largest stores of arms and war material. Most of the other large towns, all the rural areas, and the overwhelming majority of the population stood by the Republic. The Civil War had begun. Chapter 4. The background. At first sight, it is not altogether easy to understand how a small group of officers could have attempted to force its will on a country which had, only 5 months before, in the February elections, decided in favor of democracy and against dictatorship. Still more paradoxical does it seem that, despite the unequivocal hostility of the masses, such an attempt should have been to a considerable degree successful. From the point of view of Franco and his friends, there existed 3 factors which offered, if not a guarantee, at least a fair prospect of success. Firstly, they had at their disposal a considerable number of non-Spanish troops, including Moors and foreign legionaries, the paramilitary organizations of the Falange Española and the Requetes, and the majority of the regular army. Further, they were in control of all the most important arsenals. Secondly, they counted on taking the country by surprise and, by the employment of terroristic measures, paralyzing the resistance of the unarmed, untrained masses. Thirdly, they had been assured of the active political and military support of the 3 European dictatorships, the dictatorships of Germany, Italy, and Portugal, the exponents of whose political doctrines they felt themselves to be, and under whose tutelage they acted. We shall deal with this question in a later chapter. 1. The structure of the Spanish Army. Army officers and civil servants have always played an outstanding part in the political life of Spain. As in the case of all countries where pronounced relics of feudalism persist, the most important posts in the civil service and the higher ranks in the army have always been occupied predominantly by aristocrats. The number of officers, and particularly officers of high rank, has always been enormous. In 1931, in a regular army numbering 105,000 men, there were 195 generals, 5,938 officers above the rank of captain, 5,281 captains, and 5,781. In addition, there was the reserve with a further 437 generals and 407 officers of high rank. This meant that in the Spanish army there was 1 active general to every 538 soldiers, 1 officer between the rank of captain and colonel to every 10 soldiers, and 1 officer to every 6 soldiers. As a comparison, it may be stated that in the French army in 1935, there was 1 officer to every 19 soldiers. This means that there were, relatively, 3 times as many officers in the Spanish as in the French army. In the old days, people often smiled at the Byzantine structure of the Spanish army, and since Spain had not been at war for almost a century, it had the reputation of being a Kamikapura army. A complete fallacy. The Spanish army might not have been very effective in a European conflict, but it was an army admirably adapted for use in civil war. It would be erroneous to imagine the Spanish army as a huge military machine powerfully organized to obtain the highest possible fighting efficiency out of the large portion of the budget which it consumes. The army is a bureaucratic machine which spends most of the money paid to it in salaries for generals and officers, a lesser amount in war material, and a still lesser sum in preparing for war. The army, in fact, is more important as an instrument of home politics than as a weapon of war. From time immemorial, It had been a traditional feature of Spanish political life that army officers should form themselves into associations or juntas, which plotted, carried out coups, and generally meddled in politics on their own, always pursuing a policy which was in the interests of the ruling caste to which they belonged. All the most important reactionary changes in recent Spanish history were initiated, or at least decisively influenced, by these officers' juntas. Primo de Rivera's dictatorship, for instance, was established by means of a coup on the part of a group of officers. The Republic did not succeed in republicanizing the army. It did not even seriously attempt to do so. In June 1936, Paul Nizan, a French journalist whom I have already quoted, wrote from Madrid, "There are only a very few Republican officers. I was told that only 3% of the officers in the army were Republican. I tried to get confirmation of this, but was told by an officer in close touch with the Prime Minister that my informant was an optimist." 4 years after the proclamation of the Republic, and 4 months after the victory of the People's Front, liberal newspapers were still banned in the majority of Spanish barracks. The officers, on the other hand, distributed Falangist literature amongst their men, and organized Falangist cells. On June 2, 1936, 6 weeks before the insurrection, which everyone could see coming, the Mundo Obrero of Madrid wrote in a leading article, "There is still hope of saving the situation, but we must go about it systematically. All these people must be thrown out of the army, and it must be reorganized and staffed with Republican, democratically minded, non-commissioned officers and men." This sentence was deleted by the censorship authorities of the People's Front government. So great and deeply rooted was the inferiority complex of the civilian politicians of the left in relation to the army. The officers' juntas succeeded in converting large sections of the army into a malleable instrument for the carrying out of their policy. Nevertheless, they did not trust their men, large contingents of whom, indeed, particularly in Catalonia and Madrid, went over to the government. They preferred from the start to base their plan for the restoration of Spain on the support of the Foreign Legion and Moorish troops. The Foreign Legion, that 20th century army of mercenaries, had proved its peculiar aptitude for the carrying out of organized massacres during the events in Asturias. As for the native standing army in Morocco, it consisted, at the beginning of 1936, of somewhere about 12,000 men. But after 3 months of the Civil War, the number of Moroccans on the Spanish war front was estimated at about 40,000, and after a year at about 80,000. To be silent, Franco had replenished his store with men taken from savage desert tribes. His recruits were no longer regular native troops, but guileless savage warriors, around whose necks their sergeants hung religious medallions with the image of Christ on the cross, telling them that they were magic amulets. The phalanx, the actual backbone of the rebel troops, was founded by Primo de Rivera, son of the former dictator. After the February elections, the number of phalangists began suddenly to increase at a very rapid tempo. The ruling caste, seeing its privileges threatened by the electoral victory of the Democratic parties, put its sons into uniforms, and those sections of the lower middle class who had leanings towards fascism followed its example. The program of the phalanx can be summed up in a few words: the establishment of a corporate state. The leadership principle. It is even ready to discuss the possibility of a monarchy, although Alfonso has never been particularly popular among the younger phalangists. And national agrarian reform without expropriation. That is to say, no agrarian reform at all. Here too, as in all their propaganda, what they are for is given far less prominence than what they are against. They are against the Marxists, against the Jews, against the Freemasons. The slogan against capitalism is relegated to the background, for Spain still lives in a semi-feudal era. The hatred of Freemasonry, on the other hand, is pushed well into the foreground, for Freemasonry has actually played a very large role amongst the liberal progressive elements in Spain. These are merely nuances. Fundamentally, the phalanx reflects with striking exactitude the ideological features of the German, Italian, and French semi-military fascist organization. To anybody with a knowledge of everyday life in Rome or Berlin, their activities are uncannily familiar. The phalangists act as an auxiliary police force. At night, they make raids on the small towns in the possession of the insurgents and track down any revolutionary squad they may find chalking up slogans on the walls of the houses. They are at constant loggerheads with the regular army. Cell L. A. Taylor, a correspondent of the Chicago Tribune and one of the ablest experts on the Spanish Civil War, has summed up the chief function of the phalanx in a single sentence. They play a minor part in the actual fighting, but they like to take over the duties of the police and to supervise the carrying out of executions behind the line. Very different from the tough, ill-disciplined mobs of the phalanx are the so-called Requetes or Carlists, the second semi-military organization on the side of the rebels. Whereas the phalanx consists essentially of a mob organized on ultra-modern fascist principles, the Carlist organization embodies those elements in Spain which are most strongly bound to tradition. They are fanatical adherents of the principle of absolute monarchy and equally fanatical doctrinaire Catholics, who, out of honest conviction, would welcome a holy inquisition for the salvation of mankind. Their chief support is drawn from the Catholic northwest provinces, Burgos, Navarra, Pamplona. The same cannot be said of the Carlist officers, who are for the most part aristocrats, sons of landed proprietors and social snobs, whose Catholicism and monarchist principles are simply an excuse for resisting every progressive trend of events. To pit against these rigidly disciplined cadres of professional soldiers, the Republic had only its untrained masses, unused to any form of discipline. The European public imagines that in Spain two armies are fighting against each other. This is a mistaken conception. In Spain, a well-trained professional army, reinforced by vast contingents of non-Spanish troops, and supplied from abroad with the most up-to-date military equipment, is fighting against untrained masses, held together by no military discipline, but only by their common political ideals, without officers, without experts, without technicians, without adequate arms and war material. I should like to give just one example of the crippling effect of this lack of trained troops on the government side. At the beginning of the Civil War, the government fleet was about equal to the naval strength of the rebels. Nevertheless, the rebels displayed immeasurable superiority in the prosecution of the war at sea. The warships of the Republic lay idle in the harbors for months on end because their officers had either gone over to the rebels or been shot, and no one knew how to control the complicated ironclad leviathans. 2. The treatment of the civil population. This main difference between the two armies, the fact that one is a professional and the other a people's army, not only explains to a great extent the military success of the rebels, it explains also the principal difference in the way in which the two sides treat the civil population, hostages and prisoners of war, their methods of warfare. The Spanish rebels found themselves objectively in the position of an alien invading army. The masses sympathized either actively or passively with their opponents. There was only one method of forcing the masses in the districts which they took to become neutral: the method of terror. Sadism always plays a role in terror, albeit a secondary one. There may be sadistic impulses in individuals and groups of individuals in both camps. What is of importance is the value placed on such latent psychic factors. In the theory and practice of the rebels' organized massacres are assigned a decisive role. One has only to remember Badajoz, Toledo, Guernica, that Franco acted under an historical compulsion. He was the helpless tool of that logic of history which leaves a minority determined to assert itself against the majority, no choice of methods. Terror was not merely an attendant phenomenon, but a vital function of his insurrection. The rebel leaders have more or less frankly admitted this fact. Guipo Delano has announced several times from the broadcasting station in Seville that his aim is not only to conquer, but to extirpate the enemy. Lieutenant Yang, in an interview given to the representative of the Deutsches Nachrichtenbüro after the fall of Badajoz, declared, "The fact that the conquest of Spain by the army is proceeding at a slow pace has this advantage, that it gives us time to purge the country thoroughly of all red elements. Conclusive evidence of the deliberate and systematic character of the Franco terror is provided by a document found on Manuel Caracha, a rebel officer who was taken prisoner on the Guadalajara front on July 28. It was a copy of a circular addressed to the higher ranks of the officers in the rebel army. The document runs as follows. One of the most important tasks, if victory is to be assured, is the undermining of the morale of the enemy troops. The enemy has neither sufficient troops nor sufficient arms to resist. Nevertheless, the following instructions must be rigidly observed. 1. In order to safeguard the provinces occupied, it is essential to instill a certain salutary terror into the population. When the troops occupy a place, the local authorities must first be taught a lesson in respect. If they have escaped, a similar procedure must be adopted towards the members of their families. In every case, the methods resorted to must be of a clearly spectacular and impressive character, and must indicate clearly that the leaders of the troops are determined to proceed with like severity against anyone who offers resistance. 2. Occasionally, it will be convenient to requisition all the metal to be found in the public buildings or in the private houses of partisans of the other side. 3. It is essential that in every town occupied, information shall be obtained from the priest or other reliable persons as to the views of the leading members of the community. If there are members of the Phalange in the town, or officers or non-commissioned officers who have been able to escape the Red Terror, they are to be enlisted. Any tendency towards laxity in the performance of their duties, or signs of insubordination on the part of the troops, must be proceeded against with the utmost rigor. The same holds good for desertions. The rapidity with which we attain ultimate victory will depend on the merciless severity of the punishments meted out in such cases. 4. Every town along the enemy's line of retreat and all the areas behind the enemy lines are to be considered as battle zones. In this connection, no differentiation must be observed between places harboring enemy troops and those not doing so. The panic experienced by the civil population along the enemy's line of retreat is a factor of the utmost importance in contributing towards the demoralization of the enemy troops. The experiences of the last World War shows that accidental destruction of enemy hospitals and ambulances has a highly demoralizing effect on troops. 5. After the entry into Madrid, the officers in charge of the various bodies of troops are to establish machine gun posts on the roofs of all the high buildings dominating their particular district, including public buildings and church towers, so that the surrounding streets are within range of the machine guns. In the event of any opposition on the part of the populace, the streets should be put under fire without any further parleying. In view of the fact that large numbers of women are fighting on the enemy side, there should be no distinction of sex in such cases. The more ruthless we are, the more quickly shall we quell hostile opposition among the population, the more quickly will the restoration of Spain be effected. Even terror has its gradations, its evolutionary history, its theory. Danton was a dilettante in the application of terror. Robespierre was a systematic exponent of it. But the methods of terror employed by the 19th century bear the same relation to those of the 20th century as does a postchaise to a motor car. Nowadays, the aim is no longer to defeat the political opponent, but to destroy and exterminate him. This may seem merely to be a nuance. In reality, It is a kind of revolution within the realm of terror, if one may say such a thing. The Spanish insurgents have adopted in every detail the ultra-modern theory of terror. This statement, too, seems to be a platitude. It is not. How concretely and consciously this theory was put into practice can best be illustrated by a few quotations taken at random from the German press. The generals looked for guarantees of victory, not primarily in military successes, but in a systematic and thorough cleaning up of the hinterland. Fortunately, the old attitude of sentimentality has been dissipated among the nationalists, and every soldier realizes that a horrible end is better than endless horrors. The Marxist parties are being destroyed and exterminated down to the very last cell, far more drastically even than here in Germany. Every house, every flat, every office is kept under constant observation and supervision. Moreover, is continually drawn into the whirl of political excitement, made to participate in triumphal celebrations and mass demonstrations. The principle of modern nationalism, no opponent but shall be destroyed, is thoroughly carried out, just as here in Germany. It is difficult to convey any idea of the scenes that occurred during the first few days after the revolt in the districts occupied by the rebels. The reports available are naturally few and far between, and the accounts of fugitives, passed on at second or third hand, are either incomplete or exaggerated. We know how much harm the preposterous atrocity propaganda, engaged in by both sides, caused during the Great War, and the author shares the repugnance felt by every newspaper man with a conscience at the thought of allowing himself to be drawn into such slimy depth. Nevertheless, there is a form of journalistic vanity which is just as dangerous as the indulgence in unscrupulous and tendentious propaganda. I call it objectivity neurosis. The journalist who is determined at all costs to give proof of his objectivity often succumbs to the temptation of maintaining silence with regard to concrete facts, because these facts are in themselves so crude that he is afraid of appearing biased. English journalists in particular, with their traditional feeling for level-headedness and decency, have often had to complain of this difficulty. But a civil war is in itself a somewhat indecent affair. Damn it, a correspondent of a conservative paper who had just returned from rebel territory once said to me, "Sometimes one would really rather be writing for the Daily Worker." In selecting the facts related below, I have eliminated wherever possible second-hand accounts, only taking into consideration those facts which either have been communicated by people whose trustworthiness is beyond doubt, such as Professor Ortega y Gasset, Bourchier of the Gaudier, if anything, pro-rebel intransigent, and others, or are based on the personal experiences and investigations of the author in both rebel and government territory. The most authoritative document with regard to the rebel terror in the first few days of the insurrection is a memorandum drawn up by the governing body of Madrid Faculty of Law and published by its president, Eduardo Ortega y Gasset, a lawyer of international reputation and of the old Republican school. Here are some extracts from it, arranged by me in geographical order. Civil wars that divide families and breed hatred have always been prosecuted in a particularly ruthless manner. The crimes that are being committed by the insurgents at the moment, however, surpass anything that has hitherto been known in the way of organized savagery. The spirit that inspires these retrograde hordes is that of the Carlist Wars, the spirit that existed under the fanatical and intolerant regime of Ferdinand VII. Once more the red caps of the Requetes have risen up from the blood-drenched Spanish soil. Once more bishops and priests play their part in dastardly guerrilla war. They give their blessing to the Moors, who have been called in to strangle the Spanish people, and hang round their necks medallions of the crucifixion, telling them that they are magic amulets. It is impossible to include in this document all the atrocities which the insurgents are perpetrating on the martyred Spanish people. Every day that passes brings new scenes of horror. We will quote only a few of them here which illustrate graphically the criminal methods against which we appeal to international opinion. The rebels, in all the districts occupied by them, systematically shoot workers carrying a trade union card. The corpses are left lying on view in the streets or heaped up in the cemeteries, each with the card of a trade union tied to leg or arm, in order to show the reason for the execution. In the town of Seville alone, and independently of any military action, more than 9,000 workers and peasants were executed. The Moors and foreign legionaries went through the streets of humble one-story houses in the working-class districts, throwing hand grenades through the windows, killing women and children. The Moorish troops gave themselves up to sacking and plundering. General Queipo de Llano described scenes of rape on the wireless with a coarse relish that is an indirect incitement to a repetition of such scenes. At this point, I shall interrupt the memorandum of the Faculty of Law in order to supplement its description of the incidents in Seville. During the Civil War, I was twice in Seville, the first time from August 27th to 29th, 1936, as a journalist, the second time from February 12th to May 12th, 1937, as a prisoner. Both what I heard in Seville and, to some extent, my own experiences there serve to confirm the authenticity of the above document. I should like to quote another eyewitness account, that of Jesus Corrales of Algeciras, a hotel employee. Corrales fled from Algeciras 8 days after the insurrection, when he found that the rebels, failing to find him at home, had shot his 21-year-old wife, Gertrudis Sarmiento, his 2-year-old son, Ricardo, and his 8-month-old daughter, Carmen. His flight took him via Seville to Portugal, and from there via Corunna, Vigo, and San Sebastian to France. I met him at the end of October in Paris, where I had an opportunity of examining his documents and checking his statements by my own personal knowledge of Seville. Here follows his sworn statement, for which I take full responsibility. In Seville, in a small street of the district of San Bernardo, I saw with my own eyes the shooting of a group of about 150 prisoners, amongst whom there were some women. In order to keep the refractory population in a constant state of terror, General Queipo de Llano gave orders that the prisoners should not be shot, as at first, in the barracks, in the prison or the cemetery, but in the streets of working-class districts, and that the corpses should be left lying in the streets for from 12 to 16 hours, after oil had been poured on them so as to avoid the possibility of epidemics. Mass executions had therefore been carried out since the last few days of July, according to a systematic plan, in the districts of Macarena, San Lorenzo, San Bernardo, and Triana alternately. The total number of those shot when I arrived in Seville was estimated at 7,000, i.e., a daily average of 100 to 150 people. The usual procedure was for the delinquents to be transported in lorries to the street, chosen for the execution, where they were made to get out of the lorries in groups of 10 and were then shot. Such horrible scenes took place, however, that the procedure was later on simplified, and the prisoners were shot one by one in the back of the head with revolvers as they got out of the lorry. By way of a further check, here is a message from Wormser and Morel in the distinctly pro-rebel Parasoir, describing events in Seville on July 20th, 1936. A merciless purge was carried out with hand grenades and knives. No quarter was given. On the orders of Queipo de Llano, all the houses in the working-class districts of Triana were obliged to keep their doors and windows wide open, and all the males were carried off as prisoners. The next day, at dawn, 150 people were shot. On the day after, there was a second Holocaust, accompanied by cries of "Long live Spain." This account shews that the memorandum of the Faculty of Law in no wise exaggerates, but rather falls short of the full truth. In Algeciras, continues the memorandum, the pregnant wife of a trade union official who had fled to Gibraltar was forced to drink a mixture of castor oil and petrol and then sent to join her husband. She died the following day. A large number of other women were forced to drink the same mixture. The Moorish troops amused themselves by throwing bombs at bakers' shops where working-class women were standing in queues. Here again, some amplification is necessary. The author stayed in Algeciras on August 30th, on the way from Seville to Gibraltar. He was told that in this little port, where the Foreign Legion and Moors from Africa first touched Spanish soil, about 400 people had been murdered. Among them, a particularly large number of infants and children. The author was given by a customs official the following list of names of persons executed in his own circle of acquaintances. Don Lino Garcia, Lieutenant Colonel, Republican, Dartanto. Don Cayo Salvadores, Professor, a high official in the Educational Service, Chairman of the Republican Association, Freemason D. Don Miguel Puyol Garcia, journalist on the staff of El Noticiero. Ricardo Núñez, Customs Official, de Ahordo. Daisy Chanditad Ois, N. Candle. Rubio, President of the local Red Cross. Romero, Postal Employee. Ortega, Socialist Town Councilor, Telegraphist. Montesinos, Customs Official. Lucas, Postal Employee. Francisco Dominguez, Socialist Town Councilor. Fermin Sanchez, Socialist Town Councilor, Tortuain. Andres Rodriguez Peña, schoolboy from La Linea.K. The lawyer's report continues. In Granada, more than 5,000 workers were shot. Similarly, all the Freemasons were arrested after the card index of the local lodge had been discovered. The prisoners were taken to the cemetery and compelled to dig a common grave for themselves, in which they were then shot. Among those murdered was the poet Garcia Lorca, the leading spirit of the younger generation of Spanish writers. In the hamlets of Pedro Abad, El Carpio and Espejo, after the shooting of the militiamen, their wives were violated and their breasts cut off. In the little town of El Carpio, near Cordoba, which was recaptured by the government troops, 200 workers had previously been shot in the cemetery. The members of their families were marched to the cemetery, accompanied by the village drummer, to take their last farewell of their husbands, and, when assembled there, they were shot down by machine guns on the orders of a captain of the Foreign Legion. 6 members of the FAI, Iberian Anarchist Federation, were locked up by phalangists in a hut, which was soaked with petrol and set alight. All that was found of them was their charred corpses. In Baena, Cordoba, according to the testimony of Antonio Moreno Benavente, of the socialist group, who managed to escape when the rebels took the town, the rebels shot everyone whose name appeared on the files of the workers' organization. Their cruelty, as in other places, took the form of compelling the victims to dig their own graves. They took the presidents of the socialist group and the Socialist Youth Party, Gregorio Lonzo and Manuel Sevillano, and the secretag of the Socialist Youth, Eduardo Cortés, tied them together and shot them, while the families of the 3 men were made to look on. On the 29th of August, 296 out of the 375 members of the parties mentioned were shot. On the 9th of August, 30 workmen were forced to repair the fortifications of the historic castle of the town, and after 48 hours of incessant work without rest and without food, during which they were urged on with whip, they were thrown from the castle rock into the depths below. 3 of them had already gone mad. The civil governor of Corunna, Perez Carballo, was shot, together with his wife, a member of the Librarians and Archivists Association. The deputies Elizida, Martin de Nicolas Dorado, Antonio Acuna, and many others were also executed. Here, too, the objective recital of the bare facts by the Faculty of Law falls short of the grim reality. I am in possession of a more detailed account of the murder of the governor of Corunna and his wife. The circumstances were communicated by the Portuguese consul in Corunna in a secret report to the Portuguese foreign minister, Alvanal Montejo. This report came to the knowledge of the then Spanish ambassador in Lisbon, Sanchez Albornoz, who communicated its contents to me. The civil governor of Corunna was a professor at the Madrid University, by name Perez Carballo. Shortly before the insurrection broke out, he had married Juana Capdevielle, a librarian. Carballo, with a handful of loyalists, defended the prefecture building of Corunna for some hours, after which he was taken prisoner and shot. His wife, who was pregnant, collapsed and was taken to the military hospital. Since the leaders of the phalanx, brought up as they were in religious traditions, shrank from shooting a pregnant woman, an abortion was performed on Juana Capdevielle in hospital. After a successful operation, pregnancy had reached the 4th month. She was carried on a stretcher to the cemetery, lowered into a newly made grave, shot as she lay there and covered with earth. As a result of this scene, one of the stretcher bearers went insane and had to be put in an asylum. Let us revert to the memorandum. In Saragossa, more than 2,000 workers were killed. Dr. Rui Alcodo, a well-known philanthropist who belonged to no party, was shot, and also his 17-year-old son. After the shooting of the boy, they made the old man wait for several hours, on the grounds that he must be allowed time to mourn his son. In Caspe, Aragon, a certain Captain Negrete gave orders for the mother, the sister, who was married to a colonel of the civil guard, and the 4-year-old daughter of La Torre, the mayor who had been murdered some days previously, to be shot. When fighting broke out, the rebels fired from the balconies of the houses, using their hostages, the wives and children of the members of the left, as living barricades. Confirmatory evidence of these facts is supplied by the following item in the New Rotterdamsche Courant of September 5th or 6th, 1936. When the government troops advanced, the captain of the troops of phalangists in the district of Caspe, DV, made all the women and children form a chain so that the militia would be forced to stop shooting to avoid hitting innocent people. The gallant captain held the little daughter of the mayor by the hand. 35 days after the outbreak of the insurrection, Jesus Monzon, leader of the People's Front in Navarra, succeeded in escaping from rebel territory. His account is of particular value since it gives a clear picture of the terroristic methods employed in the very stronghold of the insurgent. On Sunday, July 18th, 2 aeroplanes flew from Madrid to Pamplona. Their pilots called on General Mola, the commandant of the garrison, and conveyed to him a message from Franco with regard to the revolt in Morocco. An hour later, the commandant of the civil guard, a loyal Republican, was shot. The civil governor entered into negotiations with Mola and capitulated. He received permission to leave the town with his wife. At the news that the governor of the town had left, an enraged crowd collected in the marketplace, thirsting for victims. The first to be killed were some Carlists who, owing to their red belts and ties, were taken for Marxists. The alignment of social forces in Navarra, Spain's Vendée, was still very unfavorable to the Frente Popular, the membership of which was only 2,000 or 3,000. Anyone known to be a left-winger was killed. For example, Forco, Secretary of the Red Aid; Bengaray, President of the Republican Party; Cayuela, Secretary of the Socialist Party; Aris, Vice President of the Left Republican Party; and Stella, Mayor of Pamplona, a Catholic and Basque nationalist. The massacres continued the whole forenoon. Nearly every teacher in the place was killed. Thus, during the first 2 days of the insurrection, 500 people lost their lives in Pamplona. In the whole of Navarra, there were over 7,000 victims. On Sunday, July 19th, over 100 wives of the murdered left-wingers were herded into the marketplace. There their heads were closely shaven, this being the greatest possible disgrace for a Spanish woman, and they were driven through the streets with placards hung round their necks, on which was written, I am the wife of a Bolshevik. Others were put in the pillory and spat upon by the crowd. Nay. From Burgos itself, the rebel capital, as good as no reliable news has filtered through. There are a number of rumors and atrocity stories, of which the following message from Emmanuel Boursier in L'Intransigeant of August 20th, 1936, seems trustworthy. In Burgos, an officer suggested that we should visit the prison. "How many prisoners have you there?" I asked. 1,500. For some reason or other, the visit to the prison did not take place that day. On the next day, I mentioned the matter to another officer. "You want to visit the prisoners?" He remarked casually. "It would hardly be worth your while. There aren't many of them." "How many?" I asked. "About 20, he replied. He did not say what had become of the rest. Neither I nor my fellow journalists dared to put any questions. In October 1936, the Spanish Minister of the Interior in Madrid gave me an opportunity of speaking to a number of fugitives from various places in northern Spain that were in rebel hands. I spoke in all to 29. 2 of them seemed to me particularly reliable. Esteban Liras, an agricultural laborer from the village of Peñafiel, told me, "In the village of Peñafiel, from which I come, the rebels arrested the mayor, Celestino Velasco, and a great many others. He was taken to the main square, where petrol was poured over him, and he was set alight. Everyone was made to look on. The rebel commandant made a speech in which he declared that this had been done to serve as an example to all those who oppose the restoration of Spain." "Ya, alone?" Jesus Oyarzun, a farmer from Segovia, told me. In Segovia, mass executions take place at night in the cemetery. A searchlight and 2 machine guns are used. As a result of this summary procedure, it often happens that men and women who are not yet dead, but only wounded, are thrown into the mass grave. This story has got round amongst the prisoners, and their fears that they will be buried alive, for we have all long since ceased to be afraid of death alone. I was repeatedly a witness of these nocturnal executions, and again saw individuals, usually women but sometimes even men who were about to be shot, throw themselves at the feet of the Falangist and foreign legionaries, clasp their arms and feet, and implore them not to spare their lives, but to shoot straight or, if possible, to shoot them out of hand. And so on, and so on, and so on. The overwhelming majority of the facts quoted date from the first few days of the insurrection, and come from districts which fell into the hands of the rebels before the beginning of the actual struggle. These were not reprisals carried out during the war, but terrorist measures of a prophylactic, preventive nature. The number of victims who were executed immediately after the beginning of the insurrection in order to inspire terror in the populace has been estimated at about 50,000. But this was only the beginning. 3. Help from abroad. A glance at the map will suffice to show what would be the strategic importance of Spain in a Franco-German war. This is the opening sentence of a memorandum of the German press director in Spain, Herr Retter, dated May 1935. It provides the leitmotif of German foreign policy in Spain since the beginning of the National Socialist regime. On July 20th, 1936, the day on which Franco's insurrection was put down in Barcelona, the Republican authorities seized a number of files and documents left behind by the leaders of the Nazi Federation in Spain when they fled the town. These documents contain valuable evidence of the part played by Germany in fomenting the rebellion. An essential feature of German Mediterranean policy was that a pro-German regime, if possible of a dictatorial character, should be established in Spain, and that pro-Nazi feeling should be fostered among the population. Ever since 1934, Germany has been mobilizing its forces to this end. Spain has been flooded with Nazi propaganda material, smuggled in with the help of the German consuls in the various ports. In 1935, 360,000 pesetas were expended by the German propaganda ministry and other departments in an effort to influence the Spanish press, half of which sum consisted of bribes paid to Spanish journalists. Examination of the card indexes of the Iberian Nazi organization in Barcelona, which formed part of the confiscated material, revealed the fact that 22 Spanish newspapers were already regarded as pro-Hitler. Among them, the ABC, the most widely read paper in Spain. A whole string of organizations were engaged in propagating the doctrines of the Third Reich in Spain and playing into each other's hands. German diplomatic representatives and consuls, branches of the NSDAP, National Socialist Party of Germany, the German Workers' Front, the Nazi Women's Organization, the Fichte-Bund, another very patriotic organization, German export firms and shipping companies, and above all, agents of the Gestapo, the German secret police. The 5,000 German Nazis in Spain were preparing the ground for Spanish fascism. A Reichswehr agent by the name of Gunz, who posed in Barcelona as the representative of a German industrial firm, Windkraftzentrale Wilhelm Teubert, Berlin, cooperated with the German consuls in Seville and Alicante in organizing secret deliveries of arms from Germany to the Spanish General Staff. Gunz was furthermore a connecting link with General Gaudin, the leader of the insurrection in Catalonia, and with General Milan d'Estrée, founder of the Foreign Legion. Gunz was only one of the many German intermediaries in Spain. Agents of the Reichswehr, experienced plotters and putschists, who had gained their experience through having fought in the Freikorps and taken part in underground activities against the Weimar Republic, were at work in all the important Spanish towns, in the Moroccan ports, and in the Balearic Islands. During February and March 1936, General Sanjurjo, who had been chosen by the rebels to lead the insurrection, stayed in Berlin. While there, he visited the important armament centers, arranged for deliveries of German arms for the insurrection, and took part in a number of political discussions. In May, in Alicante and Lisbon, final arrangements were concluded between the rebel leaders and the authorized representatives of Germany and Italy. There can be no doubt that Italian diplomatic and military activity played a no less effective part in paving the way for the Spanish insurrection. The Italians, however, were not so courteous as to leave behind compromising documents in Barcelona when the insurrection broke out, and Italy's part in the preparations for the insurrection is not known in such detail as is that of Germany. All the better known and more striking, therefore, was the role played by Italy after the outbreak of the Civil War. The military insurrection broke out on July 18, 1936. 2 weeks later, the rebels were in possession of a brand new air fleet of German and Italian planes, manned by German and Italian pilots, mechanics and instructors. Italian tanks were already in action at Badajoz. Iran was being bombarded by German heavy artillery. Together with war material, technicians also were pouring into the country, from tank mechanics to general staff officers. Italian regular troops landed in Majorca, and by the end of October, this largest of the Balearic Islands had become virtually an Italian possession. Week by week, the number of foreigners in the rebel army grew. In the middle of November, when the Civil War had lasted for 4 months, Frank L.D. Klucone, the correspondent of the New York Times, wrote, "The rebel army is not the same army that it was at the beginning of the rebellion. Italians, Moors, and Germans are now the backbone of General Franco's army." On November 18th, by which time the capital and 3/5 of Spain were in the hands of the constitutionally elected government, Germany and Italy proclaimed General Franco ruler of Spain. During the winter months of 1936, 7. Italy landed 85,090 infantry in Spain, while Germany took over various specialized technical functions in the rebel army: motor transport, tanks and anti-tank guns, anti-aircraft guns, coastal batteries, and heavy artillery. On February 9, 1937, the Italians captured Malaga. On April 26, the Germans destroyed Guernica. On May 31st, German warships bombarded Almeria. On June 27th, Hitler declared in a public speech in Würzburg that Germany desired a victory for Franco because it needed Spanish steel for its heavy industry. On June 26, 1937, Mussolini declared through his mouthpiece, the Popolo d'Italia, that Italy had never been neutral on the Spanish question, and that a victory for Franco meant a victory for Italy. In this way, the two dictatorships officially and expressly admitted their own share in the preparation and prosecution of the Spanish Civil War. The statements made by the insurgent leaders were no less relevant and explicit. General Queipo Delano openly stated to the author that his ideal was to establish a state after the German and Italian model. General Ponte Masso de Zuniga, commandant of the rebel forces in Saragossa, declared, in a statement to the Deutsches Nachrichtenbüro of September 21, 1936, "Our aim is to create a new Spain. Germany will provide us with a model. We not only admire Adolf Hitler, we reverence him." Similar declarations have been made by nearly all the prominent rebel leaders. Finally, General Cabanellas, who, as president of the Burgos Junta, acts as a kind of prime minister in rebel territory, made the following statement to the German press, Deutsches Nachrichtenbüro, of September 15, 1936. General Cabanellas, president of the Burgos National Junta, wishes to inform the German people that Spain DT, whatever may happen, will never forget the kindly sympathy and the moral assistance rendered to it by Germany. Your Führer and your people are standing guard in the east. We shall stand guard in the west. It was only bit by bit that the world learned these facts. But Franco and his friends knew, long before they precipitated the insurrection, that they could count on events taking the course they did. The world learned also, of course, about the French airplanes, Russian tanks and Mexican munitions supplied to the Spanish government. Some of the reports in this connection were exaggerated. Most of them were true. The simple truth is that the non-intervention agreement, which was based on the absurd assumption that the legal government and the leaders of an open rebellion should be treated on equal terms, never really worked on either side. But the help from abroad which the Spanish government received was only a fraction of what was due to it as the legal government of a sovereign state with the full right to purchase war material. The help from abroad which the rebels received in the preparation and carrying out of the insurrection constituted, on the other hand, an open breach of international law, and arbitrary interference in the internal affairs of a sovereign state. Equally marked is the difference in the composition of the foreign troops fighting in Spain. On the one side is the International Brigade, the strength of which, after a year of civil war, is estimated at 15,000. It consists of volunteers from all parts of the world, private individuals actuated by purely personal convictions. There have been men of this kind in Europe ever since the time of Lafayette and of Byron. More than half the International Brigade consists of political refugees from the dictator states of Germany, Italy, and Austria. The remaining large contingents are made up of Englishmen and Frenchmen who have managed to make their way to Spain despite the veto of their own governments. As to Russia, there is no Russian infantry in Spain, but there is a number of Russian pilots and tank drivers, estimated at about 200, who are in Spain with the tacit approval of their government. They are the only foreigners on the government side who cannot be regarded as purely volunteers in the above-mentioned sense. As regards leadership, on the government side there are two foreign generals, Kleber and Julius Deutsch. Both are political refugees, persecuted by their own governments. Kleber, a communist from a Central European country, Deutsch a social democrat, a former Austrian minister of war. On the other side are the 8,000 to 10,000 military experts and technicians officially dispatched by the Reichswehr and about 100,000 Italian infantry, commanded by generals on the active list, and recruited from the local groups of the Fascio. Their casualty lists are published in the official organs of the Italian government, and their deeds officially glorified by the Deuce, while state pensions are awarded to the dependents of the fallen. In other words, they form an army of intervention, which is waging war against the Spanish government, a regular war with the only difference that, in accordance with the new practice in diplomacy, there has been no declaration of war. There was no declaration of war either in Abyssinia nor in the case of the Sino-Japanese War. To pretend that the Italians who cooperated in the taking of Malaga, Bilbao, Santander were private volunteers is as good as to pretend that Manchuria was conquered by private Japanese individuals and Abyssinia by private Italian individuals, an hypothesis which can scarcely be said to be altogether convincing. Chapter 5. The Church Militant. 1. The Republicans and the Church. The Spanish writer Lara has very neatly summed up the mentality of the Spanish clergy in his famous work, Nadie pace sin hablar con el portero. Researches. Ask the monk who has discovered a French book among the luggage of a traveler. This fellow researches must certainly be a heretic. Into the fire with him. Reference has already been made in the introductory chapters to the singular development of the Catholic Church against the feudal social background of Spain. We have seen that in this socially backward country, the development of the Church has also remained in a medieval stage. Whereas the confiscation of church property was carried out in France in 1789, and to some extent in England under Henry VIII, and the separation of church and state constitutes one of the features of the bourgeois era. In Spain, the Church was, until the year 1936, one of the largest landowners in the country, and all demands for secular education were regarded, until quite recently, as treason and heresy. The temporal, material interests of the Spanish Church were as great as those of the French Church about the time of Richelieu, and those of the English Church up to the Reformation. We have further seen that the Spanish Church had such considerable sums invested in banking, industry, and even in large-scale commercial undertakings and shipping, that in order to safeguard these material interests, it was obliged to meddle even in the petty intrigues of day-to-day political life. The political attitude of the Spanish Church has been determined in no uncertain fashion by these secular interests. As a result, the clergy in Spain has always pursued a strictly anti-liberal and anti-republican policy, and has always championed the cause of absolute monarchy. During the Great War, the Spanish clergy was the chief exponent of pro-German propaganda, the object of which was to induce Spain to join the Central Powers. In its espousal of the German cause, the Spanish Church did not hesitate to employ the crudest methods of propaganda. France was represented as being a decadent nation, corrupted by cocottes and anticlericals. England, the egoistic and perfidious Albion, as being the arch-enemy of Spain and of the papacy. Germany, on the other hand, was a chaste and healthy nation, which possessed an extraordinarily powerful army and fleet, and whose friendship was likely to be in all circumstances of advantage to Spain, and to contribute to the welfare and the prosperity of the Catholic Church. In this connection, it is intriguing to note that all those groups who are today fighting on the side of the insurgents, the officers' cliques, the Carlists, the clergy, the conservatives, were, even as far back as 1914, passionately Germanophile, whereas those strata of the population which today constitute the People's Front, from the trades unions to the Basque and Catalan Catholics, were supporters of the Allies. The social antithesis between the dictatorial regime of the Kaiser and the Western democracies had its counterpart even at that time in a similar rift within the Spanish nation. The post-war policy of the Spanish clergy followed the same course. The clerical press indulged in apologia for, and passionate eulogies of Italian fascism and German National Socialism. The clergy and clerical press in Spain enthusiastically acclaimed the Italian campaign in Abyssinia, and even went so far as publicly to pour contempt on England's attitude on the Abyssinian question. The Spanish clerical press systematically avoided all reference to the persecution of German priests and pastors by the Nazis, or to the charges of immorality brought against the German Franciscan orders, which are regarded even by anti-clericals as utterly base. In this respect again, the one exception was Euskadi, the organ of the Basque Catholics, whose peculiar position already mentioned was reflected in their attitude to foreign politics. The Spanish clergy's immediate reaction to the proclamation of the Spanish Republic in the year 1931 was of a most violent and aggressive character. The archbishops and priests turned themselves into electioneering agents, issuing pastoral letters against the Republican parties, the workers' organizations, and their leaders, and not scrupling to employ the most unsavory methods in their campaign against the Republic. On the occasion of the 1931, 1933, and 1936 elections to the Cortes, Spaniards were privileged to witness the curious spectacle of nuns being marched in a body to the polling stations to vote against the Republic. It is quite understandable that the provocative attitude of the clergy should have aroused violent anti-clerical feeling amongst the people. Their attitude, as has already been said, was not anti-religious, but anti-clerical. There are large sections of the people who, while to this very day imbued with strong traditional religious feelings, are yet opposed to the attitude of the Spanish Church. The Church has increasingly cut itself off from the masses. The Church dignitaries' identification of themselves with the ruling caste, their open resentment of even the most elementary demands of the poor peasants, their cold and calculated policy of encouraging the wealthier peasants, has increasingly intensified this process of isolation. Not only those workers who have come under socialist or syndicalist influence, but the illiterate rural population, too, have turned away from the Church. The tension between clergy and people showed itself as open enmity when, during the first few years of the Republic, Gil Robles founded his Acción Popular and thus created the new form of Spanish clerical fascism. The Gil Robles party aimed literally and explicitly at the restoration of the Middle Ages, one of its leaders even declaring, on the occasion of a meeting in November 1935, that the only means of putting an end to the prevalence of godless socialism in Spain was to set up a new Inquisition. The young Republic itself, on the other hand, was far less militant. It never attempted to introduce, let alone enforce, a single reform that had not long since been embodied in the constitutions of many of the democracies of Europe, such as, for example, the separation of church and state, the confiscation of church property, the right of divorce, secular education in the state schools, the dissolution of the Jesuit order. The Republic respected the Concordat concluded in 1851 with the Holy See. It allowed all the religious orders, with the exception of the Jesuits, to continue to exist on Spanish soil. It allowed the church schools for adults and children to continue to exist as private institutions. It permitted all the churches to remain open, and made no attempt to interfere with practicing Catholics in the observance of their religion. The Spanish clergy, nevertheless, was not amenable to reason or prepared to appreciate tolerance. During the rising in Asturias in October 1934, certain fanatical priests went so far as to denounce socialist workers to López Ochoa's hangman, and amongst other things to conscript seminarists for the firing squad. The cynical frankness of the document issued by the rebel command, quoted in Chapter 4 of this book, instructing officers to use church towers as strategic points during street fighting, may astound the foreigner. It was no novelty to the Spaniards. Long before the outbreak of the insurrection, it was known throughout the country that a number of fortresses, like monasteries and churches in Spain, were being misused by the Falange Española as depots for arms and munitions, and that some priests even put these buildings at the disposal of the conspirators for their nocturnal meetings. As early as the elections of February 1936, crowds were fired on from certain church towers. In Granada, during the victory celebrations of the People's Front, panic broke out when sharpshooters fired on the crowd from housetops and from a church tower in the center of the town. The reaction was inevitable. In the stormy months between February and the July insurrection, feeling ran high in a number of villages in Catalonia and Andalusia, and found expression in the burning of churches. During the first few days of the insurrection, churches were again used as strategic points. On July 19th in Madrid, machine guns were fired from the Salesian monastery in the Cala de Francisco Rodriguez in the Cuatro Caminos district, from the Cathedral of St. Isidore, and from several priest seminaries. After the fighting, barricades of mattresses were found behind the windows of a convent in 7, Calle del Sacramento. 24 hours before the insurrection, the nuns had been evacuated, and a troop of phalangists had taken up their quarters there. The same thing happened in other towns of Spain. In the smaller towns in Catalonia, the inadequately armed or entirely unarmed militiamen were frequently obliged to smoke out the machine gun nests set up in the monasteries, or to blast the walls with dynamite. The results were what might have been expected. I've seen the ruins of churches and monasteries in Catalonia. The sight of them is staggering. I have also seen the churches in Madrid, which were blown to bits by Franco's artillery and aircraft, and the hospitals that suffered a like fate. His sight was equally staggering. It is to be expected that the propagandists of both sides should make all the capital they can out of their demolished churches. In the Great War, the Allies and the Central Powers also denounced each other for the destruction of church buildings. But there should be journalists who never weary of returning, again and again, to the subject of the burned churches of Catalonia, expressing their horror at the effect, without mentioning the cause, is a thing I have never been able to understand. In November 1936, I had an opportunity of talking to Sergeant Fernando Osier of the 5th Regiment of Militia, a former mechanic at the Montana Barracks. He described to me a scene which he had witnessed in Girona on July 22nd. After the suppression of the insurrection, he said, the Romanesque church in a suburb of Girona was guarded by a detachment of workers' militia. About 20 militiamen had posted themselves, some in front of the church door, others at the corners of the streets in the neighborhood. Since things were already quiet in the district, the militiamen were taking things fairly easily, and were smoking and chatting with passers-by. About 7 o'clock in the evening, a machine gun began to rattle unexpectedly from the church tower. A militiaman and 2 passers-by were wounded. Chaos ensued, and no one knew what was actually happening. The militiamen took cover and began to fire at random at the tower, but their commandant ordered them to stop and sent a messenger to headquarters to ask for instructions. He was loath to attack the church on his own responsibility, for it had been placed under his protection. At length orders arrived from his superior officer to storm the church. In the meantime, uninterrupted machine gun fire had been kept up. I think the people in the church must have had automatic quick-firing revolvers as well. A woman who was imprudent enough to go near was wounded in the head and died in the doorway of the house into which she was carried. A considerable crowd had gathered, which after this incident could scarcely be kept in check. When at last the militiamen stormed the church, losing incidentally 2 men, the choir stalls burst into flames. In the course of the night, the church was completely gutted. I don't know who set fire to it. The militiamen arrested several suspects, but the feeling of the crowd easily explains the occurrence. I myself am a practicing Catholic and go to confession twice a month, but at that moment my sympathies were entirely with the crowd. When a man in a priest's robe shoots down a woman with a machine gun for no reason at all, then he is no longer a priest. Later on, it turned out that 3 scoundrelly phalangists had been shooting from the tower. The sacristan had fed them with ammunition. After the insurrection, the phalangists had hidden in the church, and on the wireless set they had brought with them, they had heard a rebel report that a fresh revolt had broken out in Barcelona. That is why they thought the moment had arrived to blaze away with their machine gun. 2 of the phalangists were shot. The third is in the model prison, together with the sacristan. Oh, when civil war followed upon the insurrection, a number of priests in Spain developed a real crusading mania. In Galicia, the Bishop of Mondoñedo personally assumed the command of a rebel column which was sent to the relief of Oviedo before General Yagui's column arrived on the scene. The Bishop of Mondoñedo was a prelate who had been notorious ever since the time of the Asturian Rebellion, and his hostility towards the workers had led to grave conflicts within the ranks of the clergy itself. During the first few days of the Civil War, the detachment that fought under his command was composed entirely of priests and seminarists. A number of these bellicose priests were taken prisoner by government troops. The memorandum already referred to, drawn up by the governing body of the Madrid Faculty of Law, describes a positively fantastic scene in Pamplona, which shows how the darkest traditions of the Inquisition were being resurrected. About this time, the end of August 1936, a procession with the Archbishop of Toledo at its head marched through the streets of Pamplona, carrying an image of the Madonna del Pilar. When it was over, the image of the Madonna was set up in the middle of the principal square of the town, and the clergy were drawn up round it in military formation. After a short ceremony, 60 prisoners were shot, to the honor and glory of the Virgin and the accompaniment of a peal of bells. A letter written by a Catholic priest in Valladolid to an English colleague, the Reverend E.B. Short of Bulwell, Nottingham, breathes the same medieval spirit. Much is to be done, it concludes. They will do it. Communism is to be burnt from the land. No false sentimentality. They are offered the sacrament and shot. If they blaspheme the sacrament, they are flogged before being shot. More than 3,000 have been shot here. Many to follow. Each case is scrupulously examined. I know. This unparalleled effusion on the part of a priest appeared in the Nottingham Evening News of November 26, 1936. 5 days later, the same paper published the following letter to the editor. A priest's letter. Sir, regarding the disgraceful letter to the Bulwell priest from his co-religionist in Valladolid, Spain, published last Thursday, it is reminiscent of the Dark Ages, or at least some 400 years ago, when Philip and Mary of Spain, egged on by the bigoted and cruel priesthood, sent the Armada, with numerous priests replete with various instruments of torture, on board for the spiritual uplift of our heretic forebears. Happily, priests and torture machines found a watery grave in the great storms that decimated the Armada. Doubtless, had he lived at that time, the Valladolid priest would have been on board one of Philip's galleons in charge of his pet instrument of torture. It is the same bigotry and hatred that burnt Ridley and Latimer at the stake. It would be interesting to know if our Valladolid Christian is blessing Franco's Moors as they pass by his seminary. Essex Farm, Kimberley, Notts. The indictment implicit in these documents is directed against only a section of the Spanish clergy, primarily against the hierarchy at the top, the princes of the church and the bishops. A considerable section of the clergy with a social conscience was staunchly Republican. In contrast to the grim scenes in Pamplona and Girona, really touching incidents have from time to time been recorded which reveal how close is the tie binding simple village priests to their flocks. In the village of Calahorra, in the Ebro Valley, the priest, at the peril of his life, prevented a massacre of Republicans and Socialists. Similar incidents have been reported from several little towns in the Basque provinces. The whole course of the Civil War has shown that the Spanish people can be relied upon to react instinctively to such differences of behavior. Personalities such as those of the Archbishop of Toledo and the Bishop of Mondoñedo have very gravely discredited the Spanish clergy in the eyes of the people. But in those cases where the priests have displayed human feeling and shown understanding of the misery of the peasants, both believers and non-believers have respected them, protected them, and treated them with that spontaneous warmth which is so typical of the simple Spaniard. There were little villages in Catalonia where the anarchists protected the priest, whose church had been occupied against his will by the insurgents, against the fury of the crowd, and got him away safe. In Madrid, a militiaman of the 5th Regiment showed me with pride a much-thumbed letter that he had been carrying about in his pocket. We feel we must express our thanks to the militia for its kind behavior and the assistance it has given us. Permit us to express, in particular, our grateful admiration for the way in which your militiamen have respected the art treasures and objects of value in our chapels. Sister Veronica Lagasca. Capuchin Convent, Plaza de Conde Torreno, Madrid. 2. The Insurgents and the Church. When the troops of the Moorish Foreign Legion entered Pamplona, their black faces still blacker from the dust and heat of the Battle of Badajoz, they were enthusiastically acclaimed. "This is no civil war, sir," a woman exclaimed to me. "It is a crusade." This excerpt from a message which appeared at the end of August in a right-wing French newspaper is significant as illustrating to what heights of inanity people are still able to attain in the 20th century. For the lady in Pamplona who greeted the foreign legionaries and Moors as crusaders is by no means an exception. The rebel propagandists set themselves from the beginning to create in Spain, as also abroad, an atmosphere reminiscent of the Crusades. They relied on the assumption that all faithful Catholics in Spain were in their camp. This assumption has proved to be erroneous. On October 4, 1936, 6 weeks after the outbreak of the insurrection, Don José Aguirre, the leader of the Basque Catholic Nationalist Party, made the following declaration before the assembled Cortes. "I regard it as of particular importance at this moment to state emphatically that we of the Basque Country are all with you against fascism, and that we are quite especially so because of our undeviating Christian and Catholic principles. You can count on our being and remaining wholeheartedly and loyally on your side. Christ chose neither bayonet nor gun to win the world. A Christian movement such as ours vindicates social progress. For what other reason did Christ come into the world? We come from the people. We are the descendants of the people, just as Christ came from the people, and we are with him and with the people in this fight. Our church is the church of the poor and humble." Behind the man who made this profession of faith was ranged the majority of the Basque Catholics. With those of the Catalan Catholics who are loyal to the government, they amount to about 1/3 of all the Catholics of Spain. The Basque Country is, moreover, the one province of Spain which has adhered most strictly to the fundamental principles of the Christian faith. It is likewise the only province of Spain in which a Christian social movement with its roots in the people can be compared for strength with the socialist workers' movement. The Basques of Bilbao were, even after a year of civil war, still more Catholic than red, but they would have no truck with Crusader Franco. In Irún, San Sebastian, Durango, Guernica, Bilbao, the self-styled defender of the faith has had to subdue the Catholic provinces step by step after a hard struggle and with the help of Mohammedan troops. What is the deduction to be drawn from this? That true Catholics are against Franco and that only the bishops and the hypocritical landowners are with him? Not at all. Such an assumption would be as erroneous as the assumption that all Catholics were on his side. In the Spanish question, one must be on one's guard against broad generalizations. The truth of the matter is that the rift runs right through the Catholic Church. The great majority of the Catholics of Navarra have been without doubt behind Franco from the beginning. The great majority of the Basque Catholics have from the beginning been behind the government. The whole question hinges not on religious, but on political, doctrines die quo. The contrast in the behavior of the Basque and the Navarra's Catholics is inexplicable as a theological problem, but perfectly explicable as a political problem. The Basques have striven for centuries to attain linguistic, cultural, and economic autonomy. History has taught them that the liberal democratic movement in Spain favors the cause of racial minorities, and that movements aiming at absolute monarchy and dictatorship, on the other hand, are bitterly opposed to all demands for autonomy. The Catholics of the Basque Country had everything to hope for from the Republic and nothing from the generals. Franco's first act after the taking of Bilbao was to abolish Basque fiscal autonomy. In Navarra, the position was exactly the reverse. The Pyrenean valleys of Navarra had remained a stronghold of medieval tradition. It was Spain's Vendée and the birthplace of the Carlist movement. In Navarra, Catholicism was synonymous with the political program of absolute monarchy, with the retention of patriarchal, feudal conditions in agriculture. The Catholicism of the Basque Country, a predominantly industrial province, professed the faith of the Church of the Poor and Humble, the Christianity of the Sermon on the Mount, of the camel and the needle's eye. The Catholicism of Navarra professed the faith of the Church of Torquemada, of the quarrelsome and worldly popes of the Middle Ages, of the Church militant. It is one of the fundamental untruths of the rebel propaganda to designate this war a religious war. One need not be an Orthodox Christian to consider it blasphemy for ambitious generals to use God as an excuse for their insurrection. The struggle between feudalism and democracy in Spain has as little to do with religion as had those picture postcards in 1914 which portrayed God as blessing a French mine layer or a German submarine, as the case might be. The crusading spirit of the rebel generals only persists so long as believers and priests identify themselves with the purely political aims of the insurrection. The moment that priests, and even bishops, cease to see eye to eye with these political aims, they are treated as enemies, and either imprisoned or shot. A well-known case in point is that of the Bishop of Vitoria and Canon Don Lucius, who, at the beginning of the struggle in the Basque Country, were arrested by Carlists together with 13 pupils of the priest seminary and shot. The number of Catholic priests executed by the rebels has been computed at over 150. The Protestants in rebel territory were given a particularly bad time. The Protestants form a small, but socially far from unimportant minority in Spain, since their adherents are drawn for the most part from the educated middle classes. The liberal and strongly social character of the Protestant minority church in Spain made it inevitable that members of the evangelical community should be regarded from the first as suspect and as enemies of the Burgos region. Here is an extract from a document in my possession which is based on an investigation conducted by the Protestant community in Madrid. The members of the Protestant faith in Madrid, who are unconnected with any political party, deem it their duty to make known to the public the following facts with regard to the persecution and murder of dignitaries and members of the Lutheran Church by Spanish fascists. In Granada, the Protestant pastors José and Garcia Fernandez and Salvador Iñiguez, together with the wife of the former, were shot. Another dignitary of the Lutheran Church, Samuel Palanuc, is, if he is yet alive, in prison. In Córdoba, Pastor Antonio Garcia was expelled before he had time to leave the town. All his furniture was removed by Carlists, who threatened to kill him. Antonio Garcia and his wife fled that same night to Gibraltar without any luggage and completely without resources. In San Fernando, Pastor Miguel Blanco was shot under martial law in the presence of his mother and a number of members of the Protestant Church. To serve as an example to heretics, it was stated in the official report. It is feared that his fellow pastor Francisco López of Puerto Real has met with a like fate. Since the beginning of August, Carlos Linian, of the village of Miata near Badajoz, and Luis Cabrera, the Protestant teacher of the neighboring village of Santa Amalia, have disappeared, and nothing further has been heard of them. In Iba Hernando, in the province of Cáceres, a number of Protestants were shot, among them the well-known notable Francisco Torrat. In Santa Amalia, the wife of a Protestant agricultural laborer was saturated in petrol and set alight. And then, after being terribly burned, she was beheaded with an axe. I received a typed copy of this document at the beginning of November 1936 in Madrid. The copy bore neither signature nor date, and the incidents related seemed to me so crude that at first I doubted the authenticity of the document. I made inquiries and gained possession of papers, which confirmed the allegations in the report, among them a letter written by Pastor Elias Arroyo of the Protestant Mission in Madrid to Professor F.A.J. Paul of Belfast. The letter contains the text of the first report from Antonio Garcia, the pastor mentioned in paragraph 3 of the above document. He confirms, among other things, the shooting of Pastor Miguel Blanco in San Fernando, as well as that of Pastor Iñiguez of Granada, and of his predecessor Garcia Fernandez. See paragraph 2 of the document. Only Samuel Palanuk, thanks to the adroit intervention of his wife, escaped abroad after 5 days of imprisonment. Further material regarding the persecution of Protestants in rebel territory was published by Dr. Inge at the end of November in The Spectator and the Church of England newspaper. Dr. V. Inge related, among other things, that the Protestant pastor of Salamanca, his wife and 2 children were executed as heretics by the rebels, and that the Protestant pastor of Valladolid was burned alive in jail. The French Protestant newspaper, Évangile et Liberté, writing of this ghastly revelation, expressed the fear that the overthrow of the constitutionally elected Republican government would also mean the downfall of Spanish Protestantism, as the result of a fresh wave of persecution of Protestants and the reintroduction of auto da face, with the difference that instead of the formal ceremonial of the stake and the death masks of former times, the far more drastic and summary firing squads and the executioners' axe would be brought into play. So much for the treatment of Protestants by the rebels. That their treatments of the Jews is even worse goes without saying. The rebel press is particularly fond of referring in catchwords, strictly after the German pattern, to Jews, Freemasons, and Marxists, who must be extirpated for the good of Spain. In Spanish Morocco, at the beginning of the insurrection, the Jewish communities were forced to contribute to Franco's war chest, and prominent Jewish citizens were arrested and shot. In Tangier, Phalangists posted up anti-Semitic notices, in which the Mohammedans were adjured to declare war against Jews and communists. Finally, in Tetuan, in the months of July and August 1936, regular pogroms were carried out in the Jewish districts, the organized origin of which was untraceable. Similarly, popular editions of the Elders of Zion and translations of German anti-Semitic literature were widely disseminated. Thus, the problem of Franco's position with regard to religion may be summed up as follows. Franco does not represent the interests of believers as against the forces that threaten religion. He represents the interests of that section of the Catholic population which is Catholic and reactionary. Catholics with Republican sympathies are persecuted by him with the same ruthlessness as are Republicans who profess no religion. The Protestants who, owing to their social status, are almost entirely Republican, are treated as out-and-out enemies, as are the Jews. The analogy with the attitude of the state to the church under other dictatorships is unmistakable. In Germany, too, the National Socialists, before seizing power, maintained that they were the defenders of the faith and of culture against the godless Weimar Republic. Scarcely had they attained power than they began to persecute that section of the Catholic and Protestant Church which did not submit to the dictates of worldly tyrants and refused to identify themselves with their methods and political aims. In Germany, 2. Disagreements and splits occurred within the Protestant and Catholic churches for purely worldly, political reasons. There were Catholic cardinals and Protestant bishops who upheld the ancient traditions of Christendom and with exemplary courage entered the lists against tyranny. And there were also dignitaries of the church who became the willing tools of that same tyranny. It would appear that wherever modern dictatorships of the fascist type come to power, the church has to undergo a historical trial similar to that which it underwent in the early Middle Ages when the power of the absolute monarchies was being consolidated. A trial leading to the same internal divisions and dissensions. Chapter 6. Propaganda. The very magnitude of a lie endows it with a certain element of credibility, for the broad masses of the people are at bottom more liable to be corrupted than to be consciously and deliberately bad. Thus, the very naivete of their mentality makes them fall more easily victim to a great lie than a small one, since they themselves may sometimes lie on a small scale, but would be very much ashamed of lying on a grand scale. 1. Political propaganda. Propaganda has from the start played a very big part in the Spanish Civil War, and propaganda for foreign consumption has been almost of more importance for both sides than propaganda for home consumption. Roughly, there are 3 arguments of a political nature which Franco has employed in his propaganda abroad. Varying stress is laid on each of these according to the country for which it is intended. These arguments are: the generals began the Civil War because the communists had established a reign of terror in Madrid. The generals began the Civil War because the communists were planning to establish a reign of terror in Madrid. It was not the generals, but the Madrid government that began the Civil War. In England and France, the rebel propaganda mainly turns on arguments 1 and 2, i.e., the generals embarked on the insurrection in order to save Spain from communism. For consumption within the Third Reich, a much simpler line is taken, i.e., the generals did not revolt at all. No reference is made to the fact of the military insurrection on July 18th. Instead, it is simply stated that the Spanish government began the Civil War. Incredible as it may sound, this is the official German version. It can be found in a brochure published in November 1936 by the Eher Verlag, Munich, official publishers to the National Socialist Party. Amongst other books published by this firm is Hitler Mein Kampf. Adolf Hitler is a partner in the firm and is responsible for its publications, not only in his political capacity, but as a private individual. The title of the brochure is Moscow, the Hangman of Spain. On page 11 of this brochure, the outbreak of the Civil War in Madrid on July 19th is described as follows. Strange things are happening in Madrid. Streets are cordoned off, traffic is at a standstill, men in completely unmilitary clothing, as well as young people and women, have posted themselves at the street corners. Shots ring out. Only the district in the neighborhood of the barracks of Madrid is suspiciously quiet. It is considered expedient for the workers' government to take control of them. In the early hours of July 20th, the cannonade begins. There is a hail of shells, and heavy bombs are rained on the barracks in the suburb of Arguelles. The aggressors bring up machine guns to prevent all attempts at sorties. After 4 hours, the garrison, half blown to bits, hoists the white flag on the Montana barracks. This is, I must emphasize it once again, the official account, published by the official party publishers, of the outbreak of the Spanish Civil War. The following passage on page 13 serves to amplify the one quoted above. In La Linea near Madrid, violent battles are raging. The streets are heaped with corpses. General Pogas, the new Minister of the Interior, has taken the step of arming the civil population. Is Malaga in flames? A huge column of smoke is reported to have been seen over the town. In La Linea, corpses are taken off in lorries, heaped up somewhere in sacrificial piles, soaked in petrol and consumed by the flame. When and where has anything like this ever happened, except in Bolshevik Russia? One really has to read this passage twice to take it in. La Linea near Madrid is 300 miles from Madrid as the crow flies. It is only half a mile from Gibraltar. It is, as a matter of fact, the coastal town at which Franco's Moroccan troops first disembarked. On July 19th, the date on which corpses were taken off on lorries, it was already in rebel hands. And so the document goes on, page after page. It is astonishing what the German official propagandists have the effrontery to put before the reader. Secure in the fact that the banning of foreign newspapers deprives him of all opportunity of checking up on their state, the propaganda designed for France and England is not quite so crude in its methods. The fact that the generals began the Civil War is, as far as possible, glossed over, but it is not openly denied. The main emphasis is laid, as has been said, on the assertion that Franco saved Spain from communism and on the allegation either that the communists were already masters of Spain before the revolt, or else that they were planning an insurrection, and that Franco stole a march on them at the 11th hour. Sometimes we find both these assertions existing side by side without regard for the inherent logical contradiction. On page 26 of the famous Burgos red and yellow book, the standard work of the rebel propagandists, it is stated. On July 18th, General Franco and other leaders declared the national revolt to free Spain from the communist domination. And on page 27, it is thus established by documentary evidence that this great national movement was begun only just in time to forestall the communist revolution. It is impossible to comprehend why the communists, if they were already masters of Spain, should have planned a revolution. But this is not the main point. The chief question is, how strong, in fact, was communist influence in Spain before the Civil War? As we have seen in an earlier chapter of this book, a right government was in the saddle in Spain right up to the elections of February 16, 1936. On that day, despite the considerable handicap from which it suffered at the ballot box, the Frente Popular, or coalition of left parties, won a clear majority of the total votes and even greater majority of the parliamentary seats. Victory of communism in Spain, cried the propagandists of the reaction. Was it a victory for the communists? The distribution of seats within the Frente Popular was as follows. People's Front, February 1936. Parties. Republican Left 84. Republican Union 37. Republican Left Catalonia 36. Basque National Party 10. Socialist Party 89. Communist Party 16. Other left parties 5. Total 277. This means that the Progressive Center parties obtained in all 167 seats. The Socialists 89. The Communists 16. The Communists, it will thus be seen, were by far the weakest party. Correspondingly, they had neither a portfolio nor any influence worth mentioning in the governments that were formed between the elections in February and the outbreak of the Civil War in July. Their meetings were repeatedly banned, their papers censored. In Chapter 4, I quoted an article from the Mundo Obrero, the official organ of the Communists, giving warning of the danger of a military insurrection and demanding the republicanization of the army. This article was banned by the censor, and Franco remained a general. It was not until 4 months after the outbreak of the Civil War that for the first time 2 communists joined Caballero's government. They held the posts of Minister of Education and Minister of Agriculture. Their inclusion in the government came about, not by virtue of any numerical claim, but because the Republic, engaged as it was in a life-and-death struggle, was forced to form a war cabinet in which all parties had to share the responsibility. It goes without saying that in the later phases of the Civil War, the Communists considerably increased in strength. Periods of crisis always lead to a growth of the more extreme parties. This, however, was not the cause, but a consequence of Franco's insurrection. So much for the numerical strength of the Communists in Spain before the revolt. Now a few words with regard to their policy. After the establishment of a dictatorship in Germany in March 1933, the very existence of the Soviet Union depended to a certain extent on a military pact with France and the attitude of the Western democracies in the event of war. Revolutionary disturbances in the West might, as things were, merely weaken the military strength of the Allied democracies, embarrass their governments, and help those movements which aimed at dictatorship, such as those of Colonel de la Roque in France, Gil Robles in Spain, V. I. de Grelle in Belgium, and so on, to attain power. Should any of these movements gain a victory, the immediate result in the country concerned would be a change to a pro-Hitler and anti-Russian orientation. The preservation of constitutional democracy in the Western countries therefore became of vital interest to Soviet Russia, and the safeguarding of Soviet Russia as the socialist fatherland was one, said the communists, of paramount importance to socialists everywhere. The order of the day for the communists was, therefore, the preservation of democracy in those countries in which it might yet be saved, and the prevention of dictatorship by a very broad and very elastic policy of coalition with other democratic parties. This policy found expression in support for the so-called People's Front movements, which were inaugurated in France and Spain, and the germs of which have recently made their appearance in England. This guiding line was as binding for the policy of the communists in Spain as in every other country. They had 16 seats in the Corte out of a total of 473. Any attempt to seize power in such circumstances would have been sheer madness and could have had only one result, that of assisting the reactionaries to attain power. The official thesis of the Spanish Communist Party was consequently that the order of the day was not proletarian revolution, but the establishment of a democratic state on the Western model. In the first interview given by Azaña after the victory of the Frente Popular, he stated, Chapter 4, No dangerous innovations. We are moderates. The communists agreed with him. They had 16 seats in the Cortes and had been given their marching orders. In spite of all this, Franco maintains that the communists were planning an insurrection, but were not given time to carry it out. In the Red and Yellow Book already mentioned, the relevant passages run as follows, pp. 25 and 26. The communist plot. All this time there had been repeated and well-founded rumors that the communists had planned to seize power and declare a Spanish-Soviet state. That the communist risings were, in fact, part of a carefully prepared plan is incontrovertibly proved by the synchronization of the local outbreaks and the similarity of the methods employed, as can be seen from the accounts in this book. No haphazard risings could have been so systematic. The communist rising was originally timed for some date between 3rd of May and June 29th, but was subsequently postponed until 29th or 30th July. This gave the right an opportunity which they were swift to seize. On July 18th, General Franco and other leaders declared the national revolt to free Spain from the communist domination. Secret orders issued by communist headquarters for the formation of a national Soviet have been discovered, and they give full details of the procedure which was to be followed. After the closing of the frontiers and ports, the execution of all those who appear on the black lists, and the elimination of political and military persons likely to play any part in a counter-revolution, was to be at once commenced. The national troops, described as rebels or insurgents, have been, and are today, fighting against the communists and anarchists who seized power from the weak and effete government of those prime ministers appointed by President Azaña. If further evidence of the complicity of the Madrid government were necessary, the appointment of Señor Largo Caballero provides it, as he was openly designated as the president of the National Soviet of Spain. Moreover, on the outbreak of hostilities, the Madrid government, within a few days, issued arms indiscriminately to criminals released from jail, the lowest scum of the slums, to youths, and even to children. An interesting sidelight on the communist plan was the provision made for a pretended fascist attack on the headquarters of the CNT, as soon as the movement was begun. Inmediatamente simuló una agresión fascista al centro de la CNT. It is thus established by documentary evidence that this great national movement was begun only just in time to forestall the communist revolution, organized months before to establish a Soviet in Spain at the end of July. The assertion as to the alleged planning of a communist insurrection is based, as we see, on 2 points. In the first place, on the synchronization of the local outbreaks and the similarity of the methods employed. What kind of outbreaks were these? The book enumerates as evidence 17 little Andalusian villages in which, it is alleged, atrocities were committed. For the moment, we shall assume that all the data in the book are correct and reproduce in the following table the dates which the book gives for the outbreak of these excesses. I. Arahal on July 19th. 2. Asnalcollar, July 18th. 3. La Campana, July 13th. I 41. Campillo, July 20th. V. Carmona, as soon as it became known that the movement to save Spain had begun in Seville. Vixta. Cazalla on July 18th. The 7. Dalwell. Constantina, July 18th. 8. Huelva, July 19th. A. IND. Laura del Rio, July 23rd. Exmogar, July 2nd. Duay. Guadapaeda. Moran, July 18th. I. Guaizadis. Palma del Condado, July 18th. 13. Tuttle. Palma del Rio, July 18th. 14. T. Posadas, July 18th. Evin. Wadzidial, Dirishavan, Oratamanuel. Puente Genil, July 24th. 60. Time. Utrera, August 17th or 18th. Zevental. Baena, July 18th. Now Franco's revolt broke out on the night of July 17th. If the events in these 17 isolated Andalusian villages prove anything at all, it is that the military revolt aroused the most violent opposition among the Andalusian peasants, and that as a direct reaction to it, there was an outbreak of murders and homicidal attacks. What else had the generals expected? But that the natural reaction of the population should have been used subsequently as an excuse for the insurrection, that effect should have been confused with cause, was an extremely unfair piece of demagogy. It requires, indeed, a good deal of effrontery to adduce the synchronization of the local outbreaks as incontrovertible proof of a planned communist rising, when the dates clearly show that the excesses can be traced to a common and simultaneous origin, namely, the military insurrection itself. The formula applied in this case is a classic one. DRY. It is, in effect, in the first place the others began the whole thing, and in the second place we only began it in order to forestall them. Now as to proof, no. 2. The book asserts that secret orders for the formation of a national Soviet were discovered, and treats us to a few sensational quotations. If such a document had really existed, Franco would have scored a moral victory. The publication of this document would have been a decisive blow to the government cause. The book in which this document is discussed bears these words on the back of the title page. First printed, October 1936. I am writing these lines on July 17, 1937, the anniversary of the outbreak of the Civil War, and to this day Franco has not published the document. The alleged quotations mentioned above make no reference to the origin, date, or name of the authors of the alleged documents, all of which is, to put it mildly, naive. But it is precisely in this exploitation of the naive mentality of the people that lies the strength of the propaganda employed by dictators and would-be dictators. The national coup d'etat, carried out just in time to prevent a communist rising, has a suspiciously familiar ring about it. Hitler affirmed that he only seized power in Germany because he had discovered documents relating to a communist plan for a rising and the naive German people believed him. To this very day he has not published these documents, and still the naive believe him. He was forced to let most of the accused in the Reichstag fire trial be acquitted, and still the naive believe him. The Greek dictator Metaxas asserted after his military insurrection of August 4, 1936, that he only seized power because the communists were planning a rising. The communists in Greece were an insignificant little group, and the documents on which his assertions were based have not been published to this day. Finally, Franco arrives on the scene, precipitates a revolt, and produces the same formula like a rabbit from a top hut. He has only begun the revolt in order to forestall the communists. And the naive masses are still not weary of believing this story. You have only to utter the magic word Moscow, and they become just like children threatened with a bogeyman. I fancy that if there were no communists, the dictators would have had to invent them. This dictum must be taken more or less literally, since there were only 16 communists in the Cortes, and since the Communist Party was numerically too weak to provide an excuse for the revolt, the rebel propagandists availed themselves of the crude but effective subterfuge of simply christening that 2/3 of the Spanish people which stood by the government communists, and that, too, with astonishing frankness. On page 16 of the Burgos book we read, Organizations of the Left. The extremist organizations of the left, which were openly communist, are the socialists, known as UGT, Union General de Trabajadores, Union of Workers; syndicalists, or anarchist communists, known as CNT, Confederación Nacional de Trabajadores, National Confederation of Workers; anarchists, Federación Anarquista Ibérica, Iberian Anarchist Federation. Note, the word communism is hereafter used to denominate the efforts and policies of these parties. Now, in the first place, the socialists are not the UGT. The socialists, that is, the Labor Party of Spain, are called PSOE, Partido Socialista Obrero Español, BALDE. The UGT, on the other hand, is not a party, but a trades union organization. It corresponds roughly to the English Trades Union Congress. It is astonishing to find that the committee of inquiry set up by the national government, to which the authorship of the book is attributed, is not even conversant with political parties in Spain. Still more astonishing is the fact that it has forgotten to include amongst these open communist parties the PCE, the Communist Party of Spain itself. The assertion that all these organizations are openly communist would, translated into English terms, be tantamount to saying that Sir Walter Citron and Major Attlee were communists. But even these bounds are overstepped. The catchword: the Bolshevist government in Valencia, a government which, it so happens, includes the liberal parties of the center, would, translated into English terms, be equivalent to stating that not only Citron, Lansbury, and Attlee, but Lloyd George, Sir Archibald Sinclair, and the late Lord Snowdon were also Reds and Bolsheviks. One is in danger of lapsing into melancholia in face of a world that is prepared to swallow such inanities. 2. Atrocity propaganda. I do not believe it to be true that demagogues lie for temperamental reasons. Even the most notorious demagogue dislikes consciously making untrue assertions, and only does so when he has no option but to do so. Nor do I believe that Franco's propagandists resort to such methods out of sheer joie de vivre. They have no option. The rebels are fighting for a military dictatorship, for a corporate state, for clericalism, causes which are very unpopular in France and England. They are fighting, furthermore, against a liberal, democratic republic, the structure, constitution, and political program of which have been directly modeled on those of the Western democracies. They are fighting against such things as freedom of assembly, of the press, and of opinion, agrarian reform, the right to form trades unions, universal suffrage. All of which things are part of the ABC of most Western Europeans. Genuine political arguments, therefore, with the exception of the communist bogey, were of no use as propaganda to Franco in Western Europe. So, he deliberately chose a form of propaganda that, from the time of the ritual murder myths of the Middle Ages until the time of the Gal Reichstag fire and the Abyssinian campaign. Hush, always YJC. Prove unfailing. Stand by whenever it is bedenen essential to avoid awkward political discussions and to justify one's own terroristic acts by pointing to those of the other side. What has come to be known as atrocity propaganda. This was intended specially for English consumption. For, after all, what had Franco to offer that was likely to be attractive to England? Was he to tell the English frankly that he had launched his revolt because he was in favor of dictatorship and opposed to parliamentarism? He preferred to tell them stories of children crucified and monks burnt alive. Was he to tell them that his patriotism consisted in letting the cities of his native land be conquered for him by Italian troops, in hounding on African natives against his own compatriots? He preferred to tell them stories of virgins violated and monasteries in flames. Was he to tell them that he had handed over the Balearics, the property of his dearly beloved country, to the Italians as the price for their support of his ambitious plans? That he had sent for German experts to encircle Gibraltar with batteries of long-range guns, presumably so as to safeguard the British sea route to the Dominions? He preferred to tell them stories of mangled corpses, of the putting out of eyes, and of red cannibalism. This kind of propaganda is always more effective and sensational, and saves one the necessity of logical argument. It would, of course, be absurd to deny that atrocities have been committed on the government side. The Spaniards show an undeniable tendency towards cruelty. The celebrating of bullfights as national festivals is hardly an engaging trait in the character of a people. I am convinced that enough acts of brutality have been committed on both sides to satisfy Europe's demand for horrors for the next 100 years. The black is black and white is white technique of many propagandists of the left, fascist devils on the one hand, democratic angels on the other, is just as absurd as the red and white technique of the rebel propaganda. The stories of the burning of churches in Barcelona and the villages of Andalusia are no fable. I have seen such churches with my own eyes. A good many of them served as hiding places for rebels and priests armed with rifles. Others, however, did not, and were burned nevertheless. Let me repeat, only demagogues and abstract doctrinaires with no first-hand experience of the Civil War can deny that a great number of abominable acts have been committed on both sides. But the essential difference lies in whether these crimes are spontaneous and sporadic acts of indiscipline or part of a systematic policy of terror and committed with the full knowledge and on the orders of the responsible authorities. And herein, indeed, lies the fundamental difference in the behavior of the two protagonists. In Chapter 4, I have attempted to show, by means of documentary evidence, that the mutinous generals regarded terror applied to the civilian population as an integral part of their plan for an insurrection, not out of private malevolence or sadism, but because they were planning the establishment of a military dictatorship, relying for support on only a very restricted stratum of the population. And because terror is an indispensable function of every military dictatorship, the majority of the crimes that I've instanced in the foregoing chapters were committed partly on the direct orders of responsible officers and partly, as in the case of the wholesale execution of prisoners, on the direct orders of the Generalissimo himself, according to the constitution of the Burgos Junta, has ultimate power of life and death over prisoners. On the other hand, the Republican government of Casares Quiroga, a liberal, was taken completely unawares by the insurrection of July 17. It had no troops worth mentioning for the defense of its legal authority, and was faced with the necessity of hurriedly arming the citizens' defense units and the workers' militia, if it did not wish passively to submit to the mutinous generals. The inevitable consequence of this was that arms found their way into the hands of a number of irresponsible elements, some of them from the ranks of the anarchists, others mere hooligans. During the first few days after the outbreak of the insurrection, when there was street fighting in nearly all of the Spanish towns, the government was not in complete control of the masses, which only very slowly, and over a period of many months, were transformed into a disciplined army. The most difficult task of all was to restrain the peasants in the outlying districts of Andalusia and Extremadura, who were in a state of raging fury. It was Franco's clique that by its revolt had unleashed this storm. Aptly they might say with Mark Antony, "Mischief, thou art afoot, take thou what course thou wilt." It, and it alone, bears the responsibility before history for all the mischief that ensued. 90% of all the excesses committed by the armed forces of the government were committed during this period of chaos and confusion, which lasted no longer than from 2 to 3 days in the large towns, and from 8 to 10 in the villages. With astounding speed, the government made itself master of the situation in those districts where the revolt was stemmed. Under martial law, the death penalty was instituted for all looting and molestation of private individuals. The officers of the militia were made personally responsible for the fate of their prisoners of war. The undisciplined carnage of the first few days became a regular civil war. The 300,000 to 400,000 men who were fighting for the legal republic on the various fronts did not constitute an army. They were armed civilians, merchants, students, artisans, workers, employees, doctors, peasants. They came fresh from civilian life. They lacked the ruthlessness towards civilians of the professional soldier. They lacked the African ferocity of the Moors. They lacked the notorious unscrupulousness of the foreign legionaries. Soldierly cruelty was as little a part of their character as were other soldierly qualities. They were humane and not soldierly, and they lost one battle after another. They had neither the inclination nor the need to terrorize the population, to make warning examples, to safeguard the territory behind the lines by the application of methods of terror. For they were literally of the people. They enjoyed the confidence and sympathy of the civilian population, whose life they had shared but the day before, and whose sympathies they could but alienate by terrorist acts. Therein lies the fundamental difference between the behavior of the two armies. Just as fundamentally different was the attitude of the two commands. The very principles which the Madrid government was upholding, democracy, humanitarianism, liberalism, are terms of derision in the mouths of generals in backward, feudal countries. One could accuse these newly fledged ministers of almost every failing, of being amateur, dilettante, irresolute, timid, incompetent, of being blind and of having allowed themselves to be taken unawares, of believing in compromise at the very moment when the guns of the generals were being trained on. But the very idea that a Caballero, an Azaña, a Del Valle, or a Prieto could have displayed tendencies towards terrorism and cruelty will seem to anyone with even a slight knowledge of Spain a very poor joke. How much truth is there, then, in the atrocity stories disseminated without restraint by rebel propagandists and their foreign supporters. It is true that in the first few undisciplined days after the revolt, the embittered masses set fire to churches, burned palaces, went in for lynch law. It is untrue that after this period, acts of cruelty were perpetrated to any great extent or systematically against the civilian population or prisoners of war. And what of the execution of the hostages of Erin? And the torturing of prisoners of war, the crucifixion of officers, the burning alive, castrating and crippling of true patriots? Lies, all of it. This cannot be proved in every case, but it can be proved in a number of typical instances. One of the most effective propaganda campaigns launched by the rebels was that relating to the alleged shooting of hostages by the Madrid government. And of all these stories of the maltreatment of hostages, the most impressive was that foisted on the world in the early days of September 1936. The famous myth of the hostages in Fort Guadeloupe during the siege of Erin. The affair caused a particular stir in France because the alleged happenings took place in the immediate vicinity of the French frontier. I propose, therefore, to trace in broad outline the whole history of this story from the time of its birth until it finally fizzled out from the French newspapers and, moreover, exclusively from conservative and right-wing newspapers. Hostages to be massacred when first rebel shell fired. L'Intransigeant, August 18, 1936, Tarawashambo. It is reported here that the bombardment of San Sebastian by rebel ships has just begun. It is stated that the moment the first rebel shell is fired, the 700 hostages are to be shot. The hostages of Fort Guadeloupe reported to have been exposed to rebel fire in the streets and squares of Erin. Paris Soir, September 2, 1936. On Tuesday afternoon, the unfortunate hostages who had been imprisoned in Fort Guadeloupe since the outbreak of hostilities were taken into the town of Erin. In the evening, a terrible rumor went the rounds which, alas, was soon to be officially confirmed. In reply to General Mollah's brutal and unexpected ultimatum, the above-mentioned hostages were shot. The Battle of Erin and the Massacre of Hostages. Echo de Paris, September 2, 1936. The sanguinary instincts of the Marxists know no bounds. The Massacre of Hostages. Echo de Paris, September 5, 1936. Page 1. News has been received that all hostages have been shot. Same edition, page 3.0. It is reported that the 170 hostages in the Fort of Guadeloupe will be shot at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. The fate of the hostages. Petit Parisien, September 5, 1936. According to the latest messages from British sources received from the Spanish frontier, the government troops, before retreating from Erin, shot all the hostages imprisoned in Fort Guadeloupe. Some hostages managed to escape from Fort Guadeloupe. Echo de Paris, September 6, 1936. In the general confusion, 5 prisoners managed to escape and take refuge at Hendaye. They are very exhausted and have suffered not only physically but morally, for not a day passed without their being informed that they were to be shot. They do not know exactly how many of their comrades were in the fort, but it is believed that there must have been some 200, the fact of whom they do not know. The fate of the hostages. Le Temps, September 7, 1936. Didizo, Jati Morcor, Covid Shevins, Cohenway. Contrary to the rumors that have been circulated during the last few days, the hostages in Fort Guadeloupe have not been shot. We have this news from an absolutely reliable source, having spoken personally on Saturday afternoon to one of the hostages who escaped, only Senor Honorio Mora, former leader of the parliamentary group that favored the restoration of Spain, and Dunza, a deputy of the Gil Robles party, were shot. El Lorinel. Paris-Soir, September 11, 1936. The hostages have left the town. They have not been released, but they are in safety at Bilbao. Latom, September 13th, 1936. There are actually 3,850 prisoners at Bilbao, who are quite well treated. The 650 hostages who arrived on Wednesday from San Sebastian received the best treatment of all. In conclusion, let us return once more to the famous Burgos book. We tried before to analyze the political arguments contained in it. Let us now turn to the actual allegations it contained. It is worth our while to do this, for the book raised a considerable stir in England, and went through 5 impressions in the first 2 months after its appearance in October 1936. The full title of the book is A Preliminary Official Report on the Atrocities Committed in Southern Spain in July and August 1936 by the Communist forces of the Madrid government, together with a brief historical note of the course of recent events in Spain, issued by an authority of the Committee of Investigation, appointed by the national government at Burgos, price 1 shilling and 6 net, Ayr and Spottiswoode, London, 1936. Let me first make a remark as to first principles. It is a tradition for committees of inquiry into disputes to be composed of neutral personages, and in this alone lies the whole meaning of the term Committee of Investigation. Only in such circumstances do its findings carry weight. In the Spanish Civil War, there were more than enough neutral observers available: foreign journalists, diplomats, medical missions, and so forth. The national government of Burgos preferred, however, to appoint a committee of investigation with regard to the composition of which they made no mention. The publication of the Burgos Committee of Inquiry is anonymous. It brings forward no neutral witnesses, produces no documentary evidence, and confines itself to referring no less than 5 times, in the course of the foreword, to its report to the authenticity of the reports of the atrocities committed, the trustworthiness of its evidence which proves without doubt, on documented and verified accounts, and a complete and irrefutable account of the introduction to the book and the political arguments brought forward in it we have already spoken. In the documentary section 17, Andalusian towns and villages are mentioned in alphabetical order: Arajal, Aznalcóllar, La Campana, Campillo, Carmona, Cazalla, Constantina, Huelva, Lora del Rio, Moguer, Moron, Palma del Condado, Palma del Rio, Posadas, Puente Genil, Utrerara, Baena, and the atrocities of the Reds described, unsupported by the testimony of a single neutral witness. It so happens that I am in a position to disprove a number of these allegations. As related in another section of this book, I was from August 25th to 28th in Seville, the headquarters of General Queipo Delano. Shortly before this, Raymond Lacoste, correspondent of the Echo de Paris, was also in Seville. Lacoste interviewed Queipo Delano a few days before I did. My interview with Queipo Delano, which appeared in the London News Chronicle, in the Paris Ouvre, and a whole string of other newspapers, and has never yet been refuted, is described on pp. 32-33 of this book. When I asked whether His Excellency had in his possession documentary evidence with regard to these excesses, he replied in the negative. He had special couriers, he said, who brought him verbal information with regard to incidents of this kind from various sectors of the front. After the interview, I was told by my fellow journalists that Lacoste had been luckier than I, for he had obtained from Queipo Delano a regular printed list of the people done to death in the village of Arajal, but that ever since Queipo had refused to give any more material to the press, because he himself was preparing a brochure on the atrocities. This list actually appeared in the Echo de Paris, It consisted of 32 names of prisoners alleged to have been burned alive by government troops before the evacuation of Arahal. The same list of names with the same accompanying description appears on p. 33 of the Burgos book in the chapter headed Arahal. This would appear to show that the documents on which the Burgos book is based either originated directly from Quaipo Delano, which has all along seemed probable, since the book confines itself exclusively to Andalusia, Quaipo's sovereign territory, or at least that the two stories emanate from the same source. And now, what about the trustworthiness of Quaipo's information, which was communicated to him verbally by a special courier? In one case, we are in a position to identify the person of such a courier. The chapter in the Burgos book, dealing with the atrocities in Lora del Rio, quotes an eyewitness. These facts have been gathered from the statements of a number of responsible witnesses who were present at the events described. Among them is Don Jose Maria Linan, local leader of the Spanish Phalanxtate. He was taken prisoner from the beginning of the upheaval and was to have been shot on the night of the day when the nationalist troops arrived to liberate the village. 50. Here then, we have one of Quaipo's responsible witnesses, upon whose evidence the Burgos book relies, the group leader of the Falange Española in Lora del Rio. As against this, the same Quaipo announced in the Echo de Paris of August 22, 1936, through his mouthpiece Raymond Lacoste. In Lora del Rio, the local group leader of the Falange Española had both legs broken. Screaming with agony, he begged to be shot. Finally, they sent an old priest to the half-dead man, and a final shot dispatched them both to eternity. From this, it is clear that either Jose Maria Linan was shot, as Quaipo Delano alleges, before the entry of the nationalist troops into Lora del Rio, in which case he could not have taken to Quaipo Delano the report on which the incident in the Burgos book is based, or Jose Maria Linan was not shot, and General Quaipo Delano was laboring under a misapprehension that the fictitious story of the murder of a man should be described with such a wealth of picturesque and sanguinary detail is a further proof of the general's admirable powers of imagination. One further example, in his interview with Raymond Lacoste in the Echo de Paris of August 27th, Quaipo Delano declared, "In Pointe Genil, 900 persons were massacred by the Reds." In the chapter of the Burgos book headed Pointe Genil, on page 59, it is stated, 154 citizens were murdered here. The discrepancies in these authentic, trustworthy, documented, and verified accounts on which the rebel propaganda is based amount here to some 600%. These two examples should suffice. I have not been attempting to prove that no atrocities whatever were committed in the villages mentioned. I am convinced that things were bad enough, for the period we are dealing with was the first few days after the outbreak of the insurrection. I have merely been trying to show that the allegations of the rebel propagandists are exaggerated, contradictory, and unreliable. 3. Sensational propaganda. Newspaper reports in which the writers glorify the warlike deeds of their own side, with the definite aim of pandering to the lowest instincts of their readers, constitute in themselves a special chapter in the annals of atrocity propaganda. During the years of the Great War, we were all privileged to wallow in the effusions of this repulsive form of art. Today, its highest exponents are the German war correspondents in Spain. Their task is quite obviously to prepare the appetite of the reading public for the coming World War. I quote here a typical example, typical of the Legion. Here comes along from one of the villages an honest rustic with his shopping basket. "What have you got in that basket?" asks the legionary. "Eggs." "Show 'em here." Crash go the eggs on the pavement, followed by the gleam of a pistol. The rustic runs for his life, and even a Spaniard knows how to show a clean pair of heels. When he is 10 meters away, 2 pistol shots ring out, hit in the head twice. That's over. To conclude, here is the story of Sergeant Jamie Petrus Boris, who has been a legionary from the beginning, but now serves in the Villa San Giulio regiment of Riff Chasseurs. The regiment had to storm the village of Cecina near Aranjuez's house by house, or rather, courtyard by courtyard, and, on one occasion, while his Moors were at work with rifles, knives and hand grenades, the worthy sergeant stood looking about him in one of the side streets. Suddenly a door flies open on the opposite side of the street. A communist rifle in hand appears in the doorway. Jamie Petrus draws his service revolver, and bang! The communist bites the dust. But in his place stands another, also in a great hurry to get out of the house. Bang! And he too bites the dust. In all, the sergeant has fired 7 times from the same spot. Then comes the first Moor, somewhat glum at finding that his sergeanto has dispatched all the communists by himself. More than anything typical of the Legion is the fact that after this display of marksmanship, the sergeant actually had 2 cartridges left in his 9-chambered revolver. 7 shots, 7 communists. He told me this himself on his word of honor when I photographed him. And a legionary never lies. On the next day, Sergeant Jamie Petrus Boris was made a sergeant major. Show. The deliberate attempt to evoke sadistic mass instincts is here unmistakable. Even more abominable, if possible, is the exploitation of the sexual instinct. The following fantastic report, dated from Madrid, appeared on the front page of the Berliner Nachtausgabe on November 4, 1936. The militia issues vouchers to the value of 1 peseta. Each note is good for 1 rape. The results cannot be described. It is impossible for respectable women to walk in the streets, for if they do so, they are immediately dragged into the barracks and violated. The widow of a high official was found dead in her flat. By her bedside lay 64 of these vouchers. The author is prepared to swear, and presumably all English and French correspondents in Spain, whether of the left or the right, are also prepared to do so, that on November 4, 1936, there was no correspondent of the Berliner Nachtausgabe in Madrid, and that incidents such as the one described above never took place and never could take place, and are base and absurd slanders. But unfortunately, it is not a question of an isolated phenomenon, of the spontaneous product of a disordered and pathological imagination. The old wives' tale of the vouchers issued as rewards for the violating of women is almost as old as the classic atrocity stories of the elders of Zion, of polluted wells, and so forth. We find it in the propaganda against Russia in the time of Kerensky. Even before Russia was Bolshevik, it went the rounds in justification of the White Terror in Hungary, Bavaria, and central Germany. It was unearthed from its naphthalene wrappings during Gil Robles' campaign in Asturias and was for a time the favorite theme of General Cuerpo de Llano. 4. Whitewashing propaganda. Badajoz, Toledo, Malaga, Durango, Guernica are bloody milestones on Franco's path. Blunted, as are the sensibilities of the world today, it has not forgotten these terrible massacres. Franco's propagandists found themselves faced with the thankless task of raising the dead to life and covering the blood they had spilt with printer's ink. I shall here quote 2 typical examples of the rebels' whitewashing propaganda. Let us take our first example from the Burgos book. It concerns an earlier period in Asturias. Let me remind the reader of the facts disclosed in Chapter 2 regarding the reprisals taken by the Gil Robles government in Asturias, which led to worldwide protests. On page 21 of this book, this most bloody of all post-war episodes in Spain, up to the time of civil war, is dismissed as follows. This revolt was only half-heartedly punished. 2 insignificant individuals were shot. A few men and women were imprisoned for a time, but all the real leaders escaped. 2 pages further on page 23, it is stated that one of the consequences of the victory of the People's Front was that An amnesty was granted to all those political prisoners implicated in the Asturias Revolt of 1934. Are we expected to believe that? If it were only a matter of a few men and women, a political amnesty had to be declared? A few men and women. There were 40,000 of them. A further example of rebel whitewashing propaganda is furnished in a pamphlet entitled The Legend of Badajoz, published by Burns, Oates and Washburn, Limited, London, in which Major Geoffrey McNeill Moss attempts to question the authenticity of the reports with regard to the terrible massacre of Badajoz. I cannot here go fully into the contents of the pamphlet, and will confine myself to the main argument. The now classic story of the bloodbath of Badajoz came from the pens of two distinguished right-wing French journalists, Jacques Dervais of the Temps and Marcel Dany of the Havas Agency. They were the first journalists to enter Badajoz on August 15th, 24 hours after the rebels had entered the town. They went there accompanied by Mario Neves, a Portuguese journalist. Major Geoffrey McNeill Moss quotes the reports of the two French journalists with regard to the horrors they witnessed. Then he quotes a message from the Portuguese journalist, which gives a much more anemic description of the events that took place. This is the main argument adduced by Major McNeill Moss to cast doubts on the genuineness of the French journalists' reports. The whole thing has a pretty plausible ring about it, and most readers may well overlook one small and apparently unimportant detail, namely, that Major Geoffrey McNeill Moss, when quoting the French journalists, gives the exact dates when their reports appeared and the names of their newspapers, but in quoting the Portuguese journalist, neglects to mention either. Through a fortunate chance, I am in a position to supply the missing dates. I visited Portugal during those days of August and brought a pile of newspapers away with me. Mario Neves' articles appeared on August 15th and 16th in the Lisbon evening paper Diario de Lisboa. I have a copy of them in my files. For Mario Neves' report appeared in two installments. The first article really does not contain all the facts mentioned by the French journalists. It is this first article that Major McNeill Moss has used to brand the French journalists as unreliable. But the second article mentions facts of a degree of horror that not only confirms, but even surpasses the messages of the Frenchmen. As to the existence of this second article, Major McNeill Moss says not a word. Intention to deceive is the last thing I would impute to Major McNeill Moss, and I can only suppose that he has been led astray. The rebel propagandists who foisted the material on him have used him to play an infamous trick. The infamy consists in their having banked on the assumption that no one in England would be likely to read Portuguese newspaper. To make assurance doubly sure, they omitted to quote the name and date of the newspaper. The World War has impressed on the consciousness of all politicians the preeminent importance of propaganda, but it has been left to the modern dictator states to develop it systematically into a science. Germany and Italy, by setting up special ministries of propaganda, have officially recognized propaganda as an integral part of the machinery of state. The discovery, worked out in the most minute detail, of the communist plan of revolt and the communist complicity in the burning of the Reichstag is one of the major achievements of modern propaganda. Likewise, the Italian propaganda campaign against Abyssinia, in which the aggressors were represented as the attacked and the war as a campaign of pacification. Both these examples illustrate the latest fashion in modern propaganda. Here the circumstances are no longer, as in former times, glossed over, touched up, and lightly falsified. The facts themselves are inverted. The German and Italian dictatorships have, in addition to giving direct military assistance to the rebels, also supplied them with propaganda models and propaganda experts. Franco's very first pronouncement on July 18th bears the stamp of these new propaganda methods. The instigator of the rebellion charges the legal government to cease the unnecessary bloodshed. The man who has plunged his country into civil war reproaches the government with exposing innocent women and children to danger and death, and threatens to call it the legal government to account for its actions. All the subsequent propaganda of the rebels takes the same line. The rebels, even before the insurrection, in statu nascendi, as it were, obtain arms from Germany, and have the temerity to allege that France has broken the non-intervention pact. They install machine guns in the churches, and maintain that their opponents have desecrated the churches. With their air squadrons, they set Madrid and Guernica on fire, and allege that the anarchists have burned Madrid and Guernica. Militiamen who have been defending the legal government and are taken prisoner by the insurgents are formally accused, before being shot, of fomenting a military rebellion. In the rebel press, the Burgos Junta has from the outset been alluded to as the legal government of the country and the government troops as rebels. A more direct reversal of the facts would be impossible. The Spanish War is for the dictatorships in many respects a dress rehearsal for the World War for which it is preparing the way. It is so, alas, in the matter of propaganda. The laying of the responsibility for the Civil War at the door of their opponents, the designation of a war of aggression as a retaliatory measure, the representing of acts of arson as the extinguishing of fires, of declarations of war as offers of peace. This is how the coming World War is being prepared. Chapter 7. The Heroes of the Alcazar. They called themselves the successors of the CD. They hid themselves from the people's wrath behind the skirts of the women they had ravished and the swaddling clothes of the children they had kidnapped. On July 18, 1936, the military insurrection broke out in Toledo. The leader of the mutinous troops was Colonel Moscardo, commandant of the garrison, quartered in the Alcazar. For 3 days, there was fighting in the streets of Toledo, and by July 22nd, the government troops and workers' militia had gained control of the city. The mutineers retreated into the Alcazar, and the siege began. The Madrid government was at first inclined not to attach much importance to the whole episode. The commander of the government troops in the Toledo district, General Riquelme, rang up Moscardo in the Alcazar, for the telephone line between the Alcazar and the town had remained undamaged, and was yet to play an extremely strange part in the whole affair. General Riquelme urged Colonel Moscardo not to persist in his folly, but to surrender while there was yet time. After all, they were not living in the Middle Ages. They were not robber barons defending their fortresses. Moscardo replied that he had enough ammunition to hold the Alcazar until the rebellion had triumphed throughout Spain. "But we can blow the whole Alcazar to smithereens," retorted Riquelme, still amused rather than bellicose. He could not bring himself to believe that a high and responsible officer should, in the 20th century, embark upon the crazy adventure of defending an Arab fortress against modern artillery and aircraft. Not until the end of their brief conversation did the true state of affairs dawn upon him. Just before hanging up the receiver, Colonel Moscardo remarked casually, "Your women, by the way, send their love to you." On the evening of that same day, when the workers' militiamen at last returned to their homes after 3 days of street fighting, news spread like wildfire round the town that on the night of the 21st the rebels had seized the women and children in all parts of the town occupied by them. These were preponderantly working class districts, and had carried them off to the Alcazar. During the next 2 months, the world followed with breathless interest the events that were being played out round the Alcazar of Toledo. It imagined that it was the spectator of an heroic saga of modern times, whereas the drama that was being enacted before its eyes was one of the most preposterous gangsters' exploits of our day. The kidnappers of women and children were elevated to the status of legendary heroes, and the cadets of the Alcazar became a symbol of the national uprising. In actual fact, the technique of modern propaganda has seldom before reached such supreme heights. History has from time immemorial exhibited a tendency towards the creation of myths. Jingo historians have always consciously and adroitly exploited the masses' craving for legends. One has only to bear in mind the canonization of adventurers like Schlageter and Horst Wessel, the history of the siege of the Alcazar, which, fortunately, it is still possible to reconstruct in all its details. In a year or two this would no longer be the case, and the actual facts would be shrouded forever in the mists of legend. Provides one of the rare opportunities of catching the distorters of history and manufacturers of myths in flagrante delicto. Here follows the sworn statement of Antonia Perez Coroto, tavern keeper, formerly residing at 6 Calle de las Sierpes, Toledo, who was carried off as a hostage to the Alcazar, but managed to escape on the 10th day of the siege. Until nearly midday on the Tuesday after the outbreak of the insurrection, things were comparatively quiet in Toledo. On the evening of that day, the rebels resumed the fighting and were defeated at every point, even in their strongest positions. On Wednesday, the Nationalists, driven into a tight corner, resolved to retreat into the Alcazar. 50 rebels, under the command of a captain, broke into the houses and carried off women who were peacefully going about their household tasks. At noon on the Wednesday, I myself was in my tavern, when several fascists in civilian clothes entered and ordered me to hand over to them all the food I had in the place. There was nothing for it but to obey. "You'll find food for us all right," said an officer with a sneer. And I, my daughter and my 2 little ones, aged 3 years and 13 months respectively, were driven out of the bar. We were taken to the Alcazar. We asked what it all meant, but received no answer. We thought that possibly there was some question of safety precautions or evacuation, or something of that kind. We could none of us make out what was really happening. As we were led into the courtyard of the fortress, government aeroplanes flew over it. An officer of the civil guard ordered us to go down into the cellars. Down there, everything was in dark. I asked an officer's wife for some water for my children. "There's no water here for you," she answered. "But a piece of bread," I begged. "There's no bread for you," she said. They tried to humiliate us from the very first day. On the following day, food was rationed out to us. The Alcazar was full of fascists from Toledo. There were over 800 civil guards, 200 officers and cadets, 200 fascists in civilian clothes and phalangists, and nearly 400 women and children, including the hostages. That same day we were put in chains. My daughter was so terrified that she was unable to eat. It was terrible to see her. The officers ate a kind of coarse black bread. I asked to be allowed to speak to the rebel leader. I was taken to him. "You're one of those people who are always complaining, aren't you?" "No, I am a poor mother whose daughter is at the point of death. Let me out. I am entirely innocent." "No one will get out of here as long as I am alive," replied the rebel leader. I sank to the ground, weeping, and they had to drag me out of his room. I was imprisoned in the Alcazar for 10 days. Every morning my daughter and I were allowed to take a quarter of an hour's walk in the inner courtyard, where there were great piles of dead horses, which gave out a horrible stench. There were several soldiers and civil guards in the Alcazar, who, when the supply of fresh horseflesh gave out, began to eat the carrion. Several of them died as a result. The rebel officers organized the defense of the fortress. 3 times a day, the guards were changed in the towers, from which an incessant machine gun fire was kept up. The civil guards used rifles. Fascists in civilian clothes went round the fortress and marched off anyone who talked of surrender. I believe they afterwards shot them. Twice a day we were given a meal, one at midday and the other at 6 in the evening. We had to queue up for them. By the 6th day, the only food left was potatoes and lentils. On the day of our escape, we had eaten nothing but a morsel of roasted horseflesh and a handful of ground corn. The water was polluted. Dysentery broke out. Every evening, typewritten news sheets were distributed among the rebels, in which it was reported that the relief of the Alcazar was at hand, that Madrid was occupied by the rebels, and so on. On the 10th day of our imprisonment, I came across a gunsmith whom I knew very well, and who had been duped by the rebels like many others who were there. That evening he had a word with the civil guard on duty, and showed him an order signed by the lieutenant colonel. The signature had been forged. The guard looked at the paper, hesitated for a moment, and then led me and my daughter to the Santa Fe gate, which leads out to the Carmen Hill. When we got there, the gunsmith said to me, "Now go, and be as quick as you can. I have risked my head. I only hope it's some use to you." My daughter carried one child in her arms and I the other. Shots rang out. It was the militiamen shooting. I can't remember anything else, for I fell down in a dead faint. It is by no mere accident that the cadets have played an outstanding role in the legend of the Alcazar, that the rebel propaganda has thrust them again and again into the foreground, and deliberately created the catchword, the cadets of the Alcazar. The term cadets appeals to certain traditional conceptions of youthful heroism, to the romantic ideas associated with the barrack square, and to the man-in-the-street's worship of uniform, an aura of feudalism. Moreover, attaches to the idea of a cadet, these youthful, elegant boys, pluckily defending their fortress against a horde of Reds. This picture has the precise oleograph associations that the rebels wish to convey to the world. Yet everything connected with the legend of the Alcazar is a fabrication, even the assertion that it was the cadets who defended the fortress. The plain, unvarnished truth is that several weeks before the July insurrection, the cadets had been transferred from the Alcazar as a disciplinary measure. The provocative behavior of these pampered sons of officers and gentlemen had long made them detested in Toledo. And when at the end of May, some drunken cadets started a brawl in the town and assaulted the sellers of workers' newspapers, all the cadets were transferred from the Alcazar to the Campo de Alijar, on the orders of Caceres Quiroga, the Minister of War. Shortly afterwards, moreover, their holidays had begun, and they had broken up and left Toledo. Thus, when the July insurrection broke out, the cadet school was deserted and empty. How many authentic cadets, then, were to be found among the legendary cadets of the Alcazar? Only 5 can really be proved to have been there, namely Cadet Jaime Milan del Bosch and 4 of his comrades. On the outbreak of the rebellion on July 18th, took train from Madrid to Toledo to place their services at the disposal of Colonel Moscardo. This is the only concrete information that the defenders of the Alcazar gave to the press after their relief. In the report in the Temps of September 29, 1936, it was further stated that Bosch and his companions found, on their arrival in Toledo, several other cadets who had arrived there the same evening. Let us be very generous and assume that another 20 cadets succeeded in reaching Toledo from the furthest corners of Spain in the middle of a rebellion and a general strike. Even according to this optimistic estimate, the number of cadets in the Alcazar would amount to exactly 2% of the garrison. This is precisely why, after the fall of Toledo, the rebels, whilst describing the siege in the most picturesque detail, and, so as to lighten the task of the historian, giving the most precise figures with regard to the supplies of food and so on, maintained complete silence as to the composition of their forces. Posterity was to know that there were in the Alcazar 250 mules, 19 horses, amongst them 1 thoroughbred, 250 sacks of corn, each weighing 50 to 100 kilograms, and 3 cisterns, each containing 300,000 liters of water. An astonished world was presented, in addition, with an exact statistical statement of the number and weight of the projectiles that fell in the Alcazar. Only with regard to the human beings was no word said. One thing is certain, and that is that the actual garrison of the fortress was 1,001, of which number about 650 were civil guards, about 150 legionaries of the 14 Tercio from Madrid, and about 300 officers and phalangists. All accounts agree, however, that the number of women and children amounted to 400 in all, of whom 250 were hostages. The story of the siege of the Alcazar is primarily a sordid story of blackmail. For 34 days, the besiegers were unable to make up their minds to train their artillery on the fortress. The first shell from a 4-inch gun was fired on August 24th, the 34th day after the occupation of the Alcazar, after all attempts to persuade the rebels to allow the women and children to leave the fortress had failed. Even now, the Republicans did not bombard the fortress itself, but only the adjacent buildings, with the object of isolating the besieged garrison. It was not until 8 days later that the first shell was fired at the outer walls. Even during the last few days of the tragedy, at a time when Toledo was already being threatened by rebel troops, and the besiegers blew up the south-west tower with dynamite, the inner courtyards and cellars of the Alcazar, in which the women and children were housed, remained undamaged. And when, after a siege that had lasted 70 days, Toledo fell, and the rebels of the Alcazar were relieved by their allies, they were only able to show a total death roll of 83. 83 out of 1,500, and not a single woman among them. In other words, the besiegers, despite the aircraft and 6-inch guns at their disposal, confined their bombardment right to the very end of the outer walls, the towers and terraces, and never made a really serious attempt to blow the Alcazar to pieces in the way in which, for example, Guernica was blown to pieces. The 400 women and children, behind whose moral protection the heroes of the Alcazar had crept, made a serious siege impossible. I was shown photographs of these women and children posted up in one of the militiamen's barracks. Above them was the caption, "Be careful of them. They are our women, our children." Moscardo and his garrison played to the world the roles of heroic defenders of a fortress, while the militiamen ground their teeth in impotent rage behind their barricades of mattresses, and in their fury fired off their rifles at the stone walls. The barricades of the loyal forces were situated 50, 40, and sometimes only 20 yards or so from the walls of the fortress. Round about 10 o'clock in the morning, the shooting, which was more or less ineffective on both sides, usually began. In the intervals there was an exchange of curses and abusive epithets, and then there would be more shooting. From 2 to 4 in the afternoon, in accordance with a tacit agreement, there was generally a pause for the midday siesta, by no means an isolated phenomenon on the various Spanish fronts. Again and again, when officers of the government forces went to the Alcazar to parley with the enemy, and there was an armistice of several hours' duration, the militiamen would approach the walls and distribute cigarettes among the civil guards, who had run out of tobacco. One may be tempted to smile at such episodes, but they ought rather to bring home to one the profound tragedy of an excessively good-natured people which has had a fratricidal war forced upon it by a small clique of landowners and officers lusting for power. And behind the grand opera facade of the Alcazar was concealed the odious crime of holding 400 women and children prisoner. It would be unfair to saddle Colonel Moscardo with the sole responsibility for this gangster's exploit. He was merely acting on instructions from higher quarters, obeying the orders of the rebel high command. On September 21st, the intelligence service of the Madrid government intercepted a message in cipher broadcast by the Burgos junta to Colonel Moscardo, in which the latter was instructed on no account to release the women and children from the Alcazar, but on the contrary to expose them to the full view of the enemy. Moscardo's fellow officer, Colonel Aranda, took up exactly the same attitude in the case of the siege of Oviedo, likewise on the orders of Burgos. He too was requested by the Madrid government to allow the women and children to leave Oviedo, regardless of whether they were members of rebel or loyal families. He too sternly refused. In all these cases we are confronted with a deliberate policy on the part of the Burgos authorities. The refusal to evacuate women and children serves a double purpose. It paralyzes the besiegers' powers of offensive and at the same time provides the rebels with the most marvelous opportunities of pillorying the barbarism of the Reds, who, They allege, do not even shrink from the murder of women and children. 4 largest towns in the possession of the government, apart from Madrid, have had to withstand a fairly lengthy siege in the course of the Spanish Civil War: San Sebastian, Irun, Bilbao, and Santander. In all 4 cases, the civilian population, including political prisoners, was partially evacuated the moment a state of siege was declared. On the other hand, 4 largest places in possession of the rebels have been besieged by government troops: Saragossa, Huesca, Oviedo, and the Alcazar of Toledo. In all 4 cases, the rebels refused to evacuate the women, children, and hostages. The Madrid government has been unable from the outset to compete with Franco's methods of totalitarian warfare. From a purely military standpoint, humanitarianism is always a drawback. It was because of the humane standpoint of the Madrid government, because of its hesitation to lay serious siege to the Alcazar until it was too late, and also because of the inexperience and poor discipline of the militia, that Toledo was lost by the government troops. The official reason, given by Moscardo for his behavior, was that the women themselves refused to leave the Alcazar. Even Moscardo did not go so far as to allege that the children refused to leave, for they were not the children of the men and women in the Alcazar. Amongst Moscardo's hostages, there were about 158 to 10-year-old pupils of a military academy, whose parents lived far away from Toledo, and whom Moscardo had carried off to the inferno of the Alcazar. And above all, one woman was missing from the Alcazar, the wife of Colonel Moscardo himself. She was in Toledo when the rebellion broke out, and the Republican authorities gave her complete freedom of choice, either to join her husband in the Alcazar or to be taken to Madrid. Senora Moscardo, and with her the wives of 7 other officers who were in the Alcazar, chose to be taken to Madrid. No one went voluntarily into the Alcazar, not even the wife of its commandant. And yet, that same commandant had the face to declare publicly that the women refused to leave the Alcazar. The siege had not lasted many days before desertions began to occur. Corporal Felix Dianco Morales availed himself of a night sortie on August 12th to go over to the government troops with 10 civil guards. Not a day passed without malcontents being shot, related one of the fugitives. The corpses were buried under the riding school. There were even attempts at mutiny, but they were nipped in the bud. At the end of August, 2 other civil guards, Francisco Tirado Ramos and his friend Luis Ortega Lopez, succeeded in escaping. They made the following statements to the press. Question: why did you want to escape? Question: why did you want to escape? Luis Ortega Lopez: because I knew that 2 of my brothers were members of the Socialist Party and were sure to be fighting on the side of the government. I refused to fight against my own kith and kin. Question: what is the general feeling amongst the rest of the troops in the Alcazar? Francisco Tirado Ramos: the majority of them would have escaped if they had not been held back by the fear of being caught and shot by their officers. I don't know exactly how many of those inside were shot, but it was a good number. Question: how many have escaped altogether? Answer: 50 or 60. Most of them got away by crawling along the sewer. Later on, the entrance to the sewer was guarded. Question: why did the women refuse to leave when the government offered them safe conduct? Answer: they did not refuse. The majority wanted to leave, and of course all the prisoners, but they knew nothing whatever of the negotiations. The officers made all decisions without consulting anyone. On August 15th, the special correspondent of the conservative Petit Parisien telegraphed from Toledo. On the first day of the insurrection, the officers and cadets of the Alcazar attempted to gain possession of the town. Their attempt failed, and they were obliged to retreat into the Alcazar. But they took hostages with them, dignitaries of the town and unsuspecting passerby, among them women and children. They attempted also to make 2 or 3 sorties, which were unsuccessful, but which gave them an opportunity of carrying off further hostages into the fortress. Crouching back against a rampart, I listened to the story of one of the escaped soldiers. This was one of the 10 civil guards who escaped on August 12th with Corporal Morales, A.K., giving an account of the horrors that were taking place behind those threatening inaccessible walls. He was quite a young fellow with a face that was unnaturally pale and haggard. The terror which he had experienced still lurked in the corners of his eye. He seemed to find it difficult to talk. At first, he tried to clear himself. "They duped us," he declared, "by telling us that we were going to defend the Republic against the anarchists, who were destroying everything. When the officers saw that we no longer believed them, they locked us in the riding school. There was a terrible stench there, because about 30 corpses had been buried under the ring." "Aniji, what kind of corpses?" "It's impossible to say. We simply heard shots as you do when there's an execution. Perhaps, too, some of the children died. A number of them were ill. And then there were the carcasses of horses that had died, and the remains of the horses that were killed every day for good. But the most terrible thing of all was the shrieking of the women, the crying and whimpering of the children. They were locked in the cellars because of the aeroplanes. But you could hear them all the time." And he pressed both hands to his ears, just as he must have done when he was in there. "There was one of them who went mad. She howled the whole time like a dog baying at the moon. Then there was another, they said, the wife of an officer, who tried to shoot her husband with a revolver. What ghastly fear they endured! And all those little ones. A child was born there one day, in that hole of a cellar. There are things that should not be allowed to happen. Behind the heroic opera facade, hell hid its face. Conditions grew worse and worse from day to day in the Alcazar. The besieged human beings within its walls lived on a ration of horse flesh, black bread made of bran, and a liter of putrid water from the cisterns per head per day. 2 newborn babies first saw the darkness of the world in the subterranean vault beneath the Alcazar. 3 women went mad, 3 committed suicide. The officers and phalangists shot down anyone who dared to protest against the mad folly of this adventure. Horror, madness stalked the fortress. On August 9th, Zara Gonzalez, a 14-year-old kitchen maid, crawled through the sewer into the town, where she collapsed unconscious in a pool of blood. In the hospital, she was just able, before losing consciousness again, to make a deposition to the effect that she had been violated by 8 or 9 officers in the Alcazar. 4 days later, she was dead. And the world goes on extolling the heroes of the Alcazar. Early in September, the rebel offensive against Talavera de la Reina, scarcely 30 kilometers west of Toledo, began. The Alcazar, hitherto of secondary strategic importance, now became a real danger. It was high time for the Madrid government to settle accounts with the enemy in the rear. But the thought of the hostages, the 400 women and children, paralyzed the besiegers' strength of will, exactly as Burgos had foreseen. On September 8th at 1 o'clock in the morning, Barcelo, the commandant of the government troops, rang up Colonel Moscardo, for the telephone still functioned, and requested him to receive an officer whom he was sending to parley with him. The officer proposed for this purpose was Colonel Rogo, former instructor at the Military Academy of Toledo, and an old Republican officer who was held in universal respect and esteem. Moscardo agreed over the telephone to receive Colonel Rojo as a mediator at 10 o'clock the next day. At 10 o'clock, the order to cease fire was given. 2 rebel officers received Colonel Rojo at the entrance to the fortress, blindfolded him, and conducted him into the interior of the Alcazar. 2 hours later he reappeared, deathly pale, and was conducted by the militiamen, who did not dare to question him, to military headquarters. They refused, declared Rogo. I entreated them at least to let the women and children go, but they would not hear of it. I pleaded with them for 2 hours. To no purpose. They declared that they would all die, and that the women and children would die with them, and that if they had their way, they would drag the whole world into perdition with them. 3 days later, on September 12th, Talavera de la Reina fell victorious. Toledo was now directly threatened by the rebel army. The government had all the women and children evacuated from the town. They then sent for miners from Asturias, experts in the laying of dynamite charges, to blow up the outer fortifications of the Alcazar. But before making up their minds to proceed with this step in earnest, they made one final attempt, precious though every hour now was, to bring the heroes of the Alcazar to their senses. They sent for Don Enrique Vasquez Camarasa, a canon of the Madrid Cathedral, who had been reported dead 3 times by the rebels, once burnt alive by the communists, twice crucified by the anarchists, to come to Toledo. The Abbé Camarasa arrived by car in Toledo at 11 a.m., and after a short parley was admitted into the Alcazar. An hour later, he returned, alone, his crucifix in his right hand, a sack containing utensils for the celebrations of Mass in his left. He had baptized the newborn infants, performed the last rites over the dead, and obtained from the rebels a promise that within 24 hours they would reconsider their decision as to the fate of the women and children. 24 hours is a long time in such circumstances, but the government of Madrid was patient, perhaps too patient. And its patience was rewarded. An hour before the expiry of the time limit, Colonel Moscardo communicated his answer, which consisted of one single sentence: "No one shall leave this place." And still the government's patience was not exhausted. On September 13th, the Prime Minister, Largo Caballero, in a personal interview, requested the Chilean ambassador, Núñez Morgado, doyen of the diplomatic corps in Madrid, for his intervention. The ambassador traveled to Toledo immediately. He arranged with the local military authorities that the women, children, and other civilians, in the event of their being released by the rebels, should be housed in 2 deserted monasteries, which should be placed under the protection of the diplomatic corps, and be declared extra-territorial by the hoisting over them of the Chilean flag. In view of so concrete an offer, the Chilean ambassador had no further doubts as to the success of his intervention with the besieged troops. Even Colonel Moscardo realized that the rejection of this offer would put him in the wrong in the eyes of the whole world. He hit upon a way out, and that was to refuse to receive the Chilean ambassador, justifying his behavior in the following statement: "If the Chilean ambassador wants anything of us, let him get into touch with our government in Burgos, through his own government." The kindly reader who has followed us thus far will at this point feel certain doubts arise in his mind. He will say to himself that it is simply not possible that he has been deceived in such a preposterous way with regard to the real truth about the heroes of the Alcazar. In order to avoid any possibility of misunderstanding, let us therefore, to conclude our account of this incredible episode, reproduce here the statement made by the Chilean ambassador to the press after the failure of his mission. It runs as follows. The Chilean ambassador and ad interim doyen of the diplomatic corps in Madrid considers it of importance to make known the following facts in connection with his visit to Toledo. He declares, 1. That his proposal to the force besieged in the Alcazar was confined to the question of facilitating the evacuation of the women and children, whom it was proposed to accommodate in Madrid and place under the protection of the diplomatic corps. 2. That inasmuch as it proved impossible for the ambassador to convey this offer in person, it was communicated on the night of Saturday to the besieged garrison by Colonel Barcelo, commandant of the government troops in Toledo. Colonel Barcelo telephoned to the Chilean ambassador in Madrid at a later hour and informed him of the negative result of his mission. The Chilean ambassador wishes to affirm that he took this step on his own initiative and on purely humanitarian grounds, and that any other version of the incident must be designated as unauthorized. All this took place on September 14th. On September 18th, The first mine was exploded beneath the Alcazar, destroying the southwest tower. But the breach thus caused in the fortifications was insufficient. The inner walls and the ruins still afforded the rebels adequate protection. They were, besides, able to retire to the underground vaults of the citadel, which were hewn out of granite rock and which could only have been destroyed by a systematic bombardment by heavy artillery. And still, the government hesitated for the space of a whole week until 4 a.m. on September 25th, before giving the order for the second mine to be exploded. But now it was too late. On the next day, September 26th, Franco's advance guard reached Toledo, and on September 27th, the town fell before the technically superior forces of the rebel army. In the street fighting of September 27th, the government troops lost 900 men. The number of men and women prisoners shot during the next 3 days has been estimated at 2,000. The garrison of the Alcazar had suffered, after a barbarous siege of 67 days, a loss of exactly 83 dead. The first act on the part of the liberated heroes of the Alcazar was to go the rounds of the hospitals of Toledo and finish off the wounded militiamen in their beds with hand grenades and bayonets. The Archbishop of Toledo sent them his blessing from Pamplona. General Francisco Franco conferred on Colonel Moscardo the laurel crown of the Order of St. Ferdinand. Hitler's representative sent him a congratulatory telegram. Nothing more was heard of the fate of the women and children, hostages in the Alcazar. Chapter 8. Madrid. The name Madrid marks the beginning of a new and very problematical epoch in world history. Madrid was the first European capital to be subjected to aerial bombardment on a large scale. The capital of Spain served, so to speak, as an experiment in vivisection for the next war. Bost. It is true that in the War of 1914, 18 Zeppelin raids were made on London and Paris. But they were mere child's play in comparison with what can be done now in the light of subsequent developments in aerial warfare. It is true that there were aeroplanes in the War of 1914-18. Their pilots performed knightly deeds of daring do and fought romantic battles in the air in which 5 or 7 machines, at the most, participated. When one compares these thrilling combats with the battles between whole fleets of planes, such as took place in the summer of 1937 over Madrid, the airmen of the World War seem almost as romantic and remote as the Knights of the Round Table. In order to record with the greatest possible exactitude the effect of the experiments in modern aerial warfare tried out on Madrid, I shall take as a basis a specified period of 4 weeks. The following is, so far as circumstances permit, an exact chronological record of the period from October 24th to November 20th, 1936. On August 16th, the commander-in-chief of the rebel forces, General Francisco Franco, declared to the correspondent of the Petit Parisien, "I shall never bombard Madrid. There are innocent people living there whom I have no wish to expose to danger." 13 days later, on August 29th, Franco's airmen hurled their first bombs on Madrid. They tore 2 enormous holes in the garden of the War Ministry, scarcely 20 yards from the wing which housed the General Staff, stove in the roof of a garage in the Cala Maria Rosa de Luna, destroyed 8 motor cars, and wounded 3. The last bomb exploded in a public park in the west of Madrid without causing any damage. During the next few days, the people of Madrid organized air raid precautions and cleared cellars to serve as shelters. Every second house bore a notice, "Shelter for X persons." Posters appeared in the streets instructing the inhabitants to betake themselves to cellars or underground stations. Immediately, the alarm siren was sounded. Anti-aircraft defense drill was instituted to the great joy of the schoolchildren and the annoyance of the teachers. The civilian population did not take the whole thing very seriously. For years they had seen in cinemas, newspapers, and anti-war pamphlets descriptions of the coming war in the air, in which towns collapsed like card houses, children playing in the streets were blown to bits by bombs, and babes at the breast died in their mother's arms. But all this was just the films or pacifist propaganda, which was accepted with a slightly shocked shake of the head. That the same thing could happen in reality was beyond their powers of imagination, and was therefore not believed. The people of Madrid had 2 months after that first bombardment in which to forget their fright. Then, on October 23rd, at 9 o'clock in the morning, the first attack by a German Junker squadron was made over the capital of the Spanish Republic. The particular objective of the rebel leaders was the North Station. Little real damage was done, and only a small number of civilians were wounded. During the course of October 24th, 12 bombs were dropped in the neighborhood of the North Station, in the vicinity of the city gasworks, and over the suburb of Getafe. 2 women standing at the door of a baker's shop were killed and 5 people severely injured. On October 30th, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the general air and land offensive against Madrid began. 4 weeks of hell. It was shortly before dusk. Chattering crowds thronged the Puerta del Sol, Madrid's forum. In the narrow streets of the working-class districts, children played in the afternoon sun. Women stood in queues at the doors of bakers' shops and dairies, for there was already a shortage of provisions. Schools in Madrid closed at 5 o'clock, and hundreds of children poured, shouting and laughing, into the streets. In the Plaza del Progreso, a square situated in one of the oldest districts of Madrid, at 10 minutes past 5, 3 children were playing at soldiers in a deserted building site opposite an infant's creche. They saw something black fall from the sky, and one of them shouted in fun, "A bomb! A bomb!" and all 3 of them threw themselves flat on the ground. They were the only surviving eyewitnesses of the destruction of the infant's home, and the entire Plaza del Progreso. A few minutes later, 12 unrecognizable little corpses were dug up out of the ruins. Franco's squadron, consisting of 6 3-engine Junker bombers, had silently and almost noiselessly approached the town at a very great height. The bombs were dropped on the unsuspecting city out of a clear sky. In the streets of Getafe, 60 children lay dead, blown to pieces, maimed. The tower of the old church of San Ginés, in the center of the town, slowly leaned forward and then crashed to the ground with a noise as of thunder. In the Cala de Luna, a bomb fell in the midst of a queue of women waiting outside a dairy. 35 women, some with children in their arms, were killed. On the opposite side of the road was a butcher's shop. The butcher was killed amongst his hanging carcasses of sheep and calves. A woman who had just entered the shop holding a child by the hand was beheaded. 10 seconds before the explosion, witnesses had seen coming along the street a donkey laden with all the worldly possessions of a family of refugee peasants, followed by an old man and 2 little girls. 10 seconds later, the only things that could be distinguished from a bloody mass of remains were 2 little hooves that had been hurled into the gutter some distance away. In the center of the town, where there are no barracks or any kind of military defenses, 12 bombs fell in all. 1 exploded in the Cala de Fuencarral, killing 10 passers-by and causing the petrol tank of a motor car to explode so that the occupants were burned to death. In the Cala de Espada, the children of militiamen and other war victims, who were housed in a day nursery, were buried beneath the ruins of a fallen house. Of a bus that, crammed full of passengers, was running from the Cala de Preciados towards the Plaza del Callao, all that was left was a few scattered metal parts and a few rags and tatters. Another bomb fell in a little park outside the Puerta de Toledo. The little park, Ginés Ganga, a member of the Cortes, who was an eyewitness of this, told me, was full of old women sunning themselves, courting couples and mothers taking their children for a walk. The explosion stunned me. When I opened my eyes, I saw shapeless fragments of flesh lying scattered all round on the grass, arms, legs all naked. I don't know how that came about, and queerly distorted. The only partially intact corpse was sitting on one of the benches. To judge by the clothing, it must have been an old woman. She was leaning forward on crutches. Only the head was missing. On the following day, Madrid buried its dead. There were 200 of them, and 2/3 of them were women and children. Only 180 could be identified. A further 300, for the most part hopeless cases, lay in the hospitals. On November 2nd, Madrid was bombed 3 times. In the Cala Jaime Vera, a narrow, wretched alley in the south of the city, 3 children were killed and 8 women injured. Half an hour later, 7 dead bodies were picked up in a neighboring alley. That same evening, the corpses of 14 women and 8 children were laid out in the hall of a boys' school, which had hastily been converted into a mortuary. On November 4th at 8 a.m., the market in the suburb of Vallecas was bombarded. Result: 12 women and children killed. On November 8th, the bombardment of Madrid by German heavy artillery began. Simultaneously, a squadron of Junkers and Caproni bombers appeared over the working-class districts in the south and west of the city. On November 9th and 10th, Madrid was bombarded almost uninterruptedly from the air, and from the south, by heavy artillery. The spire of the Cortes building was smashed to atoms. In the Prado, which contains one of the most valuable collections of paintings in the world, 2 bombs exploded. It was rumored that 350 people were killed and injured in these 2 days alone. About 1,000 injured were housed for safety in one single building, the Hotel Palace. During the night of November 10th, 30 bombs of the heaviest type and a number of incendiary bombs were dropped on the North Station, the Plaza de la Independencia, the former Royal Palace, and the neighborhood of the Puerta del Sol. By midnight, 5 houses were in flames. 12,000 refugees from the southern districts of the city spent the night in the open or in the shafts of the underground. From early morning on November 12th until the night of the 13th, bombs were rained almost incessantly on all parts of Madrid. At midday on November 14th, 20 bombs destroyed whole blocks of houses in the Cala de Atocha and Pacifico, a suburb in the southeast of the city. The main entrance to the underground station at Atocha, in which hundreds of passers-by had taken refuge, was demolished. 80 victims were unearthed from the ruins. The next day was a Sunday. The civilian population of Madrid poured out into the streets to enjoy the early afternoon sun and to draw breath after the nightmares of the preceding week. Whole processions of families thronged outside the overcrowded hospitals, waiting to visit their wounded relatives. But the industrious German pilots observed no Sabbath. At 4 p.m., a squadron of aeroplanes appeared over the northern quarter of the town. The big hospital of Cuatro Caminos, distinguished like all the hospitals of Madrid by a red cross on its roof, was favored with 5 bombs. Whole families died together in the wards, in the mortuaries. Not far away, a water main was hit by a bomb, and the spurting water, mingling with the blood of the streets, covered the pavements with a reddish slime and scattered arms and legs all around. The net result of this Sunday afternoon's work was 53 dead and 150 injured. On Monday, the 16th of November, 2 air raids were carried out. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, bombs were dropped on the wretched workers' dwellings in the narrow streets of Cuatro Caminos. Shortly after 9 o'clock in the evening, incendiary bombs were rained on the building of the Faculty of Medicine and the adjoining clinic, on the first aid station in the broad Avenida de Recoletos, and on a Red Cross hospital in the immediate neighborhood of the Plaza de Colón. 100 dead. 200 dead. It is impossible to say exactly. And all that had happened hitherto was only a foretaste of the inferno that was to be let loose over the Spanish capital on the following day. From November 17th onwards, during the night of the 17th to 18th, and throughout the whole day of the 18th, General Franco endeavored, with the help of his foreign pilots, to burn the city of Madrid, with its 1 million inhabitants, to the ground. From this time onwards, it is impossible to give exact information as to how many houses were destroyed, how many men, women, old people, and children were burned, killed, or blown to pieces with fire and dynamite. In the early afternoon of November 18th, Madrid was swept by a sea of flame. The 3 largest hospitals of the capital, the Hospital San Carlos, the Madrid District Hospital, and the Central Red Cross Hospital, were in flames. The Puerta del Sol was in flames. The Hotel Savoy was in flames. Down the main thoroughfares, the Col de Atocha, the Col de Leon, the flames, shrouded in immense clouds of black smoke, danced their way from house to house, fanned by the icy wind of the Sierra. This hellish bombardment continued throughout the night. Sleepless, speechless, paralyzed with terror, hundreds of thousands of Madrileños spent the night in cellars, every moment expecting the building above their heads to collapse, and leaping tongues of flame to make their way down the stairs. The tunnels of the underground, on the line Cuatro Caminos Ventas, was torn up by bombs, and the city's entrails were exposed to view. In the heart of the city, on the pavements of the Puerta del Sol, there was a yawning crater 20 yards deep and 15 wide. 15 incendiary bombs fell in the immediate neighborhood of the Central Telephone Exchange alone. It is reported that the casualties were 200 dead and from 500 to 1,000 wounded. On November 18th, the bombardment reached its peak. The proudest buildings of the capital, churches, convents, great museums, the National Library, several embassies, the Ministry of the Interior, a market and whole blocks of houses, fell a prey to the flames. The bombs were of the heaviest type. A house in the Calle San Agustin was rent asunder from attic to cellar by a projectile, and in this explosion alone, 30 people were blown to bits. Over the center of the town, round about the Puerta del Sol, the grim engines of modern warfare rained down death and destruction for 16 hours on end. At 8:30 the following morning, the black giant planes appeared once more over the Puerta del Sol. For a moment they surveyed the results of Franco's insane fury, then hurled, as if in farewell, a few more bombs, and vanished in the dim glow of the southern sky. On the evening of November 23rd, heavy rain clouds from the Sierra brooded over Madrid. 1 million people breathed again. The rain lashed the faces of the defenders of Madrid, of the homeless women and children, and drenched them to the skin. In the mist, in the icy wind, in the blood-stained mire of the streets they slept, stretched out on the paving stones. At last, they might venture to sleep. Low clouds chased across the sky over a mortally wounded city and extinguished the last conflagrations. For the space of a few days, there was peace for the hundreds of thousands of women and children, the sick and the mortally wounded of Madrid. The casualty roll. The following, necessarily incomplete, figures are based on inquiries made at the Madrid hospitals and mortuaries, supplemented by announcements in the foreign press and messages from the Reuters and Havas agencies. The figures are under rather than overestimates, since the missing are not taken into consideration. The list applies to our specified period of 4 weeks, from October 24th to November 20th. October 24th, bombing of the North Station. 2 dead, 5 wounded. October 30th, bombing of Madrid and Getafe. 200 dead, 180 of which identifiable, 300 injured. November 2nd, attack on the southern district of the city. 24 dead, 70 injured. November 4th, bombardment of the Vallecas market Dada. 12 dead, 20 injured. November 8th, aerial and artillery bombardment of Madrid. Many dead and injured, exact figures not available. November 10th, intensive bombardment of the district between the Cortes building and the Ministry of War. About 100 dead, 200 injured. November 11th, continuation of the bombardment of the center and northwest of the city. About 80 dead, 400 injured. In the course of a bare 3 weeks. Therefore, before the beginning of the general attack from the air, at the lowest estimate, 400 people had been killed and more than 200 injured, exclusively civilians. The figures of the military hospitals are not included. The following figures refer to the decisive week, November 12th to 19th. November 12th, 14th bombing of the center of the city, the districts of Atocha and Pacifico. About 80 dead, 350 injured. November 15th, beginning of the general bombardment of the city. 53 dead, 150 injured. November 16th, bombing of Cuatro Caminos and the hospitals. 100 dead, 250 injured. November 17th, 18th climax of the bombardment. At least 250 dead, 700 injured. November 19th, final day. 11 dead, 2,000 injured. These figures show that in the space of 6 days, some 500 people were killed and 3,400 injured. How many of the latter succumbed to their injuries, I've been unable to ascertain. The total roll of victims among the civilian population of Madrid between October 24th and November 20th amounts, therefore, even at this cautious estimate, to some 1,000 dead and 1,800 to 3,000 injured. The English and American press arrives at the same result for the same period, while the French newspaper estimates are somewhat higher. Art treasures and architectural monuments. It is difficult at the moment to gain a general idea of what masterpieces of Spanish architecture, what pictures in the Prado and other museums, what collections and manuscripts in the National Library were sacrificed to the insurgents' vandalism. The following facts refer exclusively to the period of 4 weeks previously specified, October 24th to November 20th, 1936. Of the churches that were destroyed in the bombardments, only those are here mentioned which were world famous for their art treasures. In the course of the shelling of Madrid on November 11th, the Cathedral of San Francisco was almost completely destroyed. 2 days later, the Church of San Ginés, with its famous altarpiece, was razed to the ground. In the course of the bombardment on November 17th, the Monastery of San Geronimo, with its chapel, in which the last Spanish king, Alfonso XIII, was married to Princess Anna of Battenberg, and the Church of the Holy Trinity, were completely gutted. On the same day, German incendiary bombs set fire to the famous Dominican monastery in the Cala de Atocha. Despite all the efforts of the defense junta, it was impossible to save the building. Amongst the totally or partially demolished museums and public monuments, the Prado, partially destroyed by the explosion of 2 bombs, deserves first mention. The Palace of the Duke of Alba, which housed one of the most famous collection of pictures in the world, and which had been turned into a people's museum by the present regime, was completely burned out. The old building of the Faculty of Medicine in the vicinity of the South Station, converted into a Red Cross hospital during the Civil War, was demolished by shells and set on fire as early as November 12th. During the latter part of November, a total of 35 incendiary bombs fell on the National Library, destroying in particular the archives and the Archaeological Museum. In addition, several buildings in the Botanical Gardens, in the Agricultural School, in the Students' Hostel Rubio, and in the Rockefeller Institute were damaged by incendiary bombs and partially destroyed. Nor was the property of foreign powers allowed to go unscathed. On the night of November 16th, 17th, the French embassy was twice bombed, one of the bombs falling through the roof of the chancellery. It is a wonder that no further damage was done. The Casa de Velázquez, the property of the French Ministry of Education, was uninterruptedly shelled and bombed. For 4 whole days, by rebel aircraft and artillery. Not one stone is now left standing upon another. In addition, the Romanian embassy was set on fire. Finally, the Central Telephone Exchange, a 5-story building, the property of an American company, was badly damaged by bomb. Of the hospitals destroyed, suffice it to mention the children's creche in the neighborhood of the Plaza del Progreso, shelled on October 3rd, and the hospitals of Cuatro Caminos, San Carlos, the Faculty of Medicine, and the Madrid District Hospital, which were destroyed between October 15th and 19th. Among other public buildings completely destroyed were the editorial offices and printing works of the Republican newspaper, La Libertad, in the Cala de la Madera, and the vast building in the Cala del Marqués de Cuba, which contained the offices of the morning paper, El Liberal, and the evening paper, Heraldo de Madrid. It should be mentioned in conclusion that whole districts of Madrid were burned out. In particular, all the blocks of houses between the Puerta del Sol and the Calle de Preciados, more than half the houses in the Calle de la Cruz, the adjoining houses in the vicinity of the Cortes, and a group of tenement buildings in the Calle de Atocha and the Calle de Londa. On November 30th, 1936, Captain McNamara, MP, a member of the all-party group of members of Parliament which visited Spain, stated in an interview with Reuters correspondent, "A third of Madrid is in ruins." And he added, "We have been witnesses of the most infamous acts the world has ever known. Everyday tragedies. I was at home that afternoon. Josefa Martinez, a maid, who was wounded in the air raid of October 30th, told me. I had no idea there was an air raid. Suddenly there was a terrible crash. I felt a terrific blow and found myself lying on the kitchen floor. Then I noticed that my thigh was bleeding. As I was being carried away, I saw the little daughter of my mistress lying in the corridor, dead. She had been playing there. She was 11 years old. Just before the explosion, the decorator had left the house. He had been flirting with me. I hear that he too was killed. No. The expression "a bolt from the blue" has acquired for the people of Madrid a literal significance. Franco squadrons almost always approach the town at such a height that it is impossible either to recognize the planes or hear the hum of their engines clearly. Without warning, from a clear sky containing no presage of danger, the bombs fall and mangle the humble folk as they go about their daily tasks, stand outside the baker's shop, or wash up in their kitchens. Suddenly the familiar background of everyday life is transformed into a scene of tragedy. "I had just gone for the milk," related another maid, Amelia Garcia, "when from somewhere or other there was a terrible flash. Then there was a clap of thunder and I found myself lying on the ground. I had fainted and had been carried into a coal merchant's, and blood was pouring from my temples. I could scarcely see, but when the ambulance came for me, I saw through the window that the street was full of bloody fragments of flesh. The pavement was red all over, and I fainted again." Women and children who had taken refuge from the bombs were sitting in the cellar, writes Il El Ulf, a journalist, describing a scene in a tenement house during an air raid. Smoke poured in. White dust descended on them. The air grew heavy, and one could hardly breathe. The children began to scream. The mothers were seized with panic. There was a roar above their heads. A floor had fallen in. They snatched up the children and ran out into the street. Bright flames licked the house. A few brave ones who lived in the lower floors ran upstairs again, threw a few bits of clothing, a mattress, out into the street. A child was missing. Other children were crying for their mothers who had not yet come home. Another roar. The lift had fallen in. You could see an arm, a leg, sticking out of the ruins. The fire brigade and ambulance men arrived. The dead and wounded were taken away. Here is a last glimpse from the pen of my friend Louis Delaproie, of the Paris Soir, who a few days after he had written these lines, was killed in a passenger plane, attacked by an insurgent bomber. "Yesterday," he wrote, "I saw 3 little girls standing quietly in the middle of the Plaza de las Cortes during an air raid with their heads in the air and their hands behind their backs. A militiaman pulled them into the doorway of a house. The moment he had gone, the children trotted back again into the street. An old newspaper woman, who had a stand nearby, said to me with a shake of her white head, 'Why shouldn't they have their little fun? Our last hour has struck.' An air raid, while it lasts, is not a political event in the mind of the person experiencing it, but a natural catastrophe, like an earthquake or the eruption of a volcano. One man keeps his presence of mind, a second loses his nerve, a third reacts with apathetic callousness. It is a question of nerves and constitution, and not of political conviction. During an air raid, the civilian population is not a political entity. It is neither heroic nor anything else. It is merely cattle for the slaughter. And this is why I can no longer pretend to be objective. Franco deliberately and consciously provoked this slaughter. On August 16th, he declared that he would never bombard the capital of his mother country, and on August 29th, he began to bombard it. He is a liar. He had turned his compatriots, private individuals in offices, factories, kitchens, and so forth, into cattle for the slaughter. This is no political act. It is a challenge to civilization. Anyone who has lived through the hell of Madrid with his eyes, his nerves, his heart, his stomach, and then pretends to be objective, is a liar. If those who have at their command printing machines and printers' ink for the expression of their opinions remain neutral and objective in the face of such bestiality, then Europe is lost. In that case, let us all sit down and bury our heads in the sand and wait until the devil takes us. In that case, it is time for Western civilization to say goodnight. Chapter 9. The Last Days of Malaga. In the middle of January 1937, the 2nd Division of the Insurgent Army, commanded by General Queipo Delano, and reinforced by approximately 50,000 Italian infantry, began the fateful offensive against Malaga. I had just finished my first book on the Spanish Civil War. It appeared in Paris in the middle of January, and the English edition was in course of preparation. I left Paris on January 15th, took train to Toulouse, and from there flew to Barcelona. I stayed in Barcelona for only one day. The city presented a somewhat depressing picture. There was no bread, no milk, no meat to be had, and there were long queues outside the shops. The anarchists blamed the Catalan government for the food shortage and organized an intensive campaign of political agitation. The windows of the trams were plastered with their leaflets. The POUM, the Trotskyist Party, was even more unrestrained in its agitation. The tension in the city had reached danger point. I was glad not to have to write an article on Barcelona. I left by the 4 o'clock train for Valencia with William Forrest of the News Chronicle. His destination was Madrid, mine Malaga. The train to Valencia was crowded out. Every compartment contained 4 times as many militiamen, sitting, lying down, or standing, as it was meant to hold. A kindly railway official installed us in a first-class carriage and locked the door from the outside, so that we should not be disturbed. Scarcely had the train started when 4 anarchist militiamen in the corridor began to hammer at the door of our compartment. We tried to open it, but could not. We were like animals in a cage. The guard who had the key had completely vanished. We were unable to make ourselves understood through the locked door owing to the noise of the train, and the militiamen thought that it was out of sheer ill will that we were not opening the door. Forrest and I could not help grinning, which further enraged the militiamen, and the situation became more dramatic from minute. Half the coach collected outside the glass door to gaze at the 2 obviously fascist agents. At length the guard came and unlocked the door and explained the situation, and then ensued a perfect orgy of fraternizing and eating, and a dreadful hullabaloo of pushing and shouting and singing. By dawn the train was 6 hours behind time. It was going so slowly that the militiamen jumped from the footboards, picked handfuls of oranges from the trees that grew on the edge of the embankment, and clambered back again into the carriage amidst general applause. This form of amusement continued until about midday. There was no loss of life. Only one man sprained his ankle as he jumped, and stayed sitting on the embankment, evidently hors de combat so far as the Civil War was concerned. Valencia too disported itself in the brilliant January sunshine, with one weeping and one smiling eye. There was a shortage of paper. Some of the newspapers were cut down to 4 pages, 3 full of the Civil War, the 4th of football championships, bullfights, theater and film notices. 2 days before our arrival, a decree had been issued ordering the famous Valencia cabarets to close at 9 o'clock in the evening in view of the gravity of the situation. Of course, they all continued to keep open until 1 o'clock in the morning, with one exception, and that one adhered strictly to the letter of the law. The owner was later unmasked as a rebel supporter, and his cabaret was closed down. One had often to wait for 5 to 6 hours to get through by telephone to London. Some evenings, when I got tired of waiting, I would pop over to the cabaret across the road. There in the boxes, the more or less pretty cabaret artists sat demurely with their mothers, aunts, brothers, and sisters. When their turn came, they danced or sang in a state of more or less nudity, displaying a greater or lesser degree of talent, then went back to join their mothers and aunts in the boxes and drink lemonade. Had a mere man ventured in their neighborhood, I verily believe he would have been immediately arrested as a fascist. On the walls hung notices. Citizens, conduct yourselves with restraint at this grave moment. We grudge no one his amusement, but let there be no frivolity, etc. No. In October, when I was last in Valencia, every second turn had been a new dance. Now Brasier and Cachasex were de rigueur. Telephoning, by the way, was not without its charms. When one put through a call, one had to send a copy of the message one was going to dictate over the phone to the censor. And while one was telephoning the message from one's hotel, the censor would be sitting in his office. The text of the message in front of him, listening in. The censorship was strict, but the censors themselves were quite amiable fellows, all of whom one knew personally. If one deviated by a hair's breadth from the text, they would roar into the telephone. "Hi, Arturo, that's not in the manuscript." What? The despairing stenographer in London would yell. "That's nothing to do with you," the censor would say. "I'm speaking to Arturo." On Sunday the 24th, a big bullfight was billed to take place in the Plaza del Toro, in honor of the Russian ambassador, who has consented to attend in person, announced the newspapers. The proceeds were to be presented to Russia for the construction of a new Komsomol. Komsomol was the name of a Russian cargo steamer which had been sunk by a rebel ship when bringing provisions for Valencia. But on the Sunday it rained, and it was announced on the wireless between news bulletins from the front that the bullfight had unfortunately to be called off. For days before this, however, the weather was glorious, and a German émigré writer took us for a drive along the shore in his car. There were 4 of us, the German writer, the driver, Forrest, and myself. The writer, let us call him Alberto, we all had tacked onto our names free and gratis, was a political commissar with the Nth Company of the International Brigade. He was in Valencia on leave from the front. He looked well in uniform. We sprawled on the beach, blinked up at the sun, agreed that with the blue sea before us and the blue sky above us war seemed a highly illogical business, and indulged in similar highfalutin reflections. When we got back to the car, we found 4 strange men sitting in it and sweating away trying to start it up, while the driver, a little 14-year-old Spanish lad, stood by blubbering, the tears literally pouring down his cheeks. One of the men asked Alberto for the starting key and remarked that the car had been requisitioned. He showed his authority from some control commission or other of the FAI, Federación Anarquista Ibérica, a paper headed down with the misuse of state cars for private pleasure. His 3 colleagues were also anarchists. They all had enormous great revolvers, such as one only saw in silent Wild West films before the war. I had a suspicion that they loaded them with gunpowder and leaden bullets. Alberto, too, showed his identity papers, with a photograph of himself as political commissar of the Nth Company, and protested against the requisitioning of his car. By now, a crowd had collected men, women, and children, either in bathing dresses or uniforms, and was following the scene with friendly interest. The anarchist said that he did not think much of a commissar who, despite the Civil War and the shortage of petrol, used his car for joyrides along the beach, and the car would be requisitioned. Alberto said that a soldier needed a little recreation when on leave, and would the anarchist kindly get out his car, or he would put them out by force. The driver, frightened out of his wits, stood there, trying to sniff back up his nose the tears that were running down his cheeks. The anarchist chieftain endeavored in the meantime to start the car. From somewhere in the bowels of the maltreated engine, there came a groan. This noise threw Alberto into a sudden rage. In an access of poetic fury, he seized the anarchist violently by the sleeve, and roared in German at the top of his voice, "Row! Row! Rouse! Wow!" This greatly impressed the anarchists. Alberto's rage was obviously a proof of his clear conscience and his bona fides. They grinned and scrambled out of the car. "Next time we'll shoot you all the same," said one of them, giving Alberto a friendly pat on the back with his revolver. We got in. The driver blew his nose and started up the car, and we drove back to Valencia amid the enthusiastic cheers of the spectators. On the day before I left for Malaga, I attended a parade of troops at X, a seaside town not far from Valencia, at the invitation of General Julio. General Julio had formerly been Julius Deutsch and Minister of War in the Austrian Republic after the collapse of 1918. His aide-de-camp is a Count Reventlow, nephew of the Nazi member of the Reichstag, himself, like Deutsch, a member of the Social Democratic Party. When the Republic was set up in Austria in 1918, and Julius Deutsch was appointed Minister of War, his first act was to dismiss all the reactionary officers of the old army, exactly what the Spanish Republic in 1931 failed to do. Deutsch was one of the very few men of the left in Europe who knew something about strategy and military matters. At that time, this was looked upon as bad form in left-wing circles. In those post-war years, the European left, especially in the defeated countries, was ultra-pacifist. It lived in fools' paradises, Locarno, the League of Nations, collective security. The unsavory business of arming and seizing power they left to the reactionaries, who were guilty of very bad form and actually did seize power. Hitler, Mussolini, Dollfuss. Deutsch was an exception. When the situation in Austria became threatening, he organized the Austrian Workers' Defense Corps, the famous Schutzbund. The Schutzbund was destroyed in February 1934 by Dollfuss Dordat. But Deutsch was and continued to be the most popular figure of the Austrian left, loved and respected by the rank and file, as scarcely any socialist leader of the post-war era has ever been. According to European standards, the parade was a wretched, almost comic affair. According to Spanish ideas, it was a miracle of discipline and smartness. Drill was carried out with sticks, for the division had only 140 guns amongst 900 men. A company of machine gunners dismantled and then assembled a machine gun. General Deutsch pulled out his stopwatch. The exercise had taken 90 seconds, very bad indeed. The company commander stared at him as though he had taken leave of his senses. "What are you staring like that for?" asked General Julio. "I had no idea you timed this sort of thing with a watch," said the company commander. "I thought that was only done at sporting events. But it's a jolly good idea." "I'll buy you a stopwatch," said the general. "That's fine," said the company commander. The fascists one half opened their eyes. They were all full of enthusiasm for Nostro General, who wore white cotton gloves, could not speak a word of Spanish, and had the most marvelous and rather crazy brainwaves that no one else ever had. He had, for example, invented a kind of buckle for fastening your spade to your rucksack. Had anyone ever heard the like of it? It was just like being in a real army. Nothing was more flattering to these improvised troops of the Spanish Republic than to be told that they were almost like a real army. I was told a great number of anecdotes of the first days of the Civil War. The anarchists of the famous Durruti column, for instance, had refused to take spades with them to the front, declaring with the twofold pride of Catalans and anarchists, "We are going to the front to fight and to die, but not to work." The first troop of the Durruti column only realized after a 24 hours journey by rail to the Aragon front that they had forgotten to bring provisions and cooking equipment. Or rather, it had never entered their heads that a war necessitates special feeding arrangements. The world was surprised at the rebels winning victory after victory almost without effort. At Badajoz, Toledo, Talavera, and right on to Madrid. Anyone with even a slight knowledge of the circumstances was surprised that the Republic should have survived the attack on it by its own army. All the way home I myself wondered why the general had never removed his heavy military greatcoat, although there was a grilling sun and the sweat was pouring down his face. Only when I got back to the hotel did I learn the reason. He had his greatcoat and uniform cap and his white cotton gloves, but as yet, no uniform. On the 25th of January, the news from the southern front became alarming. The rebels had taken Marbella on the Gibraltar Road and Alhama on the Granada Road, two key positions. It seemed that Malaga might fall any day now. On Tuesday, January 26th, I left Valencia for the south, traveling by car with a Norwegian journalist, Mrs. G.G., a Polish journalist, Mr. W., and a driver attached to the staff of the Spanish Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We passed through Alicante on the night of the 27th and reached Almeria in the south on the 28th. Here my diary of the last days of Malaga begins. These notes, originally consisting of about 20 type-written pages, were confiscated when I was arrested in Malaga. But in the prison at Seville, I was able, while the dates were still fresh in my memory, to reconstruct them as accurately as possible, and to smuggle out this second version. I leave unaltered these notes on the agony of a doomed city and the strange behavior of the people who lived and died in it. Thursday, January 28th, Almeria died. Got up still depressed by talk yesterday with a volunteer officer in the International Brigade at Murcia. He said that during the Italian tank attack on the Prato front, 42 German Republican volunteers, some of them common friends, had been massacred in trench because did not get order to retire in time. Useless and senseless Holocaust. Red tape and negligence everywhere. 10 a.m. Saw Campbell, British consul in Almeria following Spanish custom, palavered, standing without being offered a seat. Nevertheless was nice and helpful. Says Malaga will be terrible butchery. City believed able to defend itself to last man. Says all foreign consuls have left Malaga because of constant aerial and naval bombardments. But British warships still in harbor, so still some hope of escape if cut off. Conversation cheered us up. These British consuls in forlorn Spanish cities are like pillars in the apocalyptic flood, dry and solid. At noon, went on towards Malaga. Road becomes worse and worse. Flooded at several points by streams of water coming down from the Sierras. Wonder how lorries with troops and ammunition can get through. As a matter of fact, they don't get through. The road, the only road connecting Malaga with Republican Spain, is absolutely deserted. Is Malaga already abandoned? Yet we do not meet any refugees either. Very queer. Motril, 3 p.m. Dirty little fishing village. No one knows where headquarters are. Finally, we find them in the municipal school. Fresh search for Commandant. At 4 p.m., we find him, an exhausted-looking youth with a 5 days' growth of beard, a former postmaster and member of Preto's right-wing Socialist Party. Shrugs shoulders in reply to our questions about absence of troops and arms, supplies on road. Says, 3 days ago, 20 lorries arrived in Almeria with ammunition. They asked the local syndicate to take the consignment onto Malaga, because they had to go back. But Almeria syndicate refused, saying it needed its own transport lorries for food supplies, and insisting that the Valencia lorries should take the consignment to Malaga. But the 20 lorries returned to Valencia and the munitions badly needed were held up somewhere in Almeria, and Malaga is without munitions. The rebels have only to walk in now. Maybe you'll meet them when you get there. Nive, ciao amol. GG takes notes, only to tear them up 5 minutes later. As a war correspondent, you can't cable such things. By the way, said the commandant, you can't go on to Malaga. The bridge beyond Motril is broken. The road's flooded. You'll have to wait till the rain stops. So Malaga is practically cut off from the world. As long as the rain lasts, yes. And how long has it been raining now? 4 days. And a wet period of 10 days only ended last week. And how long has the bridge been broken? 4 or 5 months. Then why, in God's name, don't you repair it? Fresh shrugging of shoulders. We get no material or specialists from Valencia. The man's apathy exasperates me. Don't you realize that Malaga is a strategic point, perhaps the key to the war in the south, and that its fate depends on this bridge? I call this criminal negligence. The ex-postmaster gives me a long, untroubled look. You foreigners are always very jumpy, he says paternally. We may lose Malaga, and we may lose Madrid and half Catalonia, but we shall still win the war. Hello. Zin. There is a good deal of Oriental fatalism in the Spanish manner of conducting the war, on both sides. That is one reason why it seems to be so happy-go-lucky, brutal and rhapsodic. Other wars consist of a succession of battles. This one is a succession of tragedies. An hour later we drive on, despite the broken bridge. It means a detour of about 10 miles over practically impassable field paths, the last mile through the bed of a stream 10 inches deep. Our light car gets through where a heavier vehicle would be waterlogged. Last stop before Malaga. Almuncar da. There is a once famous hotel here. Count Reventlow recommended it to us in Valencia. The hotelier, a guileless fat man from Zurich, apologizes in German. You are my first guests for 2 months, he says. I regret that you won't find my hotel as clean as usual, but you know there is a war on in Spain. We say that we have heard so too. After 2 hours of waiting, we get an excellent dinner and drive on. We arrive at Malaga about sunset. First impression: a city after an earthquake. Darkness, entire streets in ruins, deserted pavements, strewn with shells, and a certain smell which I know from Madrid. Fine chalk dust suspended in the air mixed with shell powder, and, or is it imagination? The pungent odor of burned flesh. The straying lights of our headlamps cast their gleam on piles of debris, and yet more debris. Pulvis et praeterea nihil, Madrid, after the great air attack and artillery bombardment, was a health resort compared with this town in its death throes. In the Regina Hotel, unprepossessing but good-humored militiamen are spitting on the marble pavement and eating the only available food, fried fish. We are the only guests in the hotel. The waiter tells us that this very afternoon a house nearby was destroyed by a 500-kilo bomb, which killed 52 in that one house alone. The other waiters are gathered round the table discussing the air raid and everyone's reaction to it. How Bernardo hid behind the table, Jesus gazed out of the window, and Dolores, the cook, crossed herself 57 times before she fainted. I take a stroll with G, but the darkness is so menacing that we hurry back shivering and very uneasy. The porter looks at the starlit sky and remarks, "Fine air raid weather tonight." His daughter lost both her legs in yesterday's bombing, and he wonders whether the bridegroom will take her without legs. Friday, January 29th. No bread for breakfast. Nothing but black coffee. The food supplies of the town, like the munitions supplies, broken down as a result of irresponsible negligence. The damaged bridge at Motril has done his work, and the town with its 200,000 inhabitants is literally starving. Busy all the morning visiting offices, propaganda department, and residence of the civil governor. Come across goodwill everywhere, but hopeless red tape and lack of organization. Impossible to get a message through. There are no censorship facilities for foreign journalists at all. After endless palavers, we succeed in having a young officer with a slight knowledge of French appointed censor. After lunch, I go down to have a look at the harbor. Opposite the harbor is the British consulate. There is quite a sizable hole in the facade. A shell from a rebel cruiser dropped there without warning, but fortunately it did not explode. The English warship, too, is no longer moored in the harbor. Europe doesn't seem to be interested in the fate of Malaga. A few men and women come running up from the harbor, their faces turned towards the sky. A moment later the bells begin to peal. An air raid warning. There aren't even any sirens. Everyone runs hither and thither in feckless confusion. The panic is much worse than it ever was in Madrid. The town is smaller, Targets stand out more clearly against the sea, and the population is obviously demoralized. Incidentally, a false alarm. Later, interview with Colonel Villalba, officer in command of the Malaga forces. Admits frankly that things are going badly, but says that 10 days ago, when he was appointed, they were still worse. I first inspected the most exposed front, the coast road Malaga-Marbella-Gibraltar, he tells me. I found no trenches, no fortified positions, nothing but 2 militiamen sitting smoking cigarettes, a mile away from the enemy positions. Where are your troops? I asked them. Somewhere in the barracks, they replied. If the rebels were to attack, we should see them and have plenty of time to warn our men. Why should they sit out in the rain? Go to bed filled with gloomy forebodings. Try to persuade myself that it is all imagination. Saturday, January 30th. Visit to the Marbella front. Drive along the coast road. No sign of a sentry until after about 35 miles, we are stopped at a barricade of stones. This is the front. To the right of the barricade, the militiamen have begun to dig a trench. They sit around, their spades on their knees. GIA focuses her camera. Comrades, cries the commander, get busy. You are being photographed. He asks us what we think of his front. I ask him what he proposes to do when the tanks arrive. He shrugs his shoulders. I shall take my men up into the Sierra. Sunday, January 31st. Colonel Alfredo was supposed to be coming for us at 11 o'clock to take us to the Antequera sector. We wait for him in vain. At noon, a lieutenant of the militia arrives and tells us that Alfredo is ill and that he has been deputed to take us to the front. We drive off about 4. I check our route by the map, for fear that we may take the wrong road and fall into the hands of the rebels. This may easily happen owing to the discontinuity and disorganization of the Spanish fronts. It has happened to a number of journalists, and even to quite a large number of officers on both sides. After 20 minutes, it becomes clear that we have taken the wrong road. The names of the places don't tally. I draw the lieutenant's attention to the mistake. He smiles at the foreigner who always thinks he knows best. As usual, not a sign during the whole drive of a sentry, a patrol, or anything to suggest we are near the front line. At last, we come upon 2 militiamen marching along the high road. It transpires that we have taken the wrong turning. We are on the Alfrenate and not the Antequera road, which we meant to take. The next village is 6 or 7 miles away, and it is called Colmenar. I ask in whose hands Colmenar is. Ours, says one of the militiamen. No, the rebels, says the other. The lieutenant is furious. Finally, we drive on to Colmenar. At the last curve in the road before the village, we all peer out, our hearts thumping. What are we going to see? The green turbans of the Moors, or the black caps of the militiamen? Neither the one nor the other. There is no sign of any military personage in the whole of Colmenar. The front is 17 miles further on to the north. The lieutenant suggests taking a field path, not marked on the map, across country to Antequera. It is already dusk. We mutiny and insist on driving straight on. We won't hear of any unfamiliar field paths. After half an hour, we reach the front at Alfrenate. It looks somewhat more reassuring than the sector we visited yesterday. There is a concrete shelter on both sides of the road. But the road itself is open. It runs straight onto the rebel positions, 3 miles away. I ask the captain in command of the sector why he hasn't blown up the road. Whoa! He says indignantly that they would never do such a thing. They might need the road for a possible offensive. The shelters on both sides would suffice to stop an advance on the part of the enemy infantry. And what about tanks? The captain shrugs his shoulders. Nothing's any use against tanks. All the same, I ask, what are you going to do if they come? We'll go up into the Sierra. As a matter of fact, it was in this very sector that rebel tanks broke through 5 days later, thence to roll on, unchecked, to Malaga. Monday, February 1st. Today at last we managed to visit the Antequera front, which we tried to reach yesterday. It is the most picturesque and the craziest front I've seen in this war. Just as nearly everywhere in Spain, with the exception of the sector round Madrid, the front here too is synonymous with the high road. Now the high road Malaga-Antequera-Cordoba runs just before passing through Antequera over a high mountain pass. The mountain range is called Sierra El Torcal and is a spur of the Sierra Nevada. The pass is 3,000 feet high. The ridge, sheer rock, looking down on the pass is about 1,500 feet above it. There, up above on the Devil's Rock, squats Captain Pizarro, gazing down at the road below to see if the rebels are coming. Beside him are a telephone and a steel wire. When the rebels come, Pizarro is to telephone down to the post below. Since he is convinced that the telephone will fail to function at the critical moment, he has provided himself with the wire, which runs 800 yards to headquarters below. When he gives it a tug, a bell rings. Sometimes a bird comes and pecks at the wire, and then the alarm is sounded below. This has been going on for 6 months. Since the outbreak of the Civil War, nothing has stirred in this picturesque sector but the clouds at Pizarro's feet as they drift from rebel into government territory, and thence back again. Pizarro, by the way, claims to be a direct descendant of the conqueror of Peru. 6 months ago, when he and his company first occupied this post, his men had neither blankets nor cartridges. The nights are cold in the Sierra, and at their feet lay the enemy town of Antequera, where there were sure to be cartridges and blankets in plenty. Captain Pizarro, feeling the blood of the conquistadors in his veins, marched down one stormy night with a handful of men to Antequera, made a raid on the commissariat, and came back with blankets and cartridges. Soon afterwards they ran short of cigarettes. So Pizarro raided Antequera and brought back cigarettes. Then came the spring and the peasants had no seed for sowing. The alcalde made a solemn assent to the Devil's Rock and suggested that Pizarro should make a raid on Antequera and bring back seed corn. And Pizarro made a raid on Antequera and brought back seed corn. Never before had any journalists, let alone foreign journalists, turned up in this isolated outpost of the Civil War. The occasion was duly celebrated. We went down to the post below, where a sheep was slaughtered. As we were sitting down to our meal, someone from above pulled at the bell, and from the hill opposite a salute was fired. Pizarro gleefully showed us all his treasures. A machine gun. We each of us had to fire off a few rounds. His cavalry horses, 2 of them were led right into the peasants' living room, where we were having our meal, and they sniffed at the dish of mutton and a chest full of hand grenades. We were invited out of politeness to throw one, but we refused with thanks. In particular, charmed them, firstly because she was a woman, secondly because she was wearing trousers, and thirdly because she had a camera. She was given a present of a live kid. It is lying down beside my typewriter as I type these lines, bleeding for its mother and quite unaware of the fact that it is a symbol of the excessive good nature and childishness of this people who have had Moors set upon them too. Yes, why indeed? I really cannot think of any reason. Of course I also asked Pizarro, obsessed as I was with my ID fix, what he proposed to do if there was a tank attack. Let them come, he said. We shall strangle them with our naked hands, those devilish machines. Postscript, London, autumn. They did come 5 days afterwards. I wonder whether Pizarro was killed outright, or was only executed later. Tuesday, February 2nd, dawn. Wrote an article in the morning. Midday, paid a visit to Sir Peter Chalmers Mitchell. He is the grand old man of Malaga. In 1932, after having created the Whipsnade Zoo, the result of 30 years of planning, he bought a house here to lead a peaceful and retired life. Peaceful indeed! Adventurous spirits like him have a positive genius for getting themselves into messes with the most innocent air in the world. He has just finished his memoirs, My Fill of Days. The well-cared-for house, half Spanish, half Victorian, and the neat garden are just like an enchanted isle in this spectral town. We make friends at once. Sir Peter invites me to move to his house if the situation becomes critical. He is determined to stay on whatever happens. I have a vague feeling that I shall stay too. This town and its fate exert a strange and uncomfortable fascination over one. It is difficult to escape the spell. When I think over what I have seen on the various fronts, it all seems hopeless. But the strangest thing of all is the absolute quiet on all the fronts. Malaga is bombed from the air at least once a day. At the front, not a single shot is fired. The last rebel attack was carried out on the Granada and Gibraltar roads simultaneously 10 days ago. Since that, nothing. I have a growing impression that for some reason impossible to understand, like so much else that is inexplicable in this bizarre war, the insurgents have given up the idea of attacking Malaga. I have had several talks with Villalba. He has the same impression. The town is still without food and without munitions, but it looks as though in some miraculous way it will be saved. A repetition of the miracle which saved Madrid in the days that followed, November 6th, when the Caballero government had fled to Valencia and Franco could have stepped into the Puerta del Sol at his leisure. By November 10th, the defense had been organized, and Franco had missed his chance. After some hesitation, I wired to the News Chronicle. Growing impression rebel offensive overblown stop. Wednesday, February 3rd. Did some work, visited the civil governor, strolled about the town. At least 50% of the town is in ruins. A veritable Pompeii day. The other half, if possible, is in an even more wretched state. The majority of the shops, offices, banks, etc. are closed. The people in the street incredibly ragged, shabby, hungry, miserable. I am glad to be back in my hotel. We have moved to the Caleta Palace, which affords rather more protection against air raids. The hotel guests are mainly pilots. The one in the room above mine had his observer shot down yesterday. He sobbed the whole night long. There was a constant coming and going of comrades, trying to console him. In the evening I learned at military headquarters that Queipo Delano had begun a formidable offensive on the northwestern sector. Nothing but grave faces at headquarters, general whispering, jumpiness. I have a feeling that the last act of the tragedy is about to begin. What a fool I was to send off that optimistic telegram yesterday. Thursday, February 4th. The offensive began, surprisingly enough, in the sector Ardales, El Burgo, and still more surprisingly, it was repulsed. Watched the fighting from a hill. Horrible butchery. Spoke to a deserter, Antonio Pedro Jimenez, from Dos Hermanas, near Seville. Says that there is a newly established munitions factory, built and run by Italians. Says 10 to 20 lorries are transporting Italian infantry to the front all through night. Visited headquarters late afternoon. Asked Colonel Alfredo how things were going on. "Ça mal," he replied. "Enemy attacking simultaneously on all sectors." Asked how long he thought the town could hold out. Answered, 3 days at most. Can't get any message past the censor. Friday, February 5th. Rebel cruisers Canarias, Baleares, Almirante Cervera, and 3 smaller rebel warships bombarding all day along the coast north and south of Malaga. Where's the Republican fleet? Invisible. The rebels are unchallenged masters of sea and air. No food, no munitions. First symptoms of panic in the town. Del. Learn that Civil Governor L.D.A. has deserted to Valencia. Last telegraph line destroyed near Motril. Try to get Marconigram through via Gibraltar but don't know whether my messages arrive in London. At 5 p.m. Impossible to obtain any news of the situation on the fronts. G1 guy. And I decide to drive along the coast to see for ourselves what's happening. We are the last journalists in Malaga. Those of our colleagues who were here got away yesterday. Reached Torremolinos without a hitch. The COY. There tells us it's not advisable to drive any further along the coast. The whole of Quaipo Delano's fleet is moored off Fuengirola and is blazing away at our front. The warships amuse themselves, he says, by picking out cars on the coastal road as targets. In the morning, a sergeant and 3 civil guards were hit by a shell from one of the ships as they drove along in a car. There wasn't that much of them left, he says, pointing enthusiastically to the black beneath his nail. We leave G.I. G.L. in Torremolinos and drive on, the driver and I. We pass through Fuengirola. Just beyond it there's a bend and a bay. In the bay lie, drawn up in a beautifully straight line, the Baleares, the Almirante Cervera, and 3 smaller warships, scarcely a mile from the shore, and they fire salvos, just as in fleet exercises. Not a battery to answer them. A machine gun barks in impotent rage from the coast. We leave the car behind some bushes and proceed on foot. Beyond the next bend, a whole column of lorries with provisions and munitions is drawn up. The drivers have refused to drive any further because it is too dangerous. The front, that is the miserable barricade of stones we saw a week ago, has been 24 hours without supplies. It's really laughable to think that Quaipo has to bring 5 warships into action to shell these wretched positions. Obviously, he overestimates the defense. The road now runs directly along the shore. Inland there is an escarpment, and behind it a company of militia is concealed. It is posted there to prevent any attempt on the part of the rebels to effect a night landing to the rear of the front. They order us to duck. If a head is visible from the ships, they will immediately start peppering us over here. The ships lie directly opposite us, but they fire obliquely at the front, which is about a mile further on. It's all just like a film. One has a feeling one is looking right into the muzzles of the guns. First one sees a spurt of flame, then the smoke, then one hears the detonation, then the whistle of the projectile, then the impact and the explosion. It is the sheerest target practice. After about 10 minutes, the fleet begins to steam slowly towards Malaga, hugging the coast. The shells fall nearer, 500, 200, 100 yards. It is a veritable inferno. We cling to the ground with every limb, make ourselves as flat as flounder. We don't even dare to whisper, just as if we could be heard on the ships. The last hit covers us with a rain of clods. Then the shots become less frequent and the fleet steams past. On the front, everything is quiet. It doesn't exist any longer. Logically, the rebel infantry ought to advance now. But it is dark, and Spaniards don't like attacking in the dark. Probably they won't attack until first thing in the morning. In the evening, Colonel Alfredo comes to dinner with me at my hotel. Says alternate, and Ventus de Zephyrea lost. That means the end. Gigi says she will leave tomorrow. Then I shall be the last of the Mohicans. Saturday, February 6th. Several air raids during the morning. No news from London since Thursday, so feel certain my messages are not getting through. Went to civil governor's residence, as I wanted to find out whether I could use radio for SOS message, telling the world that Italian troops are going to capture Malaga. But at the governor's residence they've all lost their heads. Went to military headquarters with same object, but Villalba is invisible and has left orders that La Presse, Cessement, is not to be allowed to cable anything about the military situation except optimistic propagandist. Army people always imagine that if they call a defeat a victory, it is a victory, and the dead will arise. They believe in the magical effect of lying propaganda just as Bushmen do in the prayers of the witch doctor. In the meantime, G.So. has got ready to leave. An official is taking her in his car to Valencia. I have just time to scribble a few words on a scrap of paper for her to phone from Valencia to the foreign editor of the News Chronicle. Malaga lost. K.L. Staying. Try to obtain appointment of Sir Peter Chalmers Mitchell as acting honorary consul so that he may mitigate the slaughter. See. At 2 p.m. The exodus from Malaga begins. The road to Valencia is flooded with a stream of lorries, cars, mules, carriages, frightened, quarreling people. This flood sucks up everything and carries it along with it. Civilian, deserting militiamen, deserting officers, the civil governor, some of the general staff. From the arteries of Malaga it sucks all its powers of resistance, its faith, its morale. Nothing can resist its magnetic force. The road to east has become a road for one-way traffic. Nothing more coming through from the capital. No munitions, no food, no organizer, no saviors, although even now it is not too late. Nobody knows the fate of this stream once it is lost beyond the first bend in the road to the east. Odd rumors go the rounds in Malaga. The rebels have already occupied Vélez, the next town to the east, about 30 miles away. The stream of refugees is flowing into a death trap. According to another rumor, the road is still open, but under fire from warships and aeroplanes, which are mowing down the refugees with machine guns. But nothing can stop the stream. It flows, and is incessantly fed from the springs of mortal fear. At 4 o'clock, I decide to have a look at what is happening in Vélez. My driver, although he is a former militiaman, is infected by the panic. He tries to persuade me to drive on through Vélez to Valencia and not to come back. To calm him, I tell him that we will decide when we get to Vélez. As the car drives off, I see that all our luggage is stowed away in it, although I have given no orders for this to be done. We let ourselves be carried along by the stream to the little fork that branches off from the coast to the north. The town of Vélez itself lies some miles inland. The road is still open. We drive into Vélez. The militiamen of the routed army lie sleeping on the pavements, in the cafes, in doorways, in public buildings. There is no order, no discipline, complete chaos. Our car is immediately surrounded by a group of anarchist militiamen. This car is requisitioned. What? For? To. Dynamite. The way. Bridge. On. The. Road. To. Ventus. You will. But. I've been then told that the bridges already been then blown up. Well, not all. Shut up, ball, and get out of fight. The cardiac wall. After a little palavering, I persuaded the anarchist leader to come with me to military headquarters. It is deserted. A solitary civil guard is killing flies in the courtyard. Where is the commandant? If you want to see the commandant, you must address a written request to him. Are you mad? The rebels are only 3 miles from the town. You're joking. The rebels are 50 miles to the north, the other side of Ventus. Can't you hear the machine guns? That's the rebels. When the man at last realizes that we are speaking the truth, he reacts in an odd way. Clutching his head with both hands, he runs off and vanishes. The anarchist, I don't know why, runs after him and also vanishes. We ask everybody where the commandant is. Nobody knows, and nobody cares. At last we find him in a restaurant. He looks dog-tired, and has apparently not slept for at least 2 days. He is listening calmly to 3 militiamen, who all speak at once, gesticulating wildly, while he carefully peels himself an orange. If you are a newspaperman, look around you, and you won't need to ask any questions. What about the bridge to Ventus? We blew it up an hour ago. How long will it take to build a temporary bridge? 12 hours. And then? No answer. The commandant shrugs his shoulders and peels a fresh orange very carefully. Then he asks, "Are you going back to Malaga?" The driver, No, to Valencia. Yes, back to Malaga. Then please take my political commissar with you to Malaga. I have no car. Maybe he can get some munitions for us. No munitions in Malaga either. I know. Still. Me. Pauline. We hurry away. The driver is completely unnerved. He complains that somebody has stolen his cigarettes out of car while we have been talking to the commandant. The commissar asks him whether he has nothing better to worry about at this moment, and he answers, pale, stubborn, no. We fight our way against the stream back to Malaga. As soon as we get back to Malaga and stop at headquarters, the driver declares categorically that he won't stay any longer. As a matter of fact, I have neither the right nor the power to keep him. I only ask him to take my luggage from the hotel to Sir Peter Chalmers Mitchell's house, since the critical moment seems to have arrived. 20 minutes later, driver and car disappear along the Valencia road, and with them the last chance of getting away. It is dawn now. I feel very lonely and abandoned, and sit down on the staircase at headquarters. Colonel Alfredo comes along and sits down beside me. After a while he says, "This is probably our last night. The road will be cut off in a few hours, and they will kill us like rats in a trap. What are you going to do if they come?" He taps his revolver. "I've still got 5 cartridges, 4 for the fascists, the 5th for myself. I have an uneasy feeling that he is acting a part, and the absurd idea occurs to me that Alfredo and the Commandant of Ventus and the anarchist and the civil guard and all the others, including myself, are just children playing at being Walter Scott heroes and unable to visualize the stark reality of death. It is completely dark now. Uninterrupted grumbling of cannon and coughing of machine guns behind the hill. Alfredo takes me to the officer's canteen. I fill my pockets with dry bread and 2 bottles of cognac. Then I stagger through the pitch-dark city to Sir Peter's house, which has the Union Jack planted on its white roof. Saturday, February 7th at breakfast air raid at 8 a.m. The noise of artillery and machine guns incessant now. Later on, another air raid. One of the planes, a white monoplane, swoops scarcely 100 feet above the house, screaming and scattering bullets. Lola, Sir Peter's housemaid, has hysterics. After lunch is an exaggeration, went into the town. Since yesterday, the physiognomy of the town completely changed. No more trams, all shops closed, groups at every corner and every face shrouded in the gray cobweb of fear. Brilliant sunshine, the sky a glaring blue, but the wide wings of death are outspread and envelop the town. Just as I am passing Caleta Bridge, a squadron of 6 rebel planes flies very low above our heads, sowing murder. I look for shelter beyond the bridge. There are 2 militiamen drinking cognac, one singing the International, the other, in a low voice, and with a stupid smile, the hymn of the Phalange. I feel the contagion of fear getting me too. Reach headquarters. It looks like a night refuge, inhuman-looking men asleep on desks and floors. While I wait to be received by Colonel Villalba, an exhausted sergeant staggers in and is conducted straight to the colonel. I enter with him. We climb the hill opposite to get a good view. We can hear the bombardment more clearly. Here and there, we can see white puffs of smoke, but it is impossible to gain a clear picture of the strategic position. On our way back, we see thick smoke pouring out of the windows of the house adjoining ours. The house, lying in the midst of a large park, belongs to a rich Spaniard, who after the outbreak of the Civil War fled abroad with the help of Sir Peter. Now, it is used as a temporary hospital. After a time the smoke becomes less dense and then stops entirely. Obviously, the building has not been set alight by a bomb, but by a chance conflagration. To think that such a thing is still possible. "What news?" asks Villalba. "They are coming down the Colmenar Road with 15 tanks. "How far are they?" "An hour ago they were 5 miles from the city." "Resistance?" "None. Our people threw away their rifles and made off to the Sierra. Thank you. The sergeant slumps down under a table and immediately falls asleep. Villalba has a short whispered conversation with some of his staff officers. An order is given to an aide-de-camp and they leave the room rather hurriedly. I stop Villalba. What do you want? He says nervously. Can't you see I'm in a hurry? I can give you the following statement. The situation is critical, but Malaga will put up a good fight. Where are you going? I ask him. But he is already gone. I rush to a window and look down. Villalba and his staff officers are getting into a car. Everybody is looking rather embarrassed. The car leaves the courtyard. Where is he going? I ask an officer whom I know. He has deserted, the officer says calmly. It was his duty to leave, says another one. We shall be cut off in an hour, and he is the commanding officer of the entire southern sector, so he had to leave. How can he command if we are cut off? He has deserted, repeats the first one. Who's boss now? I ask. Boss? Everybody looks surprised. Nobody knows. I go into another room. There is Colonel Alfredo sitting at a typewriter. It is all like a bad dream. I note that he is using the red half of the ribbon. I read, "To all whom it may concern, this is to certify that Colonel Alfredo G. is leaving on an important mission to Valencia. Authorities are requested to let him pass. You too, Alfredo?" I ask him. He blushes. "And you too. I'll take you in my car. It's all up." This is no longer Walter Scott. It is rather James Joyce. In the courtyard we find X, a common friend. He is ill, a high temperature, coughing and spitting. "Come," says Alfredo, "it is all over." "Go to hell. I'm staying," says X. "Villalba has left too. We'll take you by force," says Alfredo, tears in his eyes. "Go to hell," says X. He's dead now. 80% of the persons mentioned in the story are dead. We step into Alfredo's car. Alfredo's mother is in the car, and Alfredo's sister and some other women, all crying and sobbing. When the car starts, I remember Sir Peter. During the last hour I have completely forgotten him. "We must take my English friend," I say to Alfredo. "Impossible," says the driver. "The fascists are on the new road. His house is cut off." "But I only left him an hour ago." "They've entered the town since. Don't you hear the machine guns?" I hesitate. We reach the city barrier. The crowd of refugees stares at us, privileged owners of a car, with envy and hatred. A feeling of deep disgust suddenly comes over me. My nerves are all to pieces. "Stop," I say to the driver. "I want to go back." "Don't stop," says Alfredo. I jump out of the car. Alfredo gesticulates wildly. The car disappears in the crowd. It is dusk again. I walk back slowly to Sir Peter's house. The rebels are not yet here. They came the next day. Part 2. Dialogue with Death. The condemned cell is a favorite theme for writers. In this case, a writer actually found himself in one. The experimenter became identical with the rabbit. It is, however you look at it, a ticklish situation. The experimenter suffers all the pangs of the victim, and this dims the sharpness of his perception. The rabbit becomes an introspective rabbit, and thereby the naturalness of its sufferings is affected. From the professional point of view, the situation is one that does not bear discussion. Personal feelings and intimate emotions are the very things a journalist ought not to have. But in this ease, the subjective has become the object of the journalist's theme. Nevertheless, I believe that this book is justified. On 2 grounds. In the first place, I believe that most people, when they read in the newspapers of a death sentence, are curious to know what goes on in the mind of the condemned man. Here an attempt is made to give as far as possible a frank and honest answer to this question. So far as possible, in that the author resists all temptation to cut a good figure, in that he refrains, however, from crossing the line that divides the sphere of literature from the sphere of psychological exhibitionism. In the second place, I believe that every war, in particular the Spanish Civil War, consists of 10% action and 90% passive suffering. In this respect, this account of the hermetically sealed Andalusian mortuaries may perhaps more truly reflect the Spanish tragedy than messages from the front. I dedicate it to my friend Nicolas, an obscure soldier of the Spanish Republic, who on the 14th of April, 1937, the anniversary of the proclamation of that republic, was shot dead in the prison of Seville. They came on Monday afternoon, but as yet it is only Sunday. There is yet time to get away. It is dusk, and the somber, flatted shadows of the Andalusian night are rapidly closing in round the dying Malaga. No electric light, no trams, no policemen at the corners of the streets. Nothing but darkness, no sound but the death rattle of a strangled city. A shot, a drunken, muttering cry, a whimpering somewhere in the next street. Militiamen run through the streets, demented, aimless. Women in black mantillas flit along like bats in the shadows of the houses. From somewhere or other comes the sound of splintering glass, the window of a car. It may be half an hour ago that I jumped out of Alfredo's car and began to wander through the streets. There is no longer anyone in control, anyone in authority. There are no public services left in the city. Its very bones have gone soft. Its nerves, sinews, muscles are decomposing. The highly developed organism has degenerated into an amorphous jelly. Fish. What is the agony of an individual compared with the agony of a city? Death is a natural biological process, but here a whole social organism, the very foundations of civilization itself, is out of joint. The dutiful taxpayer is once more the primitive herd animal, and in his short-sighted eyes behind their horn-rimmed spectacles lurks atavistic fear. On this Sunday night, the 7th of February, 1937, a new St. Bartholomew's night is being openly made ready. An army of foreign invaders is encamped beyond the hills, recouping its strength in order tomorrow to invade these streets and drench them in the blood of people whose language they do not understand, with whom they have no quarrel, and of whose very existence they were yesterday as unaware as tomorrow they will be indifferent to their deaths. There's still time to get away. Sir Peter's house is on a hill half a mile outside the town. I wander across the dark fields and find myself outside the park gate of a large, villa-like building. I assume it is the hospital we saw burning early this morning. Now it is dark and deserted, an enchanted castle. I knock for a long time on the door of the porter's lodge. After a while the porter appears, grasping a revolver. His whole body trembles, and the revolver trembles with it. Is this the hospital? There's no hospital here. What is this house then? This is Senor Bolin's house. Bolin? The name is familiar to me, disagreeably familiar. Bolin, the rebel press chief in Seville. A most uncommon name in Spain. The coincidence, if coincidence it be, increases my uneasiness. I ask the porter if he knows where Don Pedro's house is. Don Pedro is Sir Peter. He points with his revolver to the left. There, just next door. But if it's next door, then this is the hospital. This isn't a hospital, it was a hospital. But from tomorrow on, it's Senor Bolin's house again. So that's how things are. The man no longer trembles. He now obviously feels he has got the upper hand of me. He slams the door in my face, but while I am still standing there irresolutely, his wife comes out with a lighted candle and leads me across the fields to Sir Peter's garden. Either this is common human kindness, or else the couple are, after all, not quite so sure what the morrow may bring. In such situations, even the simple-minded become diplomats. Sir Peter is sitting at his writing desk in the light of an oil lamp, apparently oblivious of what is going on outside, a perfect Victorian idyll in the midst of the apocalyptic flood. I feel rather like a Job's comforter, Moreover, quite absurdly, I feel conscience-stricken because I am late for dinner and my clothes are dirty. On the way here there was another air raid, and I had to grovel among the fur. At dinner, 2 sardines, some jam, and 2 bottles of excellent Spanish white wine. I tried once more to persuade Sir Peter to leave the town. Looked at objectively, it was downright crazy to stay. Sir Peter had published a letter in the Times attacking the rebels, and had engaged in open propaganda in favor of the Spanish government in England, while I myself, since my Seville adventure and the publication of the book that I wrote following upon it, had become one of the best hated journalists at rebel headquarters. "Look here, I am not going to run away," said Sir Peter in his dry fashion. "Tomorrow, when the rebels come, they may possibly shoot 50,000 people. All the consuls have gone, and there are no foreigners left. If they know that I, a distinguished observer, am here, perhaps they'll only shoot 40,000. And even if my presence makes no difference, I want to stay. Never yet, either in Badajoz or in Toledo, has a journalist been a witness of what happens when the rebels enter a town. I think it is worthwhile staying for that." Then he tried to persuade me to leave him alone, since I was far more compromised than he. Whereupon I tried to make him see that I could not possibly leave him alone. After all, he was a man of 73, and I a man of 32. Despite the solemnity of the occasion, this was an argument that was not to dear Sir Peter's taste. In the intervals of conversation, we sipped Spanish white wine, and it was all rather like the last days of Pompeii. Then we went out onto the terrace and saw in the distance beyond the dark hills a row of shining points of light, like a chain of fairy lamps at a fete, which seemed scarcely to move. They were the rebel tanks coming down the mountains from Colmenar. The sight of them sobered us a little. Sir Peter went to his room and came back with 2 small metal cases that looked like Gillette razor sets. Each contained a hypodermic syringe with a reserve needle and a tube of morphine tablets. "Look here," said Sir Peter. "I have seen the illustrations in your book." He meant the photographs of Franco's tortured and mutilated victims. "And I don't like the thought of it. I don't want them to get me alive." Then he explained to me with scientific thoroughness how to use a hypodermic syringe. The tube contained sufficient tablets to enable one to escape from all the horrors of all wars, civil and otherwise. One must disinfect the needle over a flame, of course, before giving oneself an injection, explained Sir Peter, or one may get an abscess. I remarked that in the present situation an abscess more or less was of no great consequence. Sir Peter said that my remark was logically unassailable. I went straight into the bathroom and practiced giving myself subcutaneous injections. Through the window I could see the fairy lights of the tanks slowly drawing nearer, and yet I had a feeling that I was carrying out a perfectly absurd and nonsensical experiment, the sort of thing for which my father used to threaten to spank me. Afterwards we switched over to gin and vermouth and wise and philosophic conversation. From the town isolated shots rang out, and we heard the occasional abrupt bark of a machine gun. Our great ambition was to ignore these disturbing sounds and refuse to allow them to spoil our chat. There was obviously a certain element of snobbishness in our attitude, and I think Sir Peter was as aware of this as I, but we both probably felt that in our present situation, a little snobbishness was excusable. I have a profound horror of all melodrama, and that is why I dwell on these psychological details. Were every instance of so-called heroic behavior to be examined under the microscope, there would be fewer heroes and less hero worship in the world, and I believe it would be to the world's advantage. Psychology is the bête noire of dictators. The next morning was Monday, February 8th. We breakfasted as usual at 8 o'clock. Usually the bombardment did not begin till 9. Spaniards sleep late even when making war, and we wanted at least to finish our porridge in peace. But we were not to be allowed to. At our second mouthful 3 warships loomed on the horizon, outlined against that sea, which lay stretched out there below the terrace, so revoltingly innocent and indolent and blue. And these warships were making full steam ahead for the harbor. They came rapidly nearer, steering a straight course. When they were no more than a mile away, the bombardment we knew from experience would begin. But they did not open fire. Trailing their smoke banners behind them, they made straight for the still Republican port of Malaga. Could it be that at last the warships from Carthagena had come to our aid? For the space of a moment we thought so. For the space of a moment believed in the possibility of a miraculous rescue at the 11th hour. Then we saw through the glasses the enemy flag, the red, yellow-red flag of the monarch. Shortly after 9, the cruisers steamed into the harbor of Malaga. We were still waiting for them to open fire. But they did not fire. The coastal batteries were silent. The guns of the cruisers were likewise silent, and their flags hung down limply from the masts. That was all. We no longer understood what was going on. We no longer knew what was happening down below there in the silent city. But we assiduously entered up our diaries. Monday, February 8, 1937, the day on which Malaga fell. 8 a.m. During breakfast, observed through glasses rebel cruisers, flying red, yellow-red Bourbon flag, entering port of Malaga. Waiting for bombardment to begin, but they don't open fire. 8:30 a.m. 8 rebel planes hovering above us in the sky, but they drop no bombs. 9 a.m. Usual hour for artillery bombardment to begin, but not a single detonation. Sunshine and dead, ghostly silence. 9:30 a.m. A straggling, ragged swarm of militiamen streams down from the Colmenar High Road. Most of them no longer have rifles. All have bearded, exhausted faces, and the hopeless, furtive look of the hunted. None speaks. Some stumble. They march past the house without looking up, and vanish round the bend in the road. 10 a.m. An isolated straggler, a wounded militiaman, unarmed, trembling and half dead, passes by the house and asks for water and cigarettes. As I give him a light, I can see his hands and feet trembling. "Is the road to the town still open?" he asks. "Yes, still open. They won't kill me." "They won't kill you." "Are you sure they won't kill me?" "I am sure they won't kill you." "God bless you, senor." And he staggers on. I wonder whether they did kill him. 11 a.m. Rebel cruisers and planes continue to disport themselves in the waters and in the air of still Republican Malaga. Sir Peter and I decide to go into the town to find out what is happening. Yip! Immediately we leave the house, an invisible machine gun begins to bark in the neighborhood. The road is under fire. We walk back. 12 a.m. A refugee family enters the garden. A man and wife, 2 children and a mother-in-law, with a vast array of baskets and packages, chiefly containing bedding. There's a touching conventionality about the way in which, in all great catastrophes, fires, floods, wars, the poor and wretched rescue their bedding before everything else. Next in the hierarchy of earthly treasures come pots and pans and household crockery. This order of selection of the goods they consider worth saving is perhaps the starkest and most shameless revelation of the permanent misery of the masses of this world. Third on the list comes usually the cage with the canary, the pet cat, or a preposterous mongrel dog. They stand for the sunny side of existence. The family take up their quarters in the garden. We greet them in our usual way, with clenched fist, the usual greeting in Republican Spain, but they keep their hands still and smile sheepishly. We ask them where the rebels are. The woman says in a whisper, and with a sly wink, "The national troops are everywhere in the hills, here, there." And she lays a finger on her lips as though there were Moors hiding behind the bushes. We ask her what things look like in the town, and she replies, still whispering, and with the same sly wink, "Ever since this morning there has been a white flag on the civil governor's residence. So it is all over. Malaga has surrendered." And I remember Colonel Villalba's last statement before he stepped into his car. The situation is a critical one, but Malaga will put up a good fight. Malaga did not put up a good fight. The city was betrayed by its leaders, deserted, delivered up to the slaughter. The rebel cruisers bombarded us, and the ships of the Republic did not come. The rebel planes sowed panic and destruction, and the planes of the Republic did not come. The rebels had artillery, armored cars and tanks, and the arms and war material of the Republic did not come. The rebels advanced from all directions, and the bridge, on the only road connecting Malaga with the Republic, had been broken for 4 months. The rebels maintained an iron discipline and machine-gunned their troops into battle, while the defenders of Malaga had no discipline, no leaders, and no certainty that the Republic was backing them up. Italians, Moors, and foreign legionaries fought with the professional bravery of mercenaries against the people in a cause that was not theirs, and the soldiers of the people, who were fighting for a cause that was their own, turned tail and ran away. It would be far too glib to explain away the catastrophes of Badajoz, Toledo, and Malaga, simply by pointing to the enemy's superiority in war material. Nor does the fact of the treachery and desertion of the local leaders of Malaga alone suffice as an explanation. The city was in the charge of men who proved incompetent. Yet no less great is the responsibility of the central government of Valencia, which sent neither ships nor planes nor war material to Malaga, and did not have the sense to replace incompetent leaders by good ones. With Malaga Largo, Caballero's government completed the chapter of their mistakes and errors of judgment. They had to go. But a whole string of those who bear the responsibility for the unfortunate course of the Civil War up till now, I am writing these lines in September 1937, still remain. This is one of those things that fills the friends of Spanish democracy with the gravest concern. The longer one waits for a thing to happen, the more astonished one is when it finally does happen. We had known for days that Malaga was lost, but we had pictured the end quite differently. Everything had proceeded so terribly silently, noiselessly, undramatically. Events had shown every sign of coming to a head, but we were cheated of the climax. In all secrecy, the white flag had been hoisted on the Malaga tower. When on the morrow the enemy's cruisers and planes arrived, we expected them to open fire and did not realize that there was no longer an enemy, that we were already living under the domination of the Bourbon flag. This smooth, slick transition was much more terrifying than anything we had feared. Without our knowing it, while we slept, we had been delivered up to the tender mercies of General Franco d'Oredi. The entry of the rebel troops likewise took place in a breathtakingly natural and undramatic fashion. My diary runs. 1 p.m. An officer wearing the gray steel helmet of the Italian army appears on the road leading to Colmenar, just opposite our house. He looks round and fires a revolver shot into the air. Immediately after this, about 200 infantry come marching down the road in perfect formation. They are singing Mussolini's hymn, Giovinezza. As they pass by the house, they salute us, and the house hold staff, who only yesterday assiduously raised their clenched fists, now, with equal Spanish effusiveness, raise their arms in the fascist salute. They seem perfectly at ease, but since they look upon us foreigners as half imbecile, the gardener advises Sir Peter and me to change our demeanor too, because we have a new government now. It is both tragicomic and humiliating. After some time, as more and more troops go by and salute us, we are all gathered on the balcony as though reviewing a march past. Sir Peter and I are constrained to raise our arms too. We avoid looking at each other. I drink a tumbler full of cognac. 2 p.m. A company of Italian infantry occupies the neighboring hill. 3 p.m. The Italian lieutenant in command of the company on the hill comes into the garden and asks whether he may wash. He introduces himself courteously, and Sir Peter gives orders for a bath to be got ready for him. A few soldiers follow him down from the hill to get a wash and a drink of water. They do not speak a word of Spanish. They look pretty worn out. Their behavior is perfectly polite. 4 p.m. A storm of hurrahs and clapping is heard coming from the city. The rebels have reached the center of Malaga. 4:30 p.m. Cars flying the Bourbon flag come driving along the road. Tanks are lumbering down in an endless column from Colmenar. Shots can be heard from the town at regular intervals. One of the household staff volunteers the suggestion that, since the fighting is over, these shots may mean that the execution of the red criminals is beginning. I burned some compromising papers, letters of introduction from the Spanish embassy and from well-known politicians in Valencia. It is all up now. We are at the mercy of Queipo Delano. Unfortunately, I know him of old. Once more it was evening, and once more we sat opposite one another on high-backed Victorian armchairs at the formally laid table, and ate grilled sardines. The rebels had occupied the town, and we had seen nothing of it all, and nothing had happened to us. They might come for us at any moment now. It was most likely that they would come at night, but we did not really believe it. In the morning, when I had given the trembling militiaman his cigarette, I had still had one last impulse to flee. I had half resolved to fetch my typewriter and papers from the house and join the militiamen, and it was mainly out of indolence that I had not done so. Down below in the town all was chaos and uncertainty, and the garden here basked so peacefully in the sun. It seemed highly improbable that things of a disorderly nature could ever happen in this neat and well-kept garden. I was reminded of a scene from a play about the French Revolution by a German writer of the last century. Danton learns that Robespierre is going to have him arrested on the following day, and he flees from his house at night. He wanders blindly across the dark heath. It is cold and windy, and suddenly he has a feeling that it is highly illogical to be wandering at night over a windy heath, instead of sleeping at home in his good bed. Robespierre and the convention seem to him unreal figments of the imagination, and the only common-sense thing to do seems to be to go home to bed and sleep. This he does, even should we know in theory, is the substance of his reflections, even should we know in theory of all the dangers that threaten us. Deep down in us, there is a smiling voice which tells us that the morrow will be just as yesterday. The next morning, he is arrested. Deep down in us, too, on this last evening, was that smiling voice that told us that the morrow would be just as yesterday. The next morning, at 11 a.m., we were arrested. I must for one last time break into my story to go back to the past, for it is a very complicated story, full of the most improbable coincidences. It is a commonplace that landscapes are frequently more tawdry than picture postcards, and life more melodramatic than the films. In our tragedy of errors, the two Jornios were played by Captain and Senor Bolin. They were not twins, but cousins. Captain Bolin was, as I have said, the press chief at the Burgos headquarters to whom I was denounced in Seville. Fellow journalists from Spain told me months later that Bolin was in a towering rage with me and had sworn to shoot K.A. like a mad dog if he ever got hold of him. It was this very Captain Bolin who did get hold of me in Malaga. During the 6 months that had elapsed since we met in Seville, Captain Bolin had acquired a certain reputation amongst the international press correspondents in Spain. I do not know whether he was responsible for the execution of Guy de Traversay, correspondent of L'Intransigeant in Rebel, Mallorca, but I know that it was he who arrested in Seville, amongst others, René Bru, the Pathé Gazette camera man, because he suspected him of filming the Badajoz massacres. Bru was taken to Seville prison, and there Captain Bolin visited him in his cell and threatened to shoot him on the spot if he persisted in his denials. Bru very wisely did persist in his denials, and the Pathé Gazette sent an aeroplane to Seville with a copy of the film, having first carefully cut out Goofeet of the Badajoz part. Bru was saved, and so was S. of the Chicago Tribune, whom Captain Bolin ordered to be shot, having confused him with Taylor, chairman of the Anglo-American Press Association in Paris. with whom I shared the honor of figuring at the head of the Burgos Press Department's black list. And the only so last, but not least, it was Captain Boleyn who expelled a number of conservative and Francophile British press correspondents from rebel territory for the astounding reason that their newspapers referred to the insurgents as insurgents and not as the National Army, a designation which, with an excess of delicacy and fine feeling, the rebels have conferred upon themselves. That is Act 1. Act 2. There was, as we know, a house and garden adjoining Sir Peter's house and garden, and the owner's name was Boleyn. As I have said, Boleyn is a somewhat rare name in Spain. I was puzzled by the coincidence, and I asked Sir Peter about his neighbor. This is the story which Sir Peter told me the night before our arrest. Senor Boleyn, we will call him this in order to distinguish him from his cousin, Captain Boleyn, was a member of the Falange Española. On the July 18, 1936, the generals launched their insurrection throughout Spain. In Malaga, as in Madrid and Barcelona, the rebels, after fierce street fighting, were defeated. The Republicans remained in control of the city, and Senor Boleyn came to the house of his neighbor, Sir Peter, whom he knew to be a Red, to ask for shelter and protection. He arrived with his wife, mother-in-law, 5 or 6 children, and 2 or 3 maids. Sir Peter installed the whole Boleyn tribe in his house. It was packed from attic to cellar. Senor Boleyn handed over certain documents for safekeeping in an envelope, which Sir Peter locked away in a drawer of his writing desk. The next day, an anarchist patrol visited the house. They did not wish to trouble Sir Peter, knowing his sympathetic attitude towards the Republican government, but they demanded to see the documents of the Senor living upstairs. Sir Peter was obliged to hand over the documents. The anarchist leader, a young lad, opened the envelope. The first thing he found was Senor Boleyn's Falangiste membership card. The second, a set of pornographic pictures, such as are posted to amateurs by certain bookshops in Paris. The anarchist seemed highly delighted with both discoveries. Then Sir Peter had one of his usual happy inspirations. "Look here," he said in his smoothest tones. "We'll strike a bargain. You keep the pictures and I'll keep the card." The anarchist, who, as I have said, was very young, was at first indignant, then amused, and finally, out of friendliness towards Sir Peter, he consented. Some days later, nevertheless, Senor Boleyn was arrested. But Sir Peter secured his release, obtained passports for his family, and finally, at the peril of his own life, smuggled Boleyn out of Malaga to Gibraltar. Boleyn's luggage remained in Sir Peter's house. His own house was converted into a military hospital. At 11 a.m. on Tuesday, February 9th, 24 hours after the rebels entered Malaga, we were arrested. At 10:30, I was standing on the roof, our usual observation post, counting the lorries full of Italian troops, which were still driving down from the mountains in an endless column. The Italians looked fresh and well-fed. Their faultless equipment, from steel helmet to puttees, provided a striking contrast to the ragged, wretched garb of the Republican militiamen, as their radiant, good-humored faces, the happy faces of victors, appeared, one after another. In the field of vision of my glasses, I was conscious in myself of the bitter feelings of the poor man in the fable who was invited to dine at the rich man's table. Then I saw an elegant private car decorated with the Bourbon flag driving up the road to Senor Boleyn's house. I told Sir Peter of this. "Perhaps it is Boleyn coming back," he said. "It is his turn now to protect us." And he walked over to the next door house. As a matter of fact, we both allowed ourselves to some extent to hope that the man whose life Sir Peter had saved would, now that the situation was reversed, show his gratitude. That he should be the cousin of the very officer from whom I had most to fear seemed to me to be an extraordinarily lucky coincidence. There are many such touching stories of noble-spirited men on opposite sides of the trenches in the Great War, saving each other's lives, and perhaps there is no illusion which one sheds with greater difficulty than that of fair play. 10 minutes after Sir Peter had left the house, he returned, pale and upset. "It was Boleyn," he said. "He's just come back by car from Gibraltar." "Has he got any more dirty postcards?" "No, but he's wearing the red beret of the Requettes and has a huge army revolver. He says it will give him great pleasure to hunt down the Reds and kill a few of them with his own hands." Sir Peter goes upstairs to get Signor Boleyn's belongings together for him. I am left alone in the garden. Once more I feel an urgent need of a brandy, and I go into the library to get one. The library has 3 doors. While I am looking for the brandy, the 3 doors open simultaneously, almost noiselessly, and 3 officers, revolvers in their hands, enter. 2 of them are unknown to me. All I notice is that they are wearing brand new uniforms. The third is Captain Boleyn. What follows happens very quickly, just as in a speeded-up film. The syringe is in my pocket. All I require is to be left alone for 2 or 3 minutes. Acting quite automatically, I try to slip upstairs. I get no farther than the 3rd stair when a stentorian voice calls me back. "Hands up!" I raise both hands above my head. "Come down!" I step down backwards. 3 revolvers are pointed at me, 1 from each side, a 3rd from the rear. It is all like a dream. I am only half conscious of what is happening. Captain Boleyn calls the gardener. A rope. And the gardener goes off to fetch one. Sir Peter comes down the staircase with Senor Boleyn's suitcase. "Hands up!" He puts his hands up, but he stands erect. There is silence for a few seconds. Then a 4th individual with a red cap enters the room. I recognize him at once by his resemblance to his cousin. It is Senor Boleyn. He stands looking on at the pleasant little scene with a grin on his face. "Sir Peter," I ask, "is this the man whose life you saved?" "Shut up," says Captain Boleyn. Senor Boleyn grins. The gardener comes back. He has been unable to find a rope, but has brought 2 yards of electric wiring. "I believe they're going to hang me," I say to Sir Peter. As I say this, it occurs to me that the final agony will be certain to last longer with this inflexible wire than it would with an ordinary rope. "Shut up," says Boleyn, and he makes a sign to one of the 2 officers who are with him. The officer, a handsome young man who looks rather shy and seems to be quite a nice fellow, takes the wire and plants himself behind me. He twists my hands behind my back and tries to bind them with the wire. But the wire is too stiff. He walks round me, pulls my hands round to the front, as though manipulating a wooden doll, and once more tries to bind them. All this time, Boleyn is pressing a revolver into my right side. The 3rd officer a revolver into my left. This latter is a fat, bald-headed fellow with incredibly bestial features. During the whole proceeding, he has a grin on his face and literally snorts with pleasure. He snorts through his nose as though he has asthma. I can feel his breath on my ear. Up till now, I have only come across such sadistic types in political cartoons, and have never really believed that they actually exist. The fellow grins and snorts and snorts. He is obviously a pathological sex case. My physical disgust is almost stronger than my fear. Then, to my own astonishment, I hear myself saying, "Look here, Boleyn, if you're going to shoot me, take me upstairs. Don't do it in Sir Peter's presence." "Shut up," says Boleyn, but all the same I detect a certain astonishment on his features. Later on, I often wondered, I had plenty of time in prison to ponder such questions, whether these words of mine, which may have saved my life, were prompted by consideration for Sir Peter, or merely by the desire to gain time. Perhaps it was a mixture of both motives, but I rather think the second predominated. The next thing I remember is Sir Peter reasoning with Senor Boleyn. He was asking if he could have 5 minutes' conversation with him in the next room. Senor Boleyn smiled a smile of bland refusal, but in the end he gave in. The 2 of them went into the next room. Captain Boleyn supervised the complicated procedure of the binding of my hands, and then joined them. The 3 had a short palaver in the next room. It was obvious that Sir Peter was pleading for me, but just as obvious that he was not having much success. I was not allowed to go near them. "What's happening?" I shouted through the open door. They came out, and Sir Peter said very quietly, and with a tender look, "It seems that it is all right for me, but not for you." Anyhow, they did not shoot me there and then. To this day, I do not know what made Captain Boleyn change his mind. Whether my words had made him conscious of the responsibility he would be taking upon himself if he were to shoot a foreign journalist in a house flying the Union Jack, or whether the gentleman with the red beret and the filthy pictures had after all brought himself to the point of intervening. It is an elevating thought that one should owe one's life to a set of postcards. They took us out to a year. My hands were bound, Sir Peter's were not. As we passed the troops, the other side of the hill, it seemed as though they had half a mind to lynch us. But Captain Boleyn persuaded them that this would not be a nice thing to do. We were taken to the police station. Captain Boleyn and the fat officer got out, while we were made to wait in the rear with the younger officer. We waited for 2 hours. The sun was shining, and it was extremely hot. I can't remember what we talked about, and I dare say most of it was nonsense. Everything one says is nonsense when one is facing the imminent reality of being shot. The whole time, I could see in my mind's eye the pictures in my book of people being tortured. I asked Sir Peter in English whether, as we had agreed, he had destroyed the autographed copy of the book which I had given him. He said that he hadn't been able to bring himself to do so. This was bad. If, while searching the house, they were to find the book with all its terrible photographs, they would be bound to be more than ever incensed at me. "The only thing I am afraid of is being tortured," I said to Sir Peter. "I don't think they'll torture you," said Sir Peter. And then he recited to me those lines of Swinburne, which he knew I was very fond of, and which appear on the fly-leaf of his recently published memoir. "Pray thou thy due be long before thy death, and full of ease and kingdom, seeing in death there is no comfort, and none after growth, nor shall one thence look up and see day's dawn, nor light upon the land whither I go. Live thou and take thy fill of days and die, when thy day comes, and make not much of death, lest ere thy day thou reap an evil thing." I realized that he meant this as a kind of prayer for the dead, a sort of last sacrament. Then we were separated. Boleyn and the fat officer came back and took Sir Peter away with them. I did not think I should ever see him again. As for me, the first thing they did was to photograph me in the street, first full face, then in profile. A crowd stood about, cracking the usual jokes. It was confoundedly humiliating, but Sir Peter's tender voice still echoed in my ears. "And die, when thy day comes, and make not much of death." These peaceful lines were very comforting, and gave me a feeling of superiority, almost of contemptuous arrogance. Then they took me into the police station. While we were crossing the forecourt, an officer of the phalanx prodded me on the chest. "Rousseau, Rousseau, a Russian," he shouted. I said that I was not a Russian, but he wouldn't listen to me. "Tonight you'll be flying off to your Moscow hell," he said with a leer. I was led into a vast empty room. In the corner of the room was a stool, upon which I was made to sit down. 2 civil guards sat down opposite me near the door, their rifles on their knees. We sat like this for a while. Then I heard screams coming from the courtyard, and a young man, his naked torso streaming with blood, was led into the room. His face was battered, cut about, slashed. For a moment I thought the man must have been run over by a steam engine. Holding him by the armpits, they dragged him across the room. He yelled and whimpered. The phalangists who were dragging him along spoke to him in honeyed tones. "Hombre, we're not going to beat you anymore." The door closed after them, and a moment later there were sounds of ringing blows and dull thuds and kicks. The man groaned and cried by turns. He cried at regular intervals, neither like a man nor an animal, but as a child cries, a child with an unnatural, deep bass voice. Then, for a few seconds, there was silence. All I could hear was quick, stertorous breathing. I don't know what they did to him in those few seconds. Then he screamed again in an unnaturally high-pitched, shrill voice, and then, at last, he was silent. A few moments later, the door flew open, and they dragged him across the room in which I was sitting into the courtyard. I couldn't make out whether he was dead or merely unconscious. I did not care to look very closely. Then a second victim was taken through the room to be subjected to the same treatment, and then a third. Every time they went through the room, the phalangists looked at me as though marking me down as their next victim, but they said nothing. After the third victim, no more were brought in. I sat still and waited. The civil guards sitting opposite me seemed to be disagreeably affected by these proceedings. While the tortures were going on in the next room, they scrutinized my features keenly to watch my reaction, perhaps too with a faint stirring of pity. When the third victim was brought back, most probably dead, the elder of the civil guards shrugged his shoulders with a glance in my direction. It was an unconscious gesture of apology. In it was expressed the whole attitude towards life of a 50-year-old gendarme who, on the one hand, had 30 years of service in a medieval country behind him, and on the other probably had a wife, several underfed children, and a pet canary. In it was expressed an entire human philosophy of shame, resignation, and apathy. The world's like that, he seemed to be saying, and neither I nor you will ever change it. Situations of this kind burn themselves into the mind, and the shrug of the civil guard is more vivid in my memory than the screams of the torture. I sat on the stool in the corner of the room for a very long time, for several hours in fact, maybe 2, maybe 3 or 4. It took me half an hour to summon up the courage to get up and pace up and down. At first the civil guards growled at me and I sat down again, but after another half an hour or so I got up again, and this time they raised no objection. They smoked and chatted. I had a definite purpose in mind, and pursued it with the patience and obstinacy of an old lag. It is astonishing how quickly one picks up such things. My idea was, while pacing up and down, surreptitiously to take the hypodermic syringe, the 2 needles and the tube with the morphine tablets out of their case, and to secrete them in various parts of my clothing. Slowly and patiently I succeeded in doing this. I slipped the syringe into my packet of cigarettes, the needles into the inner lining of my coat, the tube into my breast pocket handkerchief. At this point I asked to be taken to the lavatory. I needed some water to dissolve the tablets. After a short consultation, they acquiesced. They allowed me to close the door but not to bolt it. It was a real Spanish lavatory. There was no tap, but only a wretched puddle on the flagstones. I began to fill the syringe from it, but such a wave of disgust came over me that I stopped and came out again. That disgust could be stronger than fear, than the stark, brute fear which I had felt during the torturing of the other victims, was another experience that I could not have theoretically foreseen. It was dark by the time Captain Boleyn and his fat friend came back. They took me out into the courtyard, and Captain Boleyn gave orders for me to be thoroughly searched. 2 soldiers set about this task. First of all, my pockets were empty. The fat officer went through my pocketbook. I had burned any papers that might be compromising, and my pocket book now contained only a few personal documents, some money, and 2 telegrams from the foreign editor of the News Chronicle on technical matters, asking me, amongst other things, to send all photographs by air. Mail. What kind of photographs does he mean? Asked the fat officer. Why, press photographs, I said in astonishment. Since when has it been the practice to send press photographs by airmail? He asked scornfully. Like so many officers, he obviously had an espionage complex, and mistrust combined with stupidity and malevolence are about as dangerous a mixture of qualities as you can find in a man. I realized that it was hopeless to argue with him, and merely shrugged my shoulders, and even that, for safety's sake, only in imagination. Then happened what was only to be expected. The soldier who was feeling the lining of my coat let out a terrified yell and clapped his thumb to his lips. He had pricked it on the hypodermic needle. "He's got something sharp hidden in the lining," he said, sucking in rage and fright at his thumb. I pulled out the needle and held it up in the half-light of the courtyard. "What is that?" shouted the fat officer, recoiling several paces. Boleyn too stepped back. They were all convinced that they were at last confronted in real life with the famous needle containing Indian snake venom, which they knew so well from the films and detective stories. It was a positively awesome moment. I was made to deposit the needle on a plate, for they all refused to touch it. Then they examined my cigarette packet and discovered the syringe. Then they shook out my handkerchief and discovered the tablets. And finally, I myself voluntarily produced the second needle from the lining of my coat. I was obviously the most dangerous individual that had ever trodden Spanish soil. Mata Hari and Madame X were only wretched amateurs in comparison. Boleyn counted over my loose cash. Then he made me sign a receipt which ran, "This is to confirm that I had 700 French francs and 150 pesetas on my person at the time of my arrest." He put the receipt in his pocket. The meaning of this proceeding was perfectly obvious. Boleyn wanted to obtain from me a sort of testimonial to the business-like correctitude of his behavior. I had on me in addition a few small Catalan banknotes, which are of no real value in rebel territory. "You can keep those," he said. "They'll do to pay your fare when you set out on your journey to heaven tonight." I asked them to leave me my fountain pen. "You won't need that in heaven," he said, and handed it over to his hat friend, who tested the mechanism with obvious satisfaction. The pen was a present from my wife. I don't set over great store by symbols, but the thought that my old pen, which I had used to write my first book on Spain, should fall as booty into the hands of a rebel officer, was particularly galling to me. When they had finished searching me, all that I had left was my wristwatch, which they had fortunately overlooked. I was taken back to the now dark room. Again hours went by. I paced up and down, the rifles of the civil guards before my eyes, with a feeling of utter hopelessness. I had eaten nothing since breakfast but didn't feel hungry. About 10 p.m., a non-commissioned officer came and ordered me to be put into a lorry. 5 men took their places behind me, their rifles on their knees, and the lorry drove off. I was convinced that I was going to my execution. The streets of fallen Malaga were as dark as before. Soldiers were camped everywhere. Moors with their grubby green turbans, phalangists, and foreign legionaries. But no Italians were to be seen in the town. The rebel leaders obviously attached no importance to parading the national liberators before the eyes of the civilian population. In any case, the civilian population apparently preferred to celebrate their liberation behind closed shutters. The passage of our tumbril evoked the usual derisive jeers from the soldiers. I tried to discover in what part of the town we were. I assumed that the execution, as is customary, would take place in the cemetery, and puffed away furiously at the last but one of my English cigarettes. At this moment I felt neither excessive fear nor any other feeling except a wish that the whole thing might be over as quickly as possible, and without further torture. I calculated that they could not possibly aim straight in the dark, and that they would therefore place me in front of the lorry's headlights or finish me off with a revolver shot as I alighted. This latter seemed to me an ideal way of dying, but out of superstition I did not dare to hope for it. Finally, I summoned up enough courage to ask a soldier. He said in quite matter-of-fact tones that I was not going to be shot yet, but taken to prison. Then he took a light from my cigarette and said to the man behind him, "This fellow thought he was going to be shot at once." "Rot," replied the man, whose face I could not see, over his shoulder in a good-humored booming bass. "Rot. It's not such a quick business as all that, hombre. Spaniards use hombre, man, in every sentence." It was an immense relief, and at the same time a disappointment. Waiting is always a torment for nervy people, and waiting without hope is the most ghastly thing possible. We drove up to the prison, and the driver rang the night bell. That a prison should have a night bell is quite logical, but somehow it seemed odd to me. The great iron door opened, and we marched down a long, ill-lit corridor into the office. I was searched all over again and made to strip down to my underclothes. One official tapped the soles of my shoes with an iron hammer. Another passed his hands through my hair. Having an aversion to sock suspenders, I always wear golf stockings, and the official asked me whether I had ever disguised myself as a woman. Once again, I had to grin in spite of my despair. Lever calcetines de mujer, wears women's stockings, wrote the official in my record. As he was doing so, I managed to catch a glimpse of the record that had been made out by Captain Boleyn and was lying on the table in front of the official. I read that I was a very dangerous character. I presume that was because of the hypodermic needle, that I should be most carefully guarded and kept incommunicado, that is to say, isolated, and that I was a caso international, an international case, or spy. And now, to crown all, came the women's stocking. The chain of evidence was complete. Finally, my fingerprints were taken, and I was allowed to put all my clothes on again with the exception of my belt, which was kept in the office. Then I was taken to a cell. For the first time I heard the sound of a cell door being slammed from outside. It is a unique sound. Banro. A cell door has no latch, either outside or inside. It cannot be shut, except by being slammed to. It is made of massive steel and concrete, about 4 inches thick, and every time it falls to there is a resounding crash, just as though a shot has been fired. But this report dies away without an echo. Prison sounds are echoless and bleak. When the door has been slammed behind him for the first time, the prisoner stands in the middle of the cell and looks round. I fancy that everyone must behave in more or less the same way. First of all, he gives a fleeting look round the walls and takes a mental inventory of all the objects in what is now to be his domain. The iron bedstead, the wash basin, the WC, the barred window. His next action is invariably to try to pull himself up by the iron bars of the window and look out. He fails, and his suit is covered with white from the plaster on the wall against which he has pressed himself. He desists, but decides to practice and master the art of pulling himself up by his hands. Indeed, he makes all sorts of good resolutions. He will do exercises every morning and learn a foreign language, and he simply won't let his spirit be broken. He dusts his suit and continues his voyage of exploration round his puny realm, 5 paces long by 4 paces broad. He tries the iron bedstead. The springs are broken. The wire mattress sags and cuts into the flesh. It's like lying in a hammock made of steel wire. He sits up. He pulls a face, being absolutely determined to prove that he is full of courage and confidence. Then his gaze rests on the cell door, and he sees that an eye is glued to the spy hole and is watching him. The eye goggles at him glassily, its pupil unbelievably big. It is an eye without a man attached to it, and for a few moments the prisoner's heart stops beating. The eye disappears, and the prisoner takes a deep breath and presses his hand against the left side of his chest. Well, he says to himself encouragingly, "How silly to go and get so frightened. You must get used to that. After all, the official's only doing his duty by peeping in. That's part of being in prison. But they won't get me down. They'll never get me down. I'll stuff paper in the spy hole at night." As a matter of fact, there's no reason why he shouldn't do so straight away. The idea fills him with genuine enthusiasm. For the first time, he experiences that almost manic desire for activity that from now on will alternate continually, up and down in a never-ending zigzag, with melancholia and depression. Then he realizes that he has no paper on him, and his next impulse is, according to his social status, either to ring or to run over to the stationer's at the corner. This impulse lasts only the fraction of a second. The next moment, he becomes conscious for the first time of the true significance of his situation. For the first time, he grasps the full reality of being behind a door which is locked from outside, grasps it in all its searing, devastating poignancy. This too lasts only a few seconds. The next moment, that psychological mechanism which blunts our senses gets going again, and induces that merciful state of semi-narcosis, induced by pacing up and down, forging plans, spinning illusions. "Let us see," says the novice. "Where were we? Ah, yes, that business of stuffing paper in the spy hole. It must be possible to get hold of paper somehow or other." He leaves the how in this somehow out of his calculations. This is a mode of thought that he will soon master, or it will master him. "When I get out," he will say, for example, "I shall never worry about money again. I shall rub along somehow or other." Or, "When I get out, I shall never quarrel with the wife again. We'll manage to get along somehow." Indeed, somehow or other, everything will be all right once he's free. The fact that the prisoner follows this stereotyped line of thought, which, as I say, is going, after a few days, completely to master him, means that the outside world increasingly loses its significance for him. It becomes a dream world in which everything is somehow or other possible. Where were we? Oh, yes, that business of stuffing paper in the spy hole. Of course, somehow or other one can get hold of some paper. But is it allowed? No, it's certain not to be allowed. Ah, well, let's take a more thorough inventory of the objects in the room. Why, look, there's an iron table with a chair which we haven't really observed or fully appreciated yet. Of course, the chair can't be moved from the table. It's welded in. A pity. Otherwise, one might use it as a bed table and put one's things on it when getting undressed. Pocketbook, handkerchief, cigarettes, matches, and so on. Then it occurs to him that he has neither pocketbook, nor handkerchief, cigarettes, nor matches in his pocket. The barometer of his mood falls a second time. It rises again the moment he has tried the tap over the wash basin. Look, there's running water in prison. It isn't half as bad as one imagined from outside. After all, there is a bed, and it's much healthier to sleep on a hard bed. A wash basin, a table, a chair. What more can a man want? One must learn to live simply and unassumingly. A few exercises, reading, writing, learning a foreign language. After all, how did people live a few centuries ago? Surely it's possible to get on without the superfluous frills of modern life. One's only got to adapt oneself. Follows a lengthy monologue on Rousseau and getting back to nature. The next voyage of discovery is in the direction of the water closet. Why, there's even one of these. It's really not half so bad. He pulls the plug. The chain refuses to function, and the barometer falls afresh. It rises again once the subtle plan has been conceived of filling the bucket with water from the tap, and of flushing a lavatory pan in this way. It falls again when it transpires that the tap has also ceased to function. It rises again when he reflects that there must be certain times of the day when the water runs. It falls, it rises, it falls, it rises. And this is how things are to go on, in the coming minutes, hours, days, weeks, years. How long has he been in the cell? He looks at his watch. Exactly 3 minutes. And it seems to him that it is an eternity since the door banged behind him. I said that I am convinced that the vast majority of prisoners behave in this or some such way during the first few moments of their imprisonment. The more drastic a situation, the more stereotyped the way in which people react. Whenever life is at its most dramatic, it is least able to escape the commonplace. In our moments of greatest excitement, at the so-called great moments of life, we all behave like characters in a penny novelette. The virtue of the word lies in the sphere of abstractions. Language pales before the concrete and tangible. It becomes a completely useless instrument when it is a question of describing such horribly ordinary and naked facts as the fear of a human being in the face of death. I had hardly been 5 minutes in the cell when there was a rattling in the lock and the door was thrown open. Outside stood the two officials I had already met, the one who had searched me and the one who had entered the bit about the women's stockings in my record. "Venga," they said. "Come. What Denzel?" I did not dare to ask where. Once more we marched down the long, bare corridors, past an endless row of closed cell doors. To every spy hole on each side of the corridor, a goggling eye was glued. We passed through a double file of eyes, of wide-open, staring eyes, of eyes without people attached to them. The warder who had searched me was in radiant mood. He stretched out his hand in the direction of this and that cell, giving a downward sweep with his index finger. "Bang, bang," he said. "Reds, reds, the whole lot of 'em, all dead tomorrow." We're walking down an avenue of dead eyes, it occurred to me, and I felt my knees give beneath me as I walked. The eyes stared. Behind each hole was a pupil. "You dead tomorrow too," said the warder. I had a feeling that my knees were nothing but flabby jelly. The condemned man walked with an uncertain gait. All condemned men walk with an uncertain gait. Damn those penny novelettes. At the end of the corridor was an iron grill. The officials turned a lock and threw the grill back. Behind it was a shorter corridor with a few cells, the isolation cells. One of the cell doors was unlocked. I was given a thump in the back and hurled in, and once more the door slammed behind me. The fixtures were exactly the same, only the barred window was smaller and placed somewhat higher up. The wall above the iron bedstead was spattered with blood. It must have been fresh blood, for it still smelt slightly sour. I smelt it. I felt utterly wretched. I lay down on the wire mattress. There was no straw palliasse and no blanket. It was bitterly cold. I was freezing. The iron network cut into all my limbs, and I could not escape from the sour smell. The WC was stopped up, and the tap did not function. Through the window I could hear isolated shots, then a salvo, then shots again, and in between, cries. I had to vomit. I lay on the bed and was nothing but a bundle of misery. "You're nothing but a bundle of misery," I thought, and could not help grinning. Curiously enough, I fell asleep at once and slept soundly and peacefully until dawn. When I awoke, I did not know, of course, where I was, and when I remembered, I did not feel any the better for the knowledge. A few grimy rays of light filtered through the grimy barred window. Utter, bleak silence reigned. It is only in prisons that the air is so deaf. It always requires resolution to get up in the morning. This morning there was nothing to get up for, nothing to make it worthwhile. No work awaited me, no post, no duties. For the first time I experienced that curious feeling of freedom and irresponsibility which is one of the will-o'-the-wisp-like illusions of prison psychosis. I turned over onto the other side on my wire mattress, pulled my legs up to my stomach to keep myself warm, and felt like a schoolboy playing truant. Then I dozed off again. When I awoke, the light was still uncertain. A sound had awakened me. I listened. Someone was singing. It sounded fairly near. The man who was singing must be in one of the isolation cells opposite. I sat up and felt my heart stand still. The man was singing the International. He was singing it all out of tune in a hoarse voice. He was obviously waiting for the other condemned prisoners to join in. But no one joined in. He sang all alone in his cell, in the prison, and in the night. I had read several novels and books describing German prisons and concentration camps. The singing of the International as a political protest, or as a last demonstration, is frequently mentioned in them. But despite my profound respect for the German martyrs, such passages had always struck me as a little melodramatic and improbable. Now I myself was hearing a man who knew that he was going to die singing the International. It was completely unmelodramatic. The hoarse, unmelodious voice sounded ineffably wretched and pitiable, unspeakably touching and awe-inspiring. Getting up, I posted myself by the door and stood to attention with my fist raised solemnly in the salute I had learned at meetings in Valencia and Madrid. And I was absolutely convinced that in all the adjoining cells my fellow prisoners were also standing to attention in the night and silently and solemnly raising their fists. At that moment I had no temptation to indulge in self-mockery, but only a rapturous feeling of brotherly love and oneness with the others. We loved the singer and embraced him in imagination, and many of us would have been ready fearlessly to give our own lives to save him. But no one joined in the singing, out of fear. The first day in prison began, the first of 102 days. There was no breakfast, no water for washing, no comb to comb my hair with. There was nothing to do but wait. I paced up and down, 6.5 paces up, 6.5 paces down, trying hard to think of pleasant things and to be an amusing companion to myself. The first thing that occurred to me, oddly enough, was a quotation from one of Edgar Wallace's African yarns. "We've only got to die once. Personally speaking, that never cheered me up. If you died more than once, we'll even get used to it, old ham. Do you see my meanin'? That's philosophy." That was philosophy, I thought. And I was surprised to find how difficult it was to think of cheerful things, indeed, to control the direction of one's imagination at all. One stands at the helm of one's thoughts, and the more troubled the sea, the more difficult the steering. If one lets go only for a second, the helm slews round on its own. I took a piece of wire out of the bedstead and began to scrawl mathematical formulae on the wall. I worked out the equation of an ellipse, but I couldn't manage the equation of a hyperbola. The formula became so long that they reached from the WCG to the wash basin. I gave it up and looked at my watch. It was 1 o'clock. Only then did I realize how hungry I was. I had eaten nothing for 29 hours. I flew into a rage and began to hammer on the cell door, at first with my fists, then taking off a shoe with that. I had seen a man do this in an American film. Unfortunately, my shoes were rubber-soled. Nothing stirred. My rage evaporated, and once more I grew apathetic. I pressed an eye to the spy hole and peered out into the corridor. I could only see a small section of it. My field of vision was just large enough to take in the door immediately opposite. But after a while, I made an exciting discovery. The spy hole opposite mine kept lighting up and growing dark again at regular intervals. Since the cells were lighter than the corridor, the hole was normally a white spot. It was obvious that, when the hole grew dark, my opposite number also had his eye glued to it. But all I could see was that the hole grew dark. I could not see the eye. The intervals lasted only a few seconds. It was unlikely that the man could be peering out, turning away, and then peering out again with such regularity. It seemed probable that he was trying to signal to me. I began to cover up my spy hole with my hand and uncover it again, at the same regular intervals. Then I slowed down the tempo, then accelerated it. But there was no change in the rhythm opposite. Now I placed a finger right over the hole, at first horizontally, then vertically. I did this 3 times and then stopped in dismay, for it occurred to me that I had been making the sign of the cross. But my vis-a-vis did not react. The light and the darkness alternated, still at the same regular intervals, with depressing monotony. I racked my brains to make out what the man was getting at. He could not produce this effect merely by pacing up and down, for the intervals were too short. And suddenly I had it. I knew what the man was doing. I could see it physically before me. He was standing with his legs straddled in front of his cell door and moving his head from side to side. Right, left, 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 like a nodding bear. He must have been in the very last stages of apathy and despair. I knocked on my door. I made all kinds of shapes with my fingers against the spy hole. No reaction. No. This completely got me down. Once more I lay down on the bed and dozed off. I tried to recite poems to myself, but my mind had ceased to function. The helm was refusing to obey. About 4 o'clock, there was a noise in the corridor. An oily voice read out a list of 40 to 50 names. Doors flew open and were slammed to again. A trampling of feet, whispering, mysterious sounds. This time I put my ear instead of my eye to the spy hole. All I could discern was that a long file of men was starting to move oil. Then the tramping died away. 40 to 50 men had been let off. Where? Where? I did not dare to admit to myself that there was only one possibility. But during the next hour I kept looking at my watch, and at 5 o'clock I said to myself, "It's all over for them by now." Shortly after 5 I was fetched from my cell. A warder whom I had not yet seen asked me whether I knew a certain Mitchell, and whether I knew where he was. He spoke in a fairly kindly manner, and seemed to be very flustered about Sir Peter. He took me to the office where several phalangists and an officer were sitting about, and said in vexed tones, "He doesn't know where the Englishman is either." The officer gave orders for the officials and me to search the prison for Mitchell, from which it became clear to me that they had not even a complete list of the names of their prisoners. To be a Red was quite enough. What did the name matter? Mass graves need no inscriptions. We wandered through the labyrinth of corridors and courtyards. First through the courtyards. There were 3 or 4 of them, and they were all crammed full of men waiting to be shot, militiamen and men from the working-class districts of the town. They stood about in groups or sat on the ground, staring straight ahead. They were all unshaven. They all had the same leaden, hollow-eyed gaze, the same flickering, hunted look of brute fear in their eyes as they glanced up at the warder and me. They must have taken me for an informer. "Can you see him?" the warder whispered in my ear. I replied that I could not. Taking me by the arm, the warder led me into the middle of the courtyard. There was a clear space all round us. I could feel that they thought I was an informer. I could feel their hatred and looked down at the ground. "Don't be afraid," roared the warder. "We haven't come for any one this time. Is there anyone among you who is an Englishman and is called Mitchell?" No one replied, and we went on to the next courtyard. There were 3 or 4 courtyards, and each presented the same picture. I estimated that there were 1,500 to 2,000 men in the prison. That makes 10,000 bullets, I calculated, and about 70,000 unlived years. Then we looked into 1 or 2 cells. In some of them, which were no bigger than mine, 5 to 6 men had been hurted. There was no room to lie down. They sat side by side on the floor, as though in a railway carriage, waiting for the end of the journey. We also passed the cell of my vis-a-vis. This corridor contained only isolation cells occupied by single prisoners. I asked the warder who the man was. He looked at me in astonishment. Who should he be? Why, a Red like you. At the end of the corridor we met an elegant young officer. Stopping us, he asked us whether we had found Chalmers Mitchell. The warder replied in the negative. The officer asked me in broken English whether it was true that Chalmers Mitchell was an English aristocrat. "I should just think he is," I said. "He is a member of a very old aristocratic family and a great friend of the king." I said this so convincingly that the young officer turned quite pale. Determining to make the most of the situation, I introduced myself and said that I regretted that I was obliged to make his acquaintance in such an unshaven state. He was completely taken aback and announced his own name, Franco Tot. He almost gave me his hand. I asked him if he could arrange for me to be taken before the court in order that the mistake with regard to my arrest might be cleared up as quickly as possible. He said that he had no say in such matters, but that the National Army never made a mistake. I said that in time of war there must surely be occasional exceptions. It certainly could not, for example, be the express intention of the National Army that I should have been left without food for 36 hours. "Aha!" he said with a sarcastic smile. "So you've gone on hunger strike." I replied that I was not on hunger strike, but had been given nothing to eat. But that was of no importance. The important thing was that I should be given a hearing. He shrugged his shoulders, and I quickly tried to change the subject before he left us. I asked him with polite interest whether he was related to General. Whereupon he flushed crimson, turned his back on me, and walked off. "Vamos," said the official. "We must go on." We went back to my cell. I was about to say something more, but he banged the door in my face. This exciting episode was over, and I was alone once more. About 7 o'clock I heard the sound of shuffling feet and a great clatter and din in the corridor. I rushed to the spy hole. 2 warders were dragging along an enormous tub, about the size of a baby's bath, with a brown liquid in it. It was coffee. 2 others were carrying a huge basket of bread. The cell door opposite was opened, and at last I set eyes on my vis-a-vis, the bear. At first all that I could see in the half-light was the bearded lower part of his face and a tattered shirt, stiff with congealed blood. He was standing in the corner of the cell, furthest away from the door, his back pressed against the wall, his hand raised defensively in front of his face. "Hombre," said the warder who was carrying the ladle, "an amiable old fellow. We're only bringing the coffee. There's no beating here in prison." He filled the ladle with coffee and handed it to the bear, who put out both hands for it and gulped down its contents with terrifying avidity. He gulped and smacked his lips. It sounded just like a dog drinking. The 4 warders stood looking on. Then one of them handed him a hunk of bread from the basket. The man pressed the loaf against his shirt and gaped at the warders, that same hunted, half-crazy look still in his eyes. He panted audibly. Then, obviously after a struggle, he asked, "There won't be any more beating?" "Not here in prison," said the old warder. He was about to shut the door when my vis-a-vis pressed his outstretched hand against it and asked, "When?" This was all he managed to get out. The old warder shrugged his shoulders and closed the door. The coffee and bread procession continued on its way from cell to cell of the row opposite. My field of vision was only wide enough to take in the bear's cell, but I could hear them coming along my row from the end of the corridor. Shortly before they reached my cell, a 5th warder came up with an armful of tin drinking vessels, old tin food containers and little petrol cans. I was given my tin full of coffee and my hunk of bread, but I had long since been considering whether it would not be better, now that I had already gone 36 hours without food and drink, to go on fasting and so weaken my powers of resistance as much as possible. While I had paced up and down, the screams of the tortured victims in the police station had continued to ring in my ears, almost as vividly as though I were the victim of a hallucination. If it comes to it, I thought, the weaker one is the quicker one will lose consciousness. So I poured the coffee down the WCA, and the bread too, after having broken it up into little pieces. Then I crouched on my wire mattress and tried to go to sleep. I must have dozed off when the oily voice that I had heard in the morning woke me up again. This time it came through the barred window from one of the courtyards through which I had wandered in my search for Sir Peter. It read out 25 to 30 names. I could not count them exactly. The long Spanish names confused me. This time all those whose names were called out had to answer present, and if the answer did not come promptly, the oily voice burst forth into a flood of abuse. Then it called out, "All those from cell Nui 17. All those from cell Nu Hall 23. These were the nameless ones, who were called anonymously to account before the God of the Crusaders. And they could not even say, "Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani." The oily voice rose up twice more that night, once about midnight, 60 names, once shortly before dawn. The last time it came from a distant wing of the prison, an indistinct, faint murmur. I could not keep count. Then another day dawned. It was Thursday now, and still not 48 hours since I had been a free man, able to open doors with my own hand, comb my hair, wash, blow my nose, and ring for the maid to bring me a drink. Whom did it profit that I should perish here? About 10 o'clock the bear was taken out of his cell. This time no names were read out. A warder and 2 soldiers approached the cell at a business-like pace. The warder swung the door open and called out to the inmate, "Valor, hombre, courage man," and hurried on to the next cell. The soldiers seized the bear and led him away out of my field of vision. 3 more times I heard that valor, hombre from varying distances in my corridor. Then all was silent again, and I no longer had a vis-a-vis. For 2 days I had eaten nothing, and during the previous night I had slept little or not at all. After the valor, Hombres, I was pretty well at the end of my tether. Since my release, I have often been asked what I thought about during those hours, and what goes on in the mind of a man in such a situation. I shall try to answer this kind of question by means of an example for the private consumption of readers who are interested in psychology. Those who are not had better skip the next few paragraphs. Well, I thought, there is no point at all in going on with this. Then it occurred to me that they had taken my belt away, but not my tie. Above the bed was an iron hook for clothes. But the hook was placed very low, and the idea was not very tempting. I pulled myself up by the bars of the window, and in the cobwebby empty window frame discovered a splinter of glass. It was as sharp as I needed for my purpose. I was delighted with my discovery, but thought it would be better to wait until night. The fact that I had made a decision which I regarded as final filled me with a kind of utter contentment. I thought how furious Bolin would be, and what wry faces the propaganda department in Burgos would pull when the scandal leaked out. I became really cheerful, and the barometer rose at an astonishing rate. I called to memory, just by way of a test, the scene when the bear was led away, and the scenes in the police station. They now left me completely cold. I thought of friends and relatives, for the first time, for hitherto I had deliberately suppressed all thought of them, and found that I was not in the least bit moved. I was very proud of this Olympian frame of mind, and, true to the penny novelette, thought, nothing has power to move him who is done with life. It was not until much later, in Seville, when, to while away the time, I and a fellow prisoner, also condemned to death, I don't know if he is still alive, were analyzing the various forms of prison psychosis, that I obtained a real insight into the secret of this magic metamorphosis. The whole thing was one of those conjuring tricks that the tenacious instinct for self-preservation plays on the consciousness in a critical situation. In this case, the illusion consisted in the fact that by coming to an apparent decision to take my life, I felt I had snatched for myself 12 untroubled hours. My state of Olympian calm was not, as I thought, the result of the decision itself, but of my having set a time limit of 12 hours. Up till now I had counted hourly on hearing the oily voice calling out my name. Now, as a result of this illusory decision, I had granted myself 12 hours' grace. This was why I was so cheerful. I remained so until the afternoon, and then became even more cheerful when the door opened, and the kindly old warder and an assistant dragged in a straw mattress. It was a dirty old mattress, and the straw sagged and stank. But when it had been laid over the iron springs, and I had stretched myself out on it, I felt in all my aching joints and limbs how marvelously comforting and luxurious it was, compared with the iron springs which cut into the flesh. I grunted with satisfaction. The two warders looked on and grinned while I tried the mattress. They must have seen the same thing happen many times before, and have been well aware of the enormous difference between a cell with a mattress and one without. But a man is never satisfied. No sooner is his most urgent wish fulfilled than a second makes itself felt. I wanted not only to have a soft, but a warm bed to lie in. It was of course no use even dreaming of a blanket, so I tried to lie underneath the straw mattress and to use it as a blanket, but this arrangement was not very satisfactory. Finally, I hit upon an idea. With my splinter of glass, I cut a long slit at the top end of the sacking and crept into it as I was, clothes, shoes, and all, crawling into it feet foremost, and then worming my way in bit by bit until only my head peeped forth from the slit. I felt I looked like an Egyptian mummy, and I promptly fell into a blissful sleep. But the chain of lucky events was not yet over for that day. At 5 o'clock we were again brought a meal, although it was not yet 24 hours since we had last been fed. This time we were given a tin of corned beef per head and a hunk of bread. The meals in this prison, both as regards the times at which they were served and the menus, were, to say the least of it, original. I decided that with my treasured splinter of glass in my pocket, there was no longer any reason why I should go hungry, and ate all my bread and half the corned beef at one sitting. The only thing lacking to make my state of contentment perfect was a glass of water. But after all, you can't expect to have everything in this life. I burrowed back into the straw, scratched myself for a while, and fell asleep again. I was awakened at about 10 o'clock in the evening by a noisy clatter and trampling of feet in the corridors. I was already an expert at diagnosing the prison noises, and realized at once that a new batch of prisoners was being brought in. The doors of a number of the adjoining cells, which the oily voice had freed of their inmates that morning, were opened and closed. Then my door, too, was open. A young man came in, or rather was hurled in. The door closed behind him immediately. He stood leaning against the wall, his head drooping forwards. His shirt presented the appearance to which I was by now accustomed. It was tattered and spattered with blood. The lacerated head, covered with contusions and clotted blood, and the wild look in the eyes were also by now familiar to me. New to me, however, was a certain something about the face of this man, and an anatomical irregularity which I could not at first make out. His lower jaw was dislocated and pushed out of its socket. It was set unbelievably askew in his face, as though it had been put on the wrong way round. No sooner had I set eyes on him than I felt ill. I crept out of the sacking and signed to him to sit down on the bed. He did not respond. I took him by the hand, led him 2 paces over to the bedstead, and helped him to sit down. He continued to stare straight ahead, felt his jaw with his hand, and recoiled as though he had burned himself. In my embarrassment I handed him some of the corned beef that had been left over, but he merely turned his head away. He could obviously neither eat nor speak, perhaps not even think, but only suffer and be afraid and await the coup de grace. I sat down opposite him on the ground and held his hand. After a while he withdrew it. Fumbling slowly under his belt, he produced 2 cigarette stumps. I took them and lit one of them. It was so short that I had to bend my head back horizontally to avoid burning my nose and lips. The human wreck grinned slightly out of the corners of his eyes, and signed to me to keep the other stump, for in any case he had no more use for it. I sat opposite him for a few minutes, not daring to say anything. Any word of consolation seemed to me childish and somehow blasphemous. It was not until I was in Seville that I learned the simple fact that every prisoner, however hopeless his situation, is relieved when told that nothing is going to happen to him, that he is soon going to be released, and other absurdities of the same kind. The logical content of what he is told is of no importance. The mere assurance is enough. He will swallow it like a drug. In Seville 3 of us managed to lull to death in this way a little militiaman who was more afraid even than most people of execution. He knew that we were lying, and we knew that he knew it. And yet he was comforted, and was as grateful as a child for the few words which cost us nothing. Our silent tete-a-tete lasted only a few minutes. Then my guest was taken away. He did not even turn his head at the cell door. They took him off to the left towards the front gate. I did not hear a cell door close behind him. Requiescat in pace. The Olympian calm had been completely dissipated, and my misery had returned. The time had come for the splinter of glass to play its part, but I was far too apathetic to do anything at all. I didn't care 2 straws about anything. All I wanted was to creep into my sacking and seek oblivion. At this moment I was really convinced that it was only out of laziness and apathy that I did not commit suicide. Of course I was deceiving myself again. The instinct of self-preservation, shrewd and indestructible as it is, assumes the most subtle masks. That morning it had presented itself in the toga of Socrates, who, calm and collected, reaches out for the draught of hemlock. The mask had served its purpose. It had helped the mind through a crucial moment. Now it appeared in a new garb, that of Saint Simeon Stylites, who squats on his column and lets the worms devour him. That night, the oily voice rang out but once. I no longer counted the names. I lay in my sack dozing, and was now just as convinced that nothing, not even the most ghastly experience, could shatter my indifference, as I had been that morning that it was my last morning on earth. I did not creep out of my sack again until the afternoon of the next day, Friday, and then only to take the food that was brought me, a hunk of bread and a tin full of Spanish white beans. It was my first acquaintanceship with prison beans, and was hardly pleasurable. A little later, someone on my corridor began to shout for agua. Agua, he yelled, and drummed on the door with his fists. This seemed to me a very good idea. I was horribly thirsty after the beans, and the endless dozing on the bed had reawakened my desire for action. I, too, began to drum on the door and to yell agua, agua. Somewhere or other a third prisoner joined in, and shortly afterwards the whole wing was drumming away and yelling agua, agua. The warders arrived on the scene and burst into a terrible flood of invective from the corridor. For a few moments there was silence. Then I began to drum and yell again, and the whole wing joined in. I thought they would be sure to come and beat me up, but was not in the least afraid. On the contrary, only wished that at long last something would happen. I was not acting out of rage, but out of a kind of nervous excitement and craving for action. I felt refreshed after my long sleep, and was in a highly fretful, wide-awake state. I found the drumming terrific fun. After a few minutes, our efforts were rewarded. The warders brought an enormous tub of water and doled it out to each of us in turn. I was given the choice of drinking either out of the greasy tin of beans or out of the ladle, and chose the latter. I drank 3 ladlefuls and tried to smack my lips as the bear had done. The pathological desire to do something persisted. I tried to think what I could do and decided to write a short story. Of course, only in my head, since there were neither paper nor writing materials to hand. I started off with an animal story, about a dog who is used to driving in a car with his master, and when the master is ruined and has to sell his car, sinks into a state of melancholia. It was to have been a very funny story, but after the first few sentences it became unbearably sentimental, and again in my head I crossed the whole thing out with a large blue pencil. Then I set about deciphering the inscriptions scratched on the cell walls. They were mostly names, with the date of arrest, and they went back as far as 1934. Probably that was the last time the cell had been whitewashed. Some of the names were accompanied by a protestation of innocence, the prisoner presumably counting on the warders reading it and passing on the information to his superiors. A great many had added to their names the initials of their party. The most frequent were the CNT and the FAI. The communists never wrote the initial letters of their party, PCE, but drew instead a hammer and sickle or a Soviet star. The initials of the Socialist Party figured only once. Social Democrats in all countries are tidy, discreet folk who do not write on walls. More frequent was the UGT, the initials of the Socialist Trades Union Organization. All these inscriptions obviously dated from the period before the elections of February 1936. But the inmates of the cell after this date, members of right-wing parties, perhaps even priests, had left no telltale traces behind. Not once did I come upon the CEDA, the initials of Gil Robles' party, nor even a simple cross. And yet the prison was as chock full during Malaga's red period as it was now. Why had the reactionaries not followed the example of their predecessors? Had they less courage or less attachment to their party, or did they simply not feel the need to immortalize themselves? There were neither verses nor obscenities among the inscriptions. At the most one female name with a few poetic attributes scrawled beneath it, and even the popular heart pierced with a Cupid's arrow, the natural home of which is usually the bark of trees and park benches, appeared only twice. Somehow or other, This night too passed. After the excitable mood of the last 24 hours, with its continual ups and downs, a relatively normal state of mind set in. I reflected that 4 days had now passed since my arrest, and that I had not yet been brought up for examination. To be shot without trial was a likely possibility only during the massacres immediately following on the capture of a town. When conditions had settled down to some extent, it seemed to me my chances would improve. Viewed objectively, these chances seemed minimal. My first book, with all its documentary evidence of the rebel atrocities, was there to convict me out of my own mouth, and the fact that I had, so to speak, crept into Seville, and then later on publicly denounced breaches of the non-intervention agreement, was ground enough for me to be condemned to death by a Franco court martial, quite apart from Boland's personal fury. On the other hand, I hoped that the news of my arrest would somehow or other have reached England, and that there would be protests. Time would work in my favor, and a 5% chance is always better than no chance at all. I whiled away the sleepless parts of the night with these relatively consoling reflections. What I did not know was that the court-martial in Malaga had already pronounced sentence of death on me without my being summoned before it. The second thing that I did not know was that up to this time, Saturday, February 13th, 1937, 5,000 men had been shot in Malaga since the fall of the town, 600 from my prison alone. These are nearly... It's so well. Round about midday on Saturday, the 4th day after my arrest, the door of my cell swung open again. Outside there stood, not the now familiar figures of the warders, but 2 civil guards with rifles and fixed bayonets. Venga, they said, come. I still had one last cigarette in my breast pocket. I had had nothing to smoke for 3 days, but I had been saving this one cigarette for the time when the oily voice should call out my name. I had racked my brains to discover how to manage to preserve a decent demeanor during those last moments, and had thought that a cigarette might perhaps help. When I saw the 2 men standing at the door with their bayonets, I thought that the moment had come to light up. I had just put the cigarette in my mouth when one of the civil guards produced a most comforting object from his pocket, a pair of steel handcuffs. I knew that they used a cord to bind the hands of those whom they were taking out to be shot. Handcuffs are too precious, and removing them from a corpse is far too arduous a business. The only factory in Spain that manufactures handcuffs, by the way, is in Bilbao, and Bilbao was at that time still in government hands. There was an inexhaustible supply of human cattle for the slaughter on the Spanish market, but a shortage of handcuffs. At this moment, therefore, the lovely shining steel handcuffs were indeed the most refreshing sight that I could have wished for. I meekly folded my hands, and the handcuffs shut to with a snap. I marveled at the complicated and skillful mechanism of what seemed such a simple apparatus. On each of the wristlets was a little cogwheel to make it adjustable for any size of wrist. The elder of the civil guards even inquired if the catch chafed my wrists. He asked this neither out of friendliness nor ironically, but merely in the businesslike, matter-of-fact tones of a tailor who is fitting a customer with a suit. Then we marched off down the corridors and out into the street. Outside the prison gate stood a big lorry and an elegant little sports car. We made for the sports car. On the bonnet were 4 copper plaques, the first engraved with the swastika between 2 wings, the second with the Roman fasces, the third with the 5 black arrows of the Phalange Espanola, and the 4th the coat of arms of the Bourbon dynasty. The latter seemed somewhat de trop. Then an officer with a riding crop came rushing up to tell the civil guards that he was requisitioning the car, and that the lorry was good enough for us anyway. My guards seemed put out, but did not dare to protest, and we clambered into the lorry, which was already loaded to capacity with 40 prisoners and their armed escorts. I was so exhilarated by the fresh air and the sudden change of scene after 4 days of prison that for the first few moments I gazed round at my fellow prisoners almost gaping. Then I noticed that their hands were bound with cords. There were, besides, about 10 to 15 of them bound together in a group with longer cords. We stood closely packed together. As the heavy lorry started up, we had to hold on to each other and to the civil guards to keep our balance. There was about the same number of civil guards as victims, holding their rifles in one hand. They too sought to steady themselves by putting an arm around the shoulder of a neighbor, regardless of whether he was a fellow guard or a man whom half an hour later they would be shooting, sending a bullet through his eye or his nose. I still had my unlighted cigarette between my lips. The civil guard who had put the handcuffs on me lit a cigarette for himself and was about to give me a light. I told him that it was my last cigarette, and that I wanted to keep it for later on and put it back in my pocket. He then rolled me a cigarette and handed round his tobacco pouch and paper amongst the others, both civil guards and prisoners. A civil guard helped those prisoners whose hands were bound too tightly to roll their cigarettes, holding out the finished article for them to give a final lick. The civil guards looked like Andalusian farm laborers or peasants, and the prisoners too looked like Andalusian farm laborers or peasants. There was no hostility between the two groups. We were rather like a caravan party, all the members of which were going on the same excursion for the same purpose, far away from the noise of the big city to some green spot in the countryside. Arrived at our destination, the various roles would be assigned. Some would stand up against a wall, the others would send hot leaden projectiles into their flesh. Both groups would, of course, rather be playing football, but that would not do. We exchanged cigarettes and clung to each other when the lorry gave a lurch, but none of us spoke, with one exception. One of the civil guards, with glasses and a corporal's stripes, who was standing pressed against the barrier into a particularly cramped position, remarked with a grin to the man next to him, "We shall be a lot more comfortable on the return journey." But only one or two people heard, and no one answered. In the vicinity of the station, the motorized tumbril drew up, and I and my two guards alighted. The first one jumped down and helped me, since I could not use my hands, and then the second jumped down after us. The lorry drove on again. The prisoners looked after us, and I could feel envy and contempt in their gaze. Even the civil guards who remained in the lorry as it drove on again looked at us with something like hatred. We were distinguished outsiders. We had broken the bond of a common fate. We all three gazed after the lorry as it disappeared in a cloud of dust. One of my guards turned to me and went through the motions of pulling the trigger of his rifle to dispel any lingering doubts on my part. Then he rolled cigarettes for the three of us, and we entered the station. This civil guard was a lanky, loose-limbed fellow with an absurd, horse-like face. He had long, yellow equine teeth, a flat nose, and the good-natured, stupid eyes of a cab horse. He was called Pedro. The other was short and sturdy, with a bronzed, vital peasant's face. He was called Luis. While we stood about in the waiting room, I asked the Don Pedro where they were taking me. "To Seville," he said, and showed me a typed order in which it was stated that the individual AK is to be brought to Seville under safe escort, and to be delivered up to the jurisdiction of the commander of the Southern Fighting Forces of the National Army, General González Queipo Delano. I had secretly hoped that I should be taken to Burgos or Salamanca. Of all the cities of the globe, Seville was the one the name of which sounded most unfriendly to my ears. And of all the powers of this world, the one whom I had most cause to fear was General González Queipo Delano. It was scarcely 6 months since I had seen him face to face. The interview that he had given me in an unguarded moment, and the brief but unfriendly character sketch that I had drawn of him, had already appeared, not only in the press, but in a book form, in French. Queipo read French, and the book very likely on his desk beside my dossier. I could just picture his face when he saw the flattering portrayal of his character and personality set down in black and white before his eyes. The thought that I was going to be handed over to the special jurisdiction of General Queipo Delano aroused in me a feeling akin to that of a roamer in the jungle who has inadvertently trodden on the tail of a tiger. We got into the train. It was an ancient train, with a funny little engine and funny little carriages that looked like wooden boxes on wheels. We wormed our way into a third-class compartment in which a large peasant family was already installed. Father, mother, grandmother, a half-grown daughter, and a baby. The family moved up closer to one another and respectfully left the two corner seats by the window to the two civil guards. I sat next to the lanky Don Pedro. Next me was the mother with the baby, opposite me the grandmother, and next to her in the corner the adolescent daughter. She was very pretty, and she cast stealthy glances at my grimy, but still recognizably foreign suit. I kept my hands hidden in my sleeves like a monk, so that the handcuffs were not immediately visible. The train ambled off. The grandmother had already got into conversation with Don Pedro and Don Luis. At first they talked of the weather, then about the orange crop, then about the war. I learned that Motril had fallen some time ago, and that the fall of Almeria was hourly expected. Both the peasants and my guards avoided expressing any opinion or taking sides. They referred to Franco's army not as Los Nuestros, our people, but as Los Nacional. The guards referred to the other side as Los Rojos, the Reds, but the grandmother spoke of them as Los Valencianos. The family came from Antequera, the village that Pizarro used to raid for cigarettes and seed corn. In the first chaotic days after the insurrection, they had fled to Malaga to take refuge with relatives, and had been unable to return to their own village, which was on the other side of the front. Then Los Nacionales had taken Malaga, and now they were returning home. Don Luis asked the husband what things had been like in Malaga under the Reds. The man shrugged his shoulders and said that he had never troubled his head about politics. The mother sighed and murmured something about the wars being a great misfortune. The grandmother said that it was foreigners who were to blame for the whole tragedy. On the other side, the Russians, and on this side, the Germans and Italians. Then she clapped her hand to her mouth and inquired with a sly, apologetic smile if I were a German airman. No, I told her. I was an English journalist. The daughter looked at me with interest. Don Pedro and Don Luis grinned, but tactfully and discreetly held their tongues. The grandmother wanted to know what the King of England thought about the whole Spanish muddle. I said that His Majesty had not yet come to any final conclusion, for the opinions of his advisers were somewhat contradictory. Whereupon Don Pedro inquired, giving a crafty wink and baring his equine teeth, whether there were also Reds in England. Don Luis too winked at me and burst out into raucous laughter. They both nudged me with their knees, and would obviously have been offended if I had not shared in their mirth. I did my best and joined in. It was a little secret between the three of us. After all, said the grandmother, he's a Red himself. This remark released a positive flood of laughter from Don Pedro and Don Luis, and the grandmother was very proud of her joke. And since we were all in such merry mood, she took down from the rack, with the help of the mother, their basket of provisions and a bottle of red wine. She offered us lovely red paprika sausage and cheese and white bread and wine. The civil guards accepted with alacrity. I refused. The whole family pressed me to eat. I did not move my hands from my sleeves. It was a ghastly situation. The guards looked at each other. Then Don Luis seized me firmly by the arm and removed the handcuffs. The whole family literally goggled and sat there in a state of suspended animation, like wax figures in a panopticon. "Holy Mother of God!" cried the grandmother. Then she looked at me and added softly, "Your poor mother." Then she passed me sausage and cheese and made the sign of the cross over me. I began eating and wiped the beads of sweat from my forehead. The daughter looked away, biting her lip, and flushed a fiery red. The baby, who had crawled onto the floor whilst the food was being unpacked, now crawled up to Don Luis and tried to play with the handcuffs. It was about 4 hours before we reached Antequera. It was not on our direct route. The train made endless detours. We ate and drank a great deal, but indulged in no more conversation. Now and again, When the silence became painful, the taciturn peasant would say from his corner, "Give the Ingles another bit of sausage," or, "Has the Ingles had any wine?" He never addressed me directly, but the mother, who was at once the friendliest and the stupidest member of the family, said, as she pressed a slice of sweet cake into my hand, "Eat up, senor. Who knows how much longer you'll be able to eat?" Whereat Don Pedro remarked jokingly, "He's going to be shot tomorrow." But his joke was coldly received, and Don Pedro grew quite embarrassed, obviously feeling that he had committed a faux pas. At one of the small stations he got out to get some water, giving me his rifle and the handcuffs to hold in the meantime. He did this as though absent-mindedly in his hurry, but I had a feeling that he was doing it on purpose to atone for his previous lapse. He brought back some tobacco and a packet of 10 cigarettes at 10 centimos, which he presented to me. I handed them round, and everyone took one out of politeness, although they were much inferior to the rolled ones. In Antequera, the family got out with a great deal of bustle and fuss. The grandmother once more made the sign of the cross over me. The peasant, without a word, handed me an orange. The daughter blushed again and avoided looking at me. Then the train went on. It was late afternoon by now, and we all three stretched ourselves out on the seat and fell asleep. A few stations later, more passengers got in, among them a young man and a somewhat corpulent gentleman of the upper classes. They too began a conversation, and in order to avoid fresh complications, I explained that I was a prisoner, although the handcuffs had not been put on me again. The representative of the upper classes thereupon moved into the furthest corner of the carriage and kept glancing at me as though I were a leper. The young man, who, like the peasant and everyone else on the train, wore the nationalist cockade in his buttonhole, immediately offered me a cigarette, and, noticing that I had no coat and was shivering, his rug. He told me that he was going to Seville because he had been requested to report as a recruit to the Phalanx. I asked him why then. He gave an enemy his rug. He shrugged his shoulders and winked ever so slightly. I do not know whether Cuerpo de Llano will be exactly pleased with the Phalangist, or with some thousands like him. The handcuffs were not put on me again until we reached Seville. It was quite late at night by then. Don Pedro and Don Luis were once more full of official solemnity, and we marched in single file into the gendarmerie on the station. There, a discussion took place as to what was to be done with me at this late hour. It was 12:15 Tochka. There was no official car available, and the trams were no longer running. Don Luis suggested that they should take me to the Phalangist barracks just for the night. This was exactly what I had been dreading. I asked Don Pedro whether they could not take me to the prison instead. He grinned and said, "I suppose you don't like the idea of going to the Phalanx." I said that I didn't. They both grinned and whispered together for a while, and then Don Pedro said they would telephone to General Staff Headquarters, for that was, after all, the authority to deal with my case. They asked an official for the telephone book. He replied that there wasn't one, but that all official numbers were written up on the wall in the telephone booth. We went into the booth. The walls were covered with numbers written in pencil. Italian Base Headquarters, number so-and-so, I read. Italian Infantry Barracks, number so-and-so. Italian Infantry Barracks, no dal 2, number so-and-so. Italian Commissariat, number so-and-so. Oh! The tourist traffic in the town of Seville had obviously increased since my last visit. At last, our joint efforts resulted in our finding the number of the General Staff of the Southern Forces. Don Luis telephoned, and half an hour later a car came to the station to fetch us. We drove through the streets of Seville, past the Hotel Madrid, where I had once stayed, past the Hotel Christina, where I had met Strindberg and the German pilots, past the Phalangist barracks, where I had seen the blood, bespattered prisoners being marched in, to the familiar residence of the Radio General. It was an eerie drive, worse than the drive to the Malaga prison, when I had imagined that I was being taken to the cemetery. Don Pedro and Don Luis were silent, and I longed for them never to leave me. The corridors of staff headquarters were nocturnally bleak and deserted. Only in a few rooms were people still working. We were sent from one to another, and no one knew what to do with us. Finally, we landed up somewhere in the decoding department. There we found a pleasant official who said we might all three sleep on the floor. Don Luis had already squatted on the floor to take off his boots when an officer appeared and ordered us out. He said I had no business to be in the decoding department. The place for me was the police station. So we wandered off to the police station. Don Pedro and Don Luis were tired out, and in a bad temper. I was obviously a nuisance to them, and they would much rather have let me go. But that would never have done, and so at length we ended up in the police station. We found ourselves in a smelly office, where a surly fellow noted down particulars of my case, and also took my fingerprints. Then he called two sergeants. They stood to attention at their chef's table, two gorillas. They saluted, and one of them asked in an official tone, "Una flagelación?" Flagellation is the term used for the first beating to which an arrested man is subjected in Spanish police stations. It is an illegal but official practice carried out in most countries of Europe. In France, it is called Passer a tabac, and in Germany, Die erste Abriebung. Don Luis bent assiduously over to the chief and whispered a few words in his ear. All I could catch was Ingles periodista, whereupon the flagellation was dispensed with. I was greatly released, and the two gorillas, balked of their prey, led me into a kind of cage with an iron grill. Don Luis and Don Pedro, a few minutes later, when their official papers had been examined and stamped, came past the cage. I called out to them and thanked them for being so nice to me in the journey. They grew very embarrassed and shook hands with me in turn through the grill. The gorillas opened their eyes wide, and my two friends departed. They were not exceptions. They were 2 out of 25 million, for the most part kindly Spaniards. Had they been given orders, before we made friends on the journey, to strike me dead or to shoot me, they would have done so with completed sang-froid. Had they been fellow prisoners, they would have shared their last cigarette with me. Had I, on the other hand, made the railway journey with the two unfriendly gorillas, we would most likely have parted with the same cordial feelings. I believe that in general we are given to overestimating the importance of the individual character. Society allows the individual only very restricted scope for the realization of his primitive inclinations. What matters is not what a man is, but what function the social system dictates that he shall fulfill. These are banal reflections, but the application of them to a civil war leads to somewhat paradoxical results, and explains to some extent why anarchism is so popular in Spain. To the anarchist, the human problem is as simple as cracking nuts. You break the hard shell and savor the delicious kernel. An attractive theory. Only I should like to know if trees will ever bear nuts without shells. One is never so curious about the future of humanity as when one is locked up in an iron cage, guarded by two gorillas, and would rather think of anything but one's own future. I believe that the greatest possible pleasure you could give to a condemned man on his way to the electric chair would be to tell him that a comet was on the way which would destroy the world the very next day. Round about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, a car arrived and transported me, under the escort of the two gorillas, right across the sleeping city, across the Guadalquivir Bridge, and down deserted avenues, to the distant prison of Seville. I vol. The sight of the prison building looming up out of the darkness was as comforting to me as had been the sight of the handcuffs 15 hours earlier. I knew by this time that prisoners were only beaten and maltreated at police stations, Falangist headquarters, and barracks, but not in prison. There were 2 roads leading out of prison, to freedom or the firing squad. But so long as one was in prison itself, one was safe. I surveyed the massive building with feelings of grateful affection. The rottenness of a civilization that is threatened by incipient madness reveals itself in curious symptoms. In the fact, for example, that the stone walls of prisons no longer serve to protect society from the prisoner, but the prisoner from society. The prison of Seville had been built in the first few years after the Spanish Revolution, in 1931 or 1932. The young and ambitious republic wished to emulate, and if possible to excel, the civilized West in everything. Among its finest achievements must be counted reforms in the sphere of penology, up till that time on a medieval level in Spain. The model prisons which were built in Madrid, Barcelona, and Sevilla are, in fact, the best and most up-to-date prisons in Europe. We crossed the lovely garden in front of the main gate, rang. Here, too, there was a night bell, and the gate was open. 3 long corridors radiated out from the entrance hall, one leading straight on, the others to the right and to the left. The corridors were flanked by long, monotonous rows of cell doors, 2 tiers of them on either side. The cells on the upper floor opened onto narrow steel galleries, which were reached by steel staircases. Each cell door bore a number and a nameplate, and was fitted with a spy hole. Everything that met the eye was of steel and concrete. Everything looked fantastically standardized, symmetrical, machine-like. Gazing at this framework of steel, one might have imagined oneself in the engine room of a warship. In the middle of the hall, facing the entrance, was a kind of glass case, the office. For the 3rd time I went through the procedure of having my particulars noted, my person searched and my fingerprints taken. The demeanor of the officials made one feel one was not in a prison but in an income tax office, in the midst of a group of polite and slightly bored clerks. The guerrillas took their departure. A young, friendly, and taciturn warder took charge of me and led me down the central corridor. The first cell to the right which we passed, cell número 44, bore the name Caballero. Largo Caballero was at that time Prime Minister of the government in Valencia. I knew that his son, whom the insurrection had taken by surprise in Seville, was being held as a hostage by the rebels. Some days before I had left London, the newspapers had reported that he had been executed. So this news was false, for here on cell número 44 was the visiting card of Caballero Jr. This seemed to me very gratifying, and I had a positive urge to knock on his door and call out, "Dr. Livingstone, I presume?" We passed cells número 43 and 42. They bore Spanish names. At cell número 41 we stopped, and the warder unlocked the door. This, then, was my new home. It was, if the adjective is in place here, a room of friendly square proportion. The first thing that struck me was the big window opposite the door. It was let into a kind of alcove in the wall and began at the level of the head, so that by supporting one's elbows on the slant of the wall, one could look out quite comfortably. The window gave onto the patio, a very large and dusty prison courtyard. It was protected by a solid iron grill, and outside the grill was fixed fine wire netting, rather like a steel mosquito net. Against the wall to the right was the iron bedstead, which could be folded back against the wall to allow more room for pacing up and down. Opposite it was a steel table with a chair welded to it, also collapsible. At the foot of the bed was a large wash basin with running water. Opposite it the WC heel. The warder tested the straw mattress, to which was attached a linen tab with a date stamped on it, obviously to show when the straw had last been changed and the mattress cleaned. He brought in a good woolen blanket and said that he would change both mattress and blanket for clean ones next morning. Then he wished me good night and carefully locked the door from outside. After Malaga, it seemed to me that I was in a luxury hotel. I went to the window and looked out. It was a starry night, and the courtyard was still and peaceful. Opposite my window, along the wall at the further end of the court, a guard patrolled up and down with fixed bayonet, smoking a cigarette. With a small effort of imagination, one might have fancied that he was promenading up and down out there not in order to guard us, but to protect us. It was 2:30. I lay down on the straw mattress, reveled in the wonderful luxury of possessing a blanket, and fell contentedly asleep. I was awakened by a bugle blast. It was 6:45 in the morning. I assumed that it was the signal to get up, but feigned deafness and went on sleeping. The next time I woke up it was 9 o'clock, and the sound of shouts and clattering feet came in through the window. I looked out. The courtyard was full of prisoners who, with true Spanish fervor, were engaged in a football match, some as players, some as spectators. There may have been 300 to 400 men in the courtyard. They were not in uniform, and they were moving about quite freely in the great quadrangle, which was about 100 yards by 60. It was only some time later that I picked out a uniformed warder among them, who, a revolver in his belt and a rubber truncheon in his hand, patrolled up and down, exchanging a word here and there with the prisoners, or even pacing up and down in conversation with one of them. The prisoners all wore civilian clothes and yet created a fairly uniform impression, for the overwhelming majority of them appeared to be young Andalusian peasants, and wore the same kind of clothes, bluish-green faded linen shirts and jackets. A uniform effect was created, moreover, by their unshaven state, their bare heads and bronzed faces. The young lads who were playing football chased across the courtyard after the ball, which was made of rugs bound together with string. Another group was engaged in a game of leapfrog along the opposite wall, when, under the force of the impact, one of the frogs fell flat on his stomach together with the jumper. There were roars of laughter. The warders stood by and joined in the fun. The more sedate elders were shying little pebbles at a target. Others were sitting in a narrow strip of shade, reading. And all this festive activity was going on just outside my window, which was on a level with the ground. After the bloody nightmare of Malaga, it all seemed like a dream. For 5 days I had crouched in my isolation cell, which stank of blood and excrements, had not seen a single human countenance, except that of the warder, had not heard a single human sound, except the oily voice of the invisible herald of death. The hullabaloo in the courtyard, the change of the scene, the plenitude of faces and human destinies that offered itself to the view, positively dazzled and intoxicated me. I leaned on my elbows in the alcove, waved, and called out to the courtyard. At first, the fact that no one heard me or seemed to want to hear me did not worry me. Nor for the moment did the fact strike me that no one passed directly by my window, indeed, that an empty space several feet wide was left alongside the prison wall. There was a rattling at lock of my door. I turned away from the window to see who was coming. For the first time since my arrest, I heard the cell door opening without my heart's being constricted with fear. It was the warder who had taken charge of me in the night. He looked round the cell and began to curse me for not having got up at the first bugle blast and washed the floor. He roared until the walls shook, but it was nothing to worry about. He swore me as a corporal swears at a recruit, and involuntarily answered as a raw recruit who had just arrived in barracks and doesn't yet knows the routine. He quickly calmed down and told me that I must first sweep the flagstones with broom and then scour them with a pail and floorcloth. I took the broom and began to sweep, assuming an air of distinguished incompetence, until the warder had had enough of it and said he would call the orderly to show me how to set about things. Opening the door, he called out into the corridor, "Angel, Angelito." The Angelkin thus evoked came shuffling up and set about sweeping the floor with ape-like agility. He had the face of an old woman. His skin was like crinkled parchment, and his figure that of a 12-year-old child. He never once looked either me or the warder in the face, and as he crept about the cell on all fours, his eyes darted about swiftly, like the eyes of a shrew. In less than 2 minutes the cell had been swept, swilled with water, and apparently thoroughly scoured. It was positively a star turn. When warder and Angelkin had departed, and the floor began to dry, I could see that the flags were as dirty as before. Shortly afterwards breakfast arrived, a tin bowl full of positively appetizing coffee, ladled out of a huge tub, and a white roll. It was Angelito who brought the breakfast round. He seemed to be maid of word here. I asked him to report that I should like to be shaved, so as not to look like a bandit at my trial, for I was expecting hourly to be at length brought to trial. But Angelito vouchsafed no reply and slammed the door in my face. I once more took up my observation post at the window, and watched the activities in the courtyard until midday. Bit by bit, I began to pick out single individuals from the anonymous crowd. An old man was the first to rivet my attention. He must have been over 70. He walked with a slight stoop and wore a warm woolly ulster. He immediately won my sympathy. Then there were a few boys of no more than 13 or 14. I thought they must be hostages from red families. 3 or 4 strikingly elegantly dressed men with immaculate creases in their trousers and brightly polished shoes paced up and down apart from the others with portentous expression. I christened them the dandies and wondered what could have brought them here. I wondered too whether all these men were political prisoners or criminals. Their faces seemed to suggest the former, but I noticed that about 9 or 10 of them were wearing a stripe in the bourbon colors on their shirts, and that these were by no means shunned by the rest. This did not fit in with my ideas as to the atmosphere amongst political prisoners. Everyone in the courtyard was smoking, and tobacco and cigarette papers were being handed round freely. After having been treated to cigarettes on the journey, I found my renewed abstinence particularly hard. I bored a tiny hole with my index finger in the wire mosquito net in front of my window, large enough for a cigarette to be pushed through. It was quite easy. I only had to force the wires apart a little. I knew that the inside of my cell must appear dark from the courtyard, and so I pressed my face against the iron bars and began to make signs to those outside that I wanted something to smoke. At first I had a feeling that it was only by chance that no one looked in my direction. I began to call out, but there was such a din in the quadrangle that I found it difficult to make myself heard. For after all, I did not want to shout. All the same, those nearest to me must have heard. But no one responded. To be ignored in this way gave me an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Now I noticed, too, that some of the prisoners could perfectly well hear and see my signals as they passed, but quickly averted their heads. And once more it occurred to me that no one came within 10 paces of that part of the wall where my cell was. At last I saw one of the peasant lads in a linen jacket drawing the attention of some of the others to my window. But he did so very discreetly. 3 or 4 of his companions looked stealthily in my direction. Why direct? I gesticulated more vehemently and signed to them to pass a cigarette through to me. They seemed worried and at a loss to know what to do, and looked around anxiously at the warder, although he was at the further end of the courtyard. Then one of them quickly put a finger to his lips and shrugged his shoulders, and the group hurried off. It takes some time to make out details in the chaotic bustle and stir of a courtyard containing 300 or 400 people. Thus, it was not until now that I noticed that a faded and scarcely visible white line, rather like the marking on a neglected tennis court, was drawn parallel to my wall. The line began at the end of my row of cells. In front of Newell 44, the cell containing Caballero ran past my window and ended some cells further to the left, as far as I could tell, in front of cell Newell 36. Further down, from Newell 35 downwards, the prisoners approached the wall quite freely and spoke to the inmates of the cells through the windows. But from Newell 36 to 44, there was a no-man's land 10 yards wide between the wall and the white line. The cells opposite this line, which included mine, were obviously taboo. I also realized now that the men in the courtyard were afraid of being watched. They obviously knew that every one of their movements was being spied upon. They could see what I could not see, that from the upper story windows watchful glances were cast at the court below. The noisy, unhampered goings-on outside my window turned out to be an illusion. There must be something peculiar and uncanny behind all this demonstrative gaiety. I suddenly felt as though I were present at a ghostly carnival. It seemed to me as though all these men who were playing football and leapfrog and strolling about in the bright sunshine of the courtyard were only waiting for the second cock crow. Why had I been put into one of the taboo cells? Why was I not allowed to join the others in the court, and why were the prisoners in the court so afraid of looking in my direction? Was it indeed fear, or was it the instinctive dread with which the healthy avert their gaze from the gravely ill, who bear the stamp of death on their brows? And now at last I admitted to myself what had gradually been dawning on me from the start. I had been put in one of the condemned cells. The midday meal arrived: bean soup cooked in oil and a hunk of white bread. The soup was served in the same bowl out of which I had drunk my breakfast coffee and had slaked my thirst with water. Once more it was Angelito who brought me my food, this time, however, accompanied by a warder. The warder had a red full-moon face and spoke a little French. He was glad to be able to air his knowledge to a foreigner, and listened patiently while I enumerated my requests. I wanted to be shaved. I wanted a bit of soap, a comb and a towel. I wanted pencil and paper in order to write to the British consul. I wanted a book to read from the prison library, and some newspapers. I wanted to be allowed out into the courtyard like the other prisoners. I wanted back the money that had been confiscated from me to buy cigarettes and a change of linen. He listened to all this attentively, and nodded after each sentence, as though to indicate that he considered my wishes quite proper and reasonable. I said that he had better write them down so as not to forget anything. He replied that he never forgot anything, for he had a very good memory, and tapped his forehead to emphasize this. Then he said that he would come back in a moment, and disappeared. I waited for him to return, and he did in fact return, exactly a fortnight later, when his turn of duty brought him to my cell again. He was just as friendly, talked away just as assiduously as the first time, and listened just as patiently while I enumerated exactly the same requests that I had repeated 3 times a day for a fortnight to his fellow warders, and with just as little success. The midday meal arrived shortly before 1. At 1, the prisoners were brought back into their cells from the courtyard. The siesta in Spain lasts from 1 to 3, in offices, factories, at the front, and in prison. For about a quarter of an hour the great quadrangle lay empty and deserted. Then immediately opposite my cell the door was opened, and 2 prisoners were led out into the courtyard. They were both very tidily and neatly dressed. They immediately began to march up and down at a rapid pace. One had a slightly swaying, dandified gait, and something definitely daring and enterprising about. I christened him Lord Byron. His friend was quieter and more self-contained. His cheeks were extraordinarily hollow, and he gave one the impression of being a consumptive. They walked up and down the whole length of the courtyard without stopping for 2 hours, until the stroke of 3. Then a warder took them back into the prison. 10 minutes later, the crowd of the morning was once more let out into the courtyard. I passed the afternoon spying out of my alcove window, but I no longer tried to signal or to get into touch with the throng outside. I was glad enough for no one to look in the direction of my window, glad to take part in the brilliant life outside as a silent and invisible onlooker. Shortly before 7, the evening meal was brought: lentil soup cooked in oil and a hunk of bread. The prisoners were fed outside. Shortly before 8, they were brought back into the building. The empty courtyard was soon flooded with darkness. At 9, a bugle was sounded. At 10, the Spanish last post, a very sentimental and melancholy melody, was sounded. In the cell above me, someone took his shoes off and let them fall with a clatter onto the stone floor. Then the noises died down, and the deaf silence of the prison filled every crack and cranny as though with cotton wool. But the electric light in my cell burned the whole night long. During this second night in Seville, I repeatedly started up out of my dreams, thinking I could hear noises and the oily voice of the Malaga prison. But there was utter silence. It was good to have a light burning, even though the bulb in the ceiling shone straight into my eyes. Electric lights scare away nocturnal specters. Still drowsy from my nightmare, I told myself that this was a real prison, and not a slaughterhouse like the place in Malaga. After 7 months of Civil War conditions had no doubt become normal again. Here there were certainly no more executions. True, I had been put in a condemned cell, but that probably meant nothing at all. The day here had its prescribed course, life was ordered, there were bugle blasts, even the mattresses bore tabs stamped with the date. Incidentally, it occurred to me that, Despite the warder's promise, my mattress and blanket had not been changed. This annoyed me, and then I felt glad at being able to get annoyed again about trifles. Lord, I begged, go on giving me my little daily vexation. Permit me, O Lord, to continue to be discontented with this existence, to curse my work, not to answer my letters, and to be a trial to my friends. Am I to swear to grow better if thou lettest this cup pass from me? We both of us know, Lord, thou and I, that such extorted oaths are never kept. Do not blackmail me, Lord God, and do not try to make a saint of me. Amen. Dunny. Then the bugle blast woke me up. This time I got up at once, washed and tidied myself as well as I could without soap and comb, and cleaned out the cell. I was full of good resolutions to adapt myself to the new order of things. A tune from a German film haunted me. A new life is just beginning. It was a stupid film which I had seen a year previously and never given a thought to again. In the night the tune had buzzed in my ear like a tiresome fly, and I couldn't get rid of it. A new life is just beginning. At 8 the prisoners came out into the courtyard again, and I took up my observation post. By now I seemed to myself to be like some Parisian petted bourgeois, who in shirt sleeves and with pipe in mouth leans out of the window to watch the stir and bustle of the market. Later on I busied myself with the equation of a hyperbola again. The walls of this cell were beautifully white and unsullied, and provided an extensive surface upon which to write. A piece of wire from my bedstead once more served me for pencil. I also began to scrawl my diary on the wall, but I stuck over it. As long as I was thinking them out, my sentences seemed quite sensible, but no sooner had I begun to scribble them down than I fell as though bewitched into the sentimental penny novelette style. At midday, there were beans in oil again. I wondered whether they cooked once for the whole week. Punctually at 1 Byron and the consumptive once more appeared in the courtyard, to disappear punctually again at 3. I racked my brains wondering what crime they could have committed not to be allowed out with the rest of the prisoners. I decided they must be in a kind of intermediate stage between the solitary confinement in which I was kept and the comparative freedom of the others. That afternoon a minor catastrophe befell me. My watch stopped. It gave me an awful fright. I thought to myself that if there were no longer any ladder rungs of hours and minutes on which to cling, I should be bound to sink beyond hope of salvation into the stupefying sameness of time. But I poked about among the wheels with my iron all-purpose gadget until it went again. The rest of the afternoon was spent in mathematics, reciting poetry and the Trojan War. Then once more there was lentil soup and the last post. And once more an electrically lighted night set in. The next day was Tuesday, February 16th. I had already scratched strokes on the wall so as not to lose count of time according to conventional reckoning. The first thing that the morning bugle blast impressed on my consciousness was that it was a week today since my arrest. I thought to myself that dates were kept in prison in very much the same way as in the case of newly born infants. First of all the weeks were celebrated, then the months, then the years. Today it was the turn of Bible history, then French literature. But these subjects had little attraction for me. I realized with horror that my education consisted chiefly of lacunae, and that the moths had devoured it like old academic robes. I just could not concentrate, or lose myself in a daydream. The footballers in the courtyard observed no offside rules. They irritated and bored me. The helm of my thoughts no longer responded to my touch. I turned the wheel in vain. It ran free. I killed time by killing flies. In the midst of this occupation I had an attack of thou shalt not kill feelings. It was like a slight touch of religious mania. All attempts to think rationally hurt me physically, and I had a feeling that all the nerve centers of my brain were inflamed. The barometer fell and fell. Change had long since been past. The needle had long since traveled through storm, wind, and rain. All that was left was dense, gloomy fog and depression. And, to crown all, another sleepless night, which, without transition, dragged in its wake the next day. The 8th, with its repetition of bugle calls, oily beans, of still more pitiable and unsuccessful attempts to think, to pull oneself together, to be a thinking being and not a pitiful rag. On the afternoon of this 8th day, I had a feeling that it was impossible to sink any lower. I thought, as one does in one's naivete, that the stage would soon be reached when madness would set in. Then it occurred to me that Dante had sat chained to a bench in a dark dungeon for 4 years, unable either to pace to and fro or lie down. For 4 years, that is, in 1500 days. And he did not go mad. So not even the hope of going mad was left. I tried to keep this example before my eyes, and the fate of Roman slaves and prisoners chained to the galleys, and to take heart from the consoling thought of the relatively lesser evil. But that is one of the tritest of consolations. It has always infuriated me to hear a mother exhorting a child who refuses to eat its nasty porridge to think of the poor children who have nothing to eat. There is a degree of misery where all quantitative comparisons cease to mean anything. To tell a man who has had a foot amputated that there are others who have had both feet amputated is not to console him, but to jeer at him. Moreover, it occurred to me, an ordinary lifer has one advantage. At least he knows that he is not going to be hanged, and so adapts himself. A life sentence is, after all, a life sentence, and affords a certain psychological minimum in his existence: security and the cessation of fear. One gets used to everything, runs an old saying. Uncertainty is almost as bad as death, says another. These were monotonous reflections, and they went round in my head like a mill wheel, a 3-penny mill wheel of the cheapest and commonest wood. Moreover, I had no need to envy the lifers much longer. 3 days later, I received the first official communication from the authorities. I had been condemned to death, but this sentence might be commuted to lifelong imprisonment. In the midst of all this misery, a Messiah appeared at 4:30 in the person of the barber. During these first few days, I was continually being surprised by my own psychological reactions. The unusual conditions in which I was living produced unusual reactions. The whole machinery of my mind functioned according to new laws, completely strange to me. I felt like a driver who thinks he knows his car inside out, and then suddenly realizes that it responds to pressure on the accelerator with a swerve and to the application of the brakes by looping the loop. The appearance of the barber, for example, precipitated such an earthquake in my feelings that I literally had to clutch on to the water tap so as not to fall down. I felt horribile dictu, my eyes grow moist. The barber was reflected through the prisms of the teardrops in my eyes, in all the colors of the rainbow, in a shimmering halo. He was the Redeemer, who was to save me from every ill. He had come, and all was well again, and the granite blocks of my fears and misery floated off gracefully into the air as though they had been filled with gas. In the physics of madness, a pebble can not only set an avalanche in motion, but can also stop it. The avalanche of my despair melted away into the white flakes of the soft foam with which the barber lathered my cheeks. Ring the bells, I am being shaved, I am back on earth again. Whilst I was being shaved, Don Antonio, the nice warder who had been on duty in the patio the day before, stood by supervising the ceremonial. He was the first warder to enter into a real conversation with me, for since I was incommunicado, it was forbidden to talk to me, and up till now the warders had confined themselves to a few monosyllabic remarks when bringing me my food. The cell was like a vault enclosed in threefold armor plating, the threefold wall of silence, loneliness, and fear. Oh, the immense solace of simple human friendliness! The barber soaped away, Don Antonio sat down and smoked on the bed, and the threefold wall collapsed like the walls of Jericho. The barber asked me whether the razor scratched. I said that it was a very fine razor. Don Antonio asked me whether I wished to smoke. I said that I would very much like to smoke. The barber shaved away. Don Antonio rolled me a cigarette and lit it for me. Oh, Susanna, oh, Susanna, life is lovely after all. Every heavy smoker knows that the first cigarette after several days of abstinence produces a feeling of slight tipsiness. I smoked almost without stopping, taking deep, thirsty puffs, and the cell began to rock slightly. A few minutes later, when the barber had begun to cut my hair, I had gained control of myself sufficiently to enter into a sensible conversation with Don Antonio. I learned that the inmates of the big patio were actually all political prisoners, partly war prisoners, partly Republicans, socialists, communists, and anarchists from Seville and the surrounding villages. In addition, there were a number of phalangists and legionaries from Franco's army who had been imprisoned on account of desertion or breaches of discipline. There were even 2 Moors. I had heard one the evening before gurgling melancholy Arabian songs. Don Antonio refused to say a word about the lengths of the sentences or discuss the question of the prisoners' trials, but he shrugged his shoulders expressively, and I gained the impression that the majority of the prisoners, particularly the peasants, who were suspect because of their views, had not been brought to trial at all. A few prisoners also had been brought over from Malaga a week previously, but they were no longer there. I asked with understandable interest what had become of them. "Se marcharon? They have gone," said Don Antonio with a shrug of the shoulders, and he refused to say anything more on this point. I asked whether there were any criminals in the prison. "A few," said Don Antonio. "They exercise over there in the beautiful patio." The beautiful patio was in the other wing. It was smaller, and there were flowers, trees, and benches in it. By formerly, Don Antonio always meant the time of the Republic. Formerly, the beautiful patio had been for political prisoners, and the big or ordinary one for criminal. Now things had been reversed. The riddle of the national cockade worn by the political prisoners was also cleared up. Cockades were sewn onto the shirts of those prisoners who performed some particular function, like Angelito, the orderly, the librarian, etc. I asked what sort of curious bird Angelito was. Don Antonio said he was a petty criminal. He had beaten his mother-in-law with a leather strap. Luckily, she had not died, but had only been paralyzed on one side. Finally, I asked Don Antonio what he thought of my own personal prospects. But this was the third point on which Don Antonio refused to be drawn. On parting, I enumerated my usual list of requests, from money to pencil, from consul to soap. He promised, as all the other warders had promised, to see to everything promptly. The result was exactly the same as in the case of all the others. This combination of utter good nature and utter unreliability in the Spaniards again and again had the effect on me of some natural phenomena. "Mañana, mañana, tomorrow, tomorrow," they said, with the most enchanting smile. "Ahora, ahora, ahora, in a moment, in a moment." Both these expressions are used synonymously and mean, according to the context, sometime perhaps. We must hope for the best. Allah is great. There's no need to despair. On departing, Don Antonio gave me 10 cigarettes, and the barber the broken half of an old greasy comb, and a bit of soap. These were simply terrific presents. My standard of life was beginning to rise perceptibly. On the afternoon of this Wednesday, and the morning of the Thursday that followed it, the fine weather persisted. I gave myself up again to my mental pursuits and amused myself by inventing a peripatetic dialogue between Karl Marx and Sigmund Freud on the causes of the Great War. Both wore white togas, spoke in the manner of the disciples of Socrates, and flapped their white drapery excitedly in the midst of a group of admiring young men. At midday there was potato soup for the first time, with so much red pepper in it that the oil gleamed a bright scarlet. My standard of life was unmistakably rising, and following the Coué system, I scratched on the wall. Every day, in every way, things are getting better and better. That afternoon, however, it rained, and the courtyard remained empty. I missed the usual hubbub, and I carried on a desperate windmill struggle against a fresh wave of melancholy. In the evening there was a sensation. Don Antonio was on duty again, and he asked me, while Angelito was ladling out the lentil soup into my bowl, what English prisons were like. I said hastily that I would gladly tell him everything about them if he would stay a while and not bang the door in my face this time. I was avid of every word I was permitted to exchange with a fellow human being. Don Antonio stood leaning against the door, somewhat hesitatingly. He said that he had wondered for a long time whether there were baths in every cell in English prisons. I said there were no baths, but hot and cold showers and soap ad lib. Don Antonio said that when the war was over, he was going to England to study prison conditions there. I said that he must come and stay with me so that I might have an opportunity of returning his hospitality. He laughed and went off. I begged him to stay a while, but once more he banged the door in my face. But these few trifling words had the effect of a stimulating drug, the effect of which lasted several hours. And then the last post sounded again, and it was time to take off one's shoes, lie down fully dressed on the bed and wall, the electric light burning above one's head, to play catch, catch, can with sleep, which is, after all, one way of passing the time. And I bless the wisdom of the Lord, who has so ordered the world that the day has only 24 hours and not 25 or 30. Visin. Friday, February 19th, began, like all other days, with my scratching a fresh mark on my wall calendar. I discovered that a week had gone by since I had been brought to Seville, another celebration day. 3 more days, and I should be able to celebrate the 14th day since my arrest. The little marks on the wall displayed a dangerous tendency to increase by division, like bacilli on a dung heap. And still I had not been brought up for trial, had not even been informed officially of the reason for my arrest. Bolin, who had arrested me, had presumably long since returned to the Salamanca headquarters, and Quaipo Delano, to whose paternal care he had handed me over, did not seem to be taking an exactly lively interest in me. I worked out the most varying theories as to what was going on behind the scenes. The most likely explanation seemed to me that Quaipo had sent for my dossier and that some authority or other was at the moment too busy to translate my book and my articles. Amongst them my interview with Quaipo himself, which were to constitute the main body of the evidence against me. If this were the case, then I had no cause to rejoice at the time thus gained. On the other hand, I was convinced that protests must by now have been got going on my behalf. The News Chronicle would protest, the journalists' associations would protest, and quite a nice little scandal would be raised. But what did Franco care about protests? Not a brass farthing. It had become a tradition during the last few years that dictators acted and democracies protested, a division of labor which seemed to please everybody. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, however, the unfriendly powers in whose hands my fate lay sent their first deputation to me. They employed, oddly enough, as official emissary, not a military examiner or any other dignitary of that kind, but a smiling young lady. She wore a well-fitting phalangist uniform, was called Helena, like the goddess who kindled the Trojan War, and acted on the side as correspondent of the American Hearst Press. She arrived in the company of 2 equally elegant young officers. It was, as I have said, on the stroke of 5 that the key rattled in the lock, the door swung open, and the 3 of them strode into my cell. They greeted me with extreme politeness, and then looked round, somewhat at a loss, for something to sit upon. The sudden opening of his cell door at a time other than the regular feeding time is always a shock to a prisoner. For the first few moments, I was thrown into such confusion by the sight of the 3 uniformed figures that I murmured some idiotic kind of apology at being unable to offer the young lady anything better to sit on than my iron bedstead. But she only smiled, a rather charming smile it seemed to me, and asked if my name were Koestler, and whether I spoke English. To both questions, I replied in the affirmative. Then she asked me whether I were a communist. To this, I had to reply in the negative. "But you are a red, aren't you?" I said that I was in sympathy with the Valencia government, but did not belong to any party. The young lady asked me whether I was aware what would be the consequence of my activities. I said that I was not. Well, she said, it means death. She spoke with an American twang, drawling out the vowel sound in death so that it sounded like D-A-E-F, and watched the effect. I asked why. Because, she said, I was supposed to be a spy. I said that I was not, and that I had never heard of a spy who signed articles in a book attacking one side in a war, and then afterwards went into the territory of that side with his pocket, in his pocket. She said that the authorities would investigate that point, but that, in the meantime, General Franco had been asked by the News Chronicle and by Mr. Hearst of New York to spare my life, that she happened to be the correspondent of the Hearst Press in Spain, and that General Franco had said that I would be condemned to death, but that he might possibly grant a commutation of my sentence. I asked her what exactly she meant by a commutation. Well, lifelong imprisonment. But there is always hope of an amnesty, you know, she said, with her charming smile. A perfect cyclone of thoughts rushed through my head. First of all, I had had a set of dirty postcards to thank for my life, and now here was Randolph Hearst himself as my second savior. My guardian angels seemed to be a somewhat poor lot. And then what was the significance of that fateful phrase? Might possibly grant a commutation. But I had not much time for reflection. The young lady on my bed asked me in charming conversational tones if I would like to make a statement to her paper with regard to my feelings towards General Franco. I was pretty bewildered by all this, but not so bewildered as not to perceive the fateful connection between this question and that might possibly of General Franco's. This was something like a biblical temptation, although Satan was presenting himself in the smiling mask of a young woman journalist. And at that moment, after all those hellish days of waiting for torture and death, I had not the moral strength to resist. So I said that although I did not know Franco personally, I had a feeling that he must be a man of humanitarian outlook, whom I could trust implicitly. The young lady wrote this down, seemingly very pleased, and asked me to sign it. I took the pen, and then I realized that I was about to sign my own moral death sentence, and that this sentence no one could commute. So I crossed out what she had written and dictated another statement which ran, I do not know General Franco personally, nor he me, and so if he grants me a commutation of my sentence, I can only suppose that it is mainly out of political considerations. Nevertheless, I could not but be personally grateful to him, just as any man is grateful to another who saves his life. But I believe in the socialist conception of the future of humanity, and shall never cease to believe in it. Well, this statement I signed. The temptation of Satan had been resisted, and I patted myself inwardly on the back and rejoiced at having a clear head once more. I had good need of it too, for Miss Helena's next question was what did I actually mean by a socialist conception of the future of humanity? This question called for an academic dissertation, and I was about to launch forth on one. But the three phalangists were hardly a sympathetic audience for my passionate rhetorical efforts. The young lady cut me short and suggested the lapidary formula. Believes in socialism to give workers chance. She said Americans understood things the better, the more briefly they were put. In God's name, I said, Amen. Then she asked me how I could account for the fact that I had stayed in Malaga after the Reds had gone. I tried to explain with, as far as possible, American brevity, the whole complicated story of Sir Peter Alfredo's car, and the whole apocalyptic atmosphere in Malaga. I myself felt that it did not sound very convincing, but she was courteous enough not to express any doubts, and I asked her what had happened to Sir Peter. She told me that he too was in prison. This was untrue. Sir Peter had by this time long since been on English soil, and was moving heaven and earth to secure my release. But that was precisely what I was not to be told. What? On leaving, my fellow Journalist of the Hearst Press further told me that she worked with Captain Boleyn in the press and propaganda department at the Salamanca headquarters, that Madrid was on the point of falling, and that she would try to arrange for me to be moved to a better prison. I said that I should be most grateful to her if she could do this, for General Quapo and I had a long-standing aversion to each other. "Thank you so much," she said. The officers saluted once again with extreme politeness, and off went the three of them, and I sank exhausted onto my bed, which now smelt most unwontedly of some Parisian perfume. I was incapable of collecting my thoughts. Death sentence, lifelong imprisonment, the correspondent of the Hearst Press, the propaganda department, the Phalangist uniform, and the perfume were altogether too much for my poor head. The visit of the correspondent of the Hearst Press, acting on behalf of the propaganda department. Or should I say the visit of the female Phalangist, acting on behalf of the Hearst Press, to whose competence I pay full tribute, took place on February 19th. It was the only official contact I had during the course of 3 months with the authorities who held me prisoner. The first and last official examination of me by an examining magistrate took place on May 8th, 4 days before my release. The day after this visit, I felt enormous relief. The second day I remembered the fateful might possibly. The third day, it became an obsession. Doubt is a bacillus that eats slowly but surely into the brain. The patient positively feels the dirty little beast grazing on his gray matter. But in every long, drawn-out illness, the patient eventually reaches a stage in which he has, it is true, not reconciled himself to the pain, but has succeeded in arriving at a modus vivendi with his illness. He knows how to behave when the attack comes on. Mental misery likewise comes on in spasms. It is only in bad novels that people are in a permanent state of unhappiness for the whole 24 hours of the day. The real man spends at least 12 hours in eating, drinking, working, and other distractions that banish his misery into the dungeons of his consciousness. From there the agony makes itself heard only as a muffled bass in the symphony of the daily round, and produces a vague feeling of uneasiness. Uneasiness and not unhappiness is the most common form of human suffering, until an acute attack comes on, and then one simply takes a pill. Every man needs a different pill to help him to arrive at a modus vivendi with his misery. Job cursed God when his sores festered. The prisoners in Malaga sang the International. I too had my pills, a whole collection of various sorts of them, from the equation of a hyperbola and my fill of days to every kind of synthetic product of the spiritual pharmacy. In other words, the human spirit is able to call upon certain aids of which, in normal circumstances, it has no knowledge, and the existence of which it only discovers in itself, in abnormal circumstances. They act, according to the particular case, either as merciful narcotics or ecstatic stimulants. Anyone who has ever gone in peril of his life knows that dreamlike feeling of having his consciousness split in two, so that with one half of it he observes himself with comparative coolness and aloofness, as though observing a stranger. This partial paralysis of the consciousness is one form of narcotic. There are many others. The consciousness sees to it that its complete annihilation is never experienced. It does not divulge the secret of its existence and its decay. No one is allowed to look into the darkness with his eyes open. He is blindfolded beforehand. This is why situations lived through are never so bad in reality as in imagination. Nature sees to it that trees do not grow beyond a certain height, not even the trees of suffering. I actually had no fear of the moment of execution, but only feared the fear that would precede that moment. The oily voice was far more terrible to me than the crack of the rifles which it conjured up. The days went by. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. It was on Friday that I had received the visitors who brought the momentous news. From then to the next Friday, the entries in my prison calendar are blank. No memorable event took place. By memorable events are understood in the murky bell jar of prison. Things like getting potato soup instead of bean soup for the midday meal, a few privately exchanged words with the warder or the orderly, a cigarette given one by the warder, a spider in the window, or a bug in the bed. These are breathtaking experiences. They employ and stimulate the free-running mechanism of thought for hours at a time. They are substitutes for visits to the movies, making love, reading the newspapers, and the cares of daily life. Storms in teacups are, for those whose horizon extends no farther than the rim of the cup, quite as real as storms at sea. The 7 blank spaces on my calendar represented, then, the most absolute degree of uneventfulness imaginable. Nothing, not the least thing, not the least fraction of the least thing, happened which might cause the faintest breath of air to stir the idle sails of the windmill of time. Just as the bear, hibernating, feeds on his own fat, so did I, in my head, feed from the dishes of 30 years of reading, learning, and living. But my brain was drained dry, and the few drops of thought that I squeezed out of it were pale, like thrice-brewed tea. It is a peculiar mechanism, the brain. It manufactures only if a market through the medium of the word or the pen is assured it beforehand. If there is no demand for its products, it goes on strike. One can fool it for a time by pretending to oneself to be the public, but it soon sees through the swindle. One's own ego is by no means an entertaining companion. After 6 weeks of solitary confinement, I was so sick of myself that I only spoke to myself in formal terms and addressed myself as Sir. The astonishing thing, the puzzling thing, the consoling thing about this time was that it passed. I am speaking the plain, unvarnished truth when I say that I did not know how. I tried to catch it in the act. I lay in wait for it. I riveted my eyes on the second hand of my watch, resolved to think of nothing else but pure time. I held it like the simpleton in the fable who thought that to catch a bird you had to put salt on its tail. I stared at the second hand for minutes on end, for quarters of an hour on end, until my eyes watered with the effort of concentration, and a kind of trance-like stupor set in oil. And what I did not know afterwards was how long a time I had been observing its passing. Time crawled through this desert of uneventfulness as though paralyzed in both feet. I have said that the astonishing and consoling thing was that in this pitiable state it should pass at all. But there was something that was more astonishing, that positively bordered on the miraculous, and that was that this time, these interminable hours, days and weeks, passed more swiftly than a period of time has ever passed for me before. I was conscious of this paradox whenever I scratched a fresh mark on the white plaster of the wall, and with a particular shock of astonishment when I drew a circle round the marks to celebrate the passage of the weeks, and later the months. What? Another week? A whole month? A whole quarter of a year? Didn't it seem only like yesterday that this cell door had banged behind me for the first time? Everyone is familiar with these paradoxes of time. It seems that those days which, owing to their uneventfulness and dreariness, seem longest, shrink to nothing as soon as they have become the past, precisely because of their uneventfulness. In the perspective of the past, they have no extension, no volume, no specific gravity. They become geometric points, a diminishing vacuum, nothing. The greater the sum of blank days, the lighter their weight in the memory. The time that, when it is the present, passes most slowly, passes swiftest of all in the memory. And the converse is also true. When events pile one upon the other, and time gallops, then, and only then is the span of time, traversed cherished in all its details in the memory. The periods that pass most swiftly are in the memory the slowest. It is in flight that time leaves behind the most visible traces. It is truly a strange will-o'-the-wisp this time. If we experience time of such a quality that we have to look at our watch, to count the minutes, as soon as its existence is brought to our consciousness, we may be sure that it will be extinguished in the memory. The only time that is unforgettable is that time during which one forgets that time exists. Only that time is fruitful which remains chaste and unsullied by the touch of consciousness. Speculating on the subject of time was one of my favorite nostrums, and at times the only remedy that could help me to while it away. There was a bizarre, bitter, ironical consolation in the knowledge that these interminable, torturing hours, as soon as they had ceased to be the present, would shrink to nothing, like an india-rubber pig, when the air escapes from it with a squeak. It was a constant swimming against the stream. The agony lifted as it converted itself into the past. One remained always at the same spot in the river, but all that was floating downstream was vanquished and overcome. This time problem is the main problem of existence for every prisoner. That is why I dwell on it at such length, although it brings my narrative to a standstill. My case is like that of the motorist who breaks his journey to examine the engine of the car that is to take him on further. And it is the problem not only of the prisoner, but of everyone who exists in unnatural, confined, hermetically sealed conditions, in sanatoria, in the colonies. Often, very often, I found myself thinking of the everlasting soup in Thomas Mann's Magic Mountain, and the marvelous reflections on time indulged in by his young hero in the hermetically sealed and isolated world of a sanatorium for consumptives. He, Nobel, too, a captive, held prisoner not by social, but by biological chaos. Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, .8. The wind goeth towards the south, and turneth about unto the north. It whirleth about continually, and the wind returneth again according to his circuits. All the rivers run into the sea, yet the sea is not full. While I was living down the 8 blank days on my calendar, and speculating upon time, out in the courtyard outside my window, the courtyard of the leapfroggers and football players, 37 men were shot. But I did not know this at the time. There were 1 or 2 individuals whom, when they entered the courtyard in the morning, my eyes greeted as old acquaintances. One was the old grandpapa who, rain or shine, always wore his fine woolly coat and paced up and down in the shadow of the wall with a book in his hand which he never read. Another was a 12 or 13-year-old boy, dirty and delightful, like all Mediterranean children. His companions called him Carino, darling. Then there was Pedro, a semi-imbecile who played the part of the village idiot. The others would cuff him, trip him up, and even spit at him. Drawing-room manners were at a discount in the patio. Pedro seemed to enjoy this treatment. He would fall clownishly on all fours, and highly flattered, wipe the spittle from his face, until quite suddenly and unexpectedly he would fly into a temper, chase his tormentors, shake his fist at them, and let forth a volley of abuse. The first time I saw this little scene it revolted me. Then I too, like the others, came to welcome it as a diversion. In the very first few days after my arrival in Seville, I had been particularly struck by one of the prisoners, a thick-set man with a squint who wore a foreign-looking pullover with the red-yellow-red stripe of an official sewn onto it. He walked about with a certain air of condescension amongst the peasants in their faded linen smocks, and associated for the most part with the dandies. I tried to guess his profession, and decided that he must be a professional boxer. He was the librarian. I realized this a few days later when I saw him handing out books to the others in the patio. All my efforts to get something to read had hitherto failed. Nevertheless, with dogged persistence, 3 times a day, at mealtimes, I pegged away at my list of requests, which was now headed by the request for a book. The warders responded in various ways, one with indifference, another with a hypocritical mañana, or aura, a third by slamming the door. The net result was always the same. Then I began to make signs to the fat boxer outside. On the average, he came past my window 3 times every morning and 3 times every afternoon, During his perambulations, I lay in wait for hours for this moment. At last, after 9 or 10 days, I succeeded. He looked across at me and nodded his head almost imperceptibly to signify that he had grasped what I wanted. I waited, in a state of excitement, the whole afternoon for his appearance in my cell. I speculated greedily as to what would be the first book he would bring me. I waited until the evening, and then all the next day, continuing to make signs which he either did not see or refused to see, and then waited another whole day. At last, on Saturday, February 27th, when I had given up all hope, my lucky moment arrived. During the midday meal, the fat librarian came down the corridor past the open door of my cell. I called out to him, and in my agitation spilt my soup at Angelkin's feet. The librarian stood irresolutely in the corridor, but I was in luck, for one of the nice warders happened to be on duty, and he signified that he had no objection to my borrowing a book. The librarian had a whole pile under his arm, and he gave me the top one. It was a Spanish translation of John Stuart Mill's autobiography, and squeezed under the cover was a half-squashed cigarette. It was a red-letter day, a real red-letter day, a day that must be celebrated with due ceremony. I went on eating my beans deliberately, washed my bowl with special care, and put it in the window alcove to dry. Then I sat down on the bed, lit the cigarette, and began to read. I read devoutly and fervently, and very slowly. I could not make out at least a quarter of the words, and having no dictionary, I had to ponder the meaning of each sentence. But this only increased my enjoyment. I learned to read anew, with a long-since-forgotten concentration on every sentence, every adjective. I felt like someone who has been bedridden, and who in learning to walk anew is acutely conscious of the play of his muscles. I fancy the Romans must have read in this fashion when books were written by hand, on long parchment rolls, devoutly, sentence by sentence, only a few inches of the roll a day, so as to keep the rest for the morrow. When writers were obliged to use parchment rolls, they knew how carefully people read them, and had confidence in their readers. Nowadays, readers may have confidence in the writer, but writers have no confidence in the reader. It was incidentally a particularly happy chance that it was John Stuart Mill's autobiography, which lay on the top of the librarian's pile. I have always believed that in the administration of divine providence there is a special department entirely occupied in seeing that the right book comes into the hands of a reader at the right moment. A Hemingway, or a Joyce, or a Huxley would have had a positively devastating effect at that particular moment. But here I stood at the foot of one of those monumental pillars of the monumental 19th century, a man whose life was an outstanding historical example of that kind of creative Puritanism, free from crabbed self-complacency, which regards abstemiousness not as an end in itself, but as necessary for the attainment of a spiritual object. He was, indeed, a pillar of strength, this old 19th century figure. You could walk round him and tap the weatherproof stone with the palm of your hand, your face turned upwards to where he vanished in austere architectural perspectives, a position of the head that is exceedingly good for the mind. The second book that I was given to read was De Maistre's Voyage autour de Montquartier, and the first sentence that leaped to my gaze as I turned the pages was the soliloquy of the author, imprisoned in his room, as he surveys his library. They have forbidden me to go to and from the town, and to move about freely in space, but they have left the entire universe at my disposal. Its boundless, infinite space and infinite time are at my service. This sentence became pill number 1. Bah! The prison library contained about 1,600, for the most part, very good books. They had been got together in the Republican era, and the new inquisitors had up till now forgotten to carry out a purge. There were even revolutionary pamphlets dating from the years 1930-1931, biographies of Caballero, Azaña, and so forth. This was typical of the whole prison. Everything was still carried on at the old jog-trot, a very Republican, very humane, and very Spanish, slovenly jog-trot. 95% of the warders and subordinate officials belonged to the old personnel. They were steeped in the humane routine of the Republic, and their sympathy with the new regime was unlikely to be very great, even though some of them had, willy-nilly, to assume Falangist uniforms. With 3 exceptions, all the warders were kindly and humane, some of them even unusually nice, insofar as their instructions would allow. And sometimes they would even disregard their instructions. Somehow, this vast prison made one think of the realm of the Sleeping Beauty in the midst of the turmoil of war. I heard later that it sometimes happened that 24 hours before his execution, a prisoner would be sent up for a medical examination and be ordered a milk diet because of suspected appendicitis. The inertia of routine showed itself to be more powerful than the forces of the present. Tradition contemptuously outlived death. It was an extremely humane, positively comfortable prison. Picnics were held by the open gravesides. All this was true of the warders and subordinates, who were in close and constant contact with the prisoners without having any say as to their fate. The higher you went in the hierarchy, the more bleak, the more cold the atmosphere. To Spanish generals, no man below the rank of sergeant is a human being. For us, inhumanity began with the sergeant. In prison, the sergeant is represented by the jefe de servicio, the head warder. For my first acquaintanceship with a head warder, I had to thank, symbolically enough, a defect in the flushing of the WC. This was on the 28th, the day after I had been given my first book. In the morning, the cistern began to leak. I was too absorbed in John Stuart Mill to bother much about it. By the time the midday soup arrived, the whole cell was wet. I drew the warder's attention to this, and he promised, ahora, to send the fontanero, the plumber, along. In the meantime, I was to mop the flags with the floor cloth. I did this, and then went back to John Stuart Mill. The plumber did not come, of course. By dusk, the water was several millimeters deep on the cell floor, and the cistern was leaking worse than ever. By the time the evening soup arrived, I no longer had any need to draw the warder's attention to the state of affairs. He could see the extent of the damage for himself. Ahora, he said kindly, I'll send the fontanero along. But in the meantime, I was to mop the cell with the floorcloth so that the water did not overflow into the corridor. I did this, cursing, but by now a steady rivulet of water was pouring from the cistern, and by the second bugle call, the water was almost ankle-deep. Since the plumber had still not come, I began to drum furiously on the door, a proceeding which is forbidden after the second bugle call. After some time of persistent drumming, the door flew open, and in stormed the jefe de servicio, followed by a trembling Angelito. The jefe was short and fat. He filled his Falangist uniform to bursting point, and yet it was crinkled, like the skin of a badly filled sausage. He had a scar on his face that began at the nose and reached to the right ear, half of which was missing. He was not a prepossessing sight. He roared until the walls shook. "What have you been up to here?" he thundered. I said that the cistern was to blame, and not I. "You're only to speak when you are spoken to," he roared. "And when I come in, you've got to stand to attention over there by the wall." I waded over to the wall and stood to attention. The jefe flung his cigarette end irately onto the floor. The stump was peacefully swirled out of the door by the current. "Mop the floor," bellowed the jefe. I said that I had mopped the floor 3 times already. It was only twice, but that it had been of no use. The jefe said that if he ordered it, I had got to mop the floor 6, 10, or 20 times, to mop it all day and all night. He brandished his rubber truncheon under my nose and promised to order me a flagellation the next day. Then, spitting into the flood, he strode out, banging the door behind him. I set about drying the floor once more. Before I had finished, the door opened, and in came Don Ramon, one of the nicest of the warders, followed by the plumber. He put his finger to his lips and grinned. I realized that he had smuggled in the plumber after the last post against the Jeff's orders and the prison regulations. This incident had given me my first introduction to the ruling class of the prison. Thanks to the happy ending, however, it had taught me a useful lesson. I reflected that the Fontanero would never have come if I had not kicked up a row. Consequently, I thought to myself, I shall get my list of requests, from consul to cigarettes, attended to soonest if I make a fuss. I waited one more day, reciting my list with particular importunity at each mealtime, and then finding that I was again fobbed off with manana and hora, on Tuesday, the 2nd March, I began my first hunger strike. The effect was beyond all expectation immediate. When in the morning, Don Ramon appeared with Angelito and the vat of coffee, I announced that I did not want anything. Don Ramon asked me if I had a stomach ache. I said that I wished to speak to the governor and that I refused to touch any food until he arrived. Don Ramon seemed very surprised, and Angelito grinned. They went away without a word. At midday, I again refused food. A different warder was on duty. He said nothing, but simply banged the door and went away. The matter must therefore already have got round. This seemed a favorable omen. At 6 o'clock in the evening the door flew open, and a solemn procession entered my cell. At the head the governor, then the head warder, then Angelito, and finally one of the dandies. The governor was a meager, not unkindly little man. I learned later that he belonged to the old staff. They had not dared to sack him, for his knowledge of the workings of the prison had made him indispensable, but they had stuck a Falangist officer right under his nose and had limited his sphere of action to purely technical matters. The governor looked at me for a while, and then asked what was the matter with me, at the same time signing to the dandy to act as interpreter. I said that I knew enough Spanish to make myself understood, but he replied that he preferred to have an interpreter, so that he might get everything quite clear. The little man inspired confidence. I briefly told him my case, and came out with my list of requests. He said that he had to abide by his orders. I was incommunicado, and might therefore neither write letters nor get in touch with the consul. He had no say either, he said, as to my future fate, but he would try to get my confiscated money returned to me and would try to see that I got those purely technical alleviations that lay within his power. In return, I was to undertake to eat again. I did this,